Welcome in to day number 5 of ACS3, brought to you by Hunt Premier in partnership with Battle State Games. We've got 3 exciting best of 3s here for you today. But before we get into all that action, I've got to introduce the legend to my digital left that we all know and love. My man, my brother from across the pond, Cracked Wisdom. How are we feeling today, baby?
Oh my days, there is not enough space inside of my body to contain the volume of excitement and entertainment that we are going to endure on today's broadcast. Last night, we were given a taste of what today could be if you're with the passion from the home court turf. That being said, the CIS region came to the Arena Cup Series 3 with a point to prove, and today really is going to test that point. It's going to be EU or it's going to be CIS in both of our first 2 contests of the day, and we've not just got 2, but 3 amazing matches to share with you all today.
That's right. And I'm excited for it. We get to maybe take a quick look at that playoff bracket and see just how these teams got to where they are here today. So, starting off with yesterday, Virtus Pro, Ancient Fighters, we got to see it on screen. It was a 2-0 in favor of the Pandas, meaning they do get to go against Sicario in that first match. We talked about how last season it was Virtus Pro to knock off Sicario in that opener of the playoffs. So maybe a little bit of vengeance to be had here today for Sicario.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, with both the Pandas and the Virtus Pro managed to come out successful in each of their respective matchups, the Panderic Apex squad have got the XP Academy squad to take on in their playoff best of 3 from day 2. Now, this is going to be another tough one for the Panderic squad, and they've really been pitted up against some of the toughest CIS teams to be able to make it through to where they are right now. Knocking out Tarkov Help in the round before was a big step forward for the Pandas, and now considered one of the top 4 teams across CIS and EU. They've got a chance to be able to knock down another one of the Titans. Remember, for those of you at home, folks, that were here during the group stages, you'll remind yourself that Panderic Apex was the only team to take a map off of XP Academy in the group stages, and therefore this dark horse of the tournament might just set to be a dark curse for the XP Academy lineup on the day.
Yeah, I think this is why I love it so much. I couldn't ask for the bracket to play out any better way. We've got this revival match from Sicario and Virtus Pro from the previous season. We've got this matchup with XP and Panderic, where, as you mentioned, Panderic, the only team to take a game away from XP, but it was in those 2-game series where we didn't have a best of 3. We didn't kind of get a crown, a king of the arena between those two when they were going head to head. So we get to put it all to rest here today. And then, of course, we get to see who gets to put that final stamp on into the grand finals and at least secure that second place position as well. So we're gonna know quite a bit after today, I feel like, Crack.
Yeah, I mean, literally today is selecting one of our first teams, or the first team, to go into the grand final. Everybody today is playing for the final chance at that spot. And tomorrow we'll then see the completion of the rest of the lower bracket, also fighting for the second half of that bout, which would be the second spot in that grand final. And like you said, that all-important gold-bordered Arena Cup Series 3 champion spot right at the end of that bracket there on screen. That is what everybody is looking for to try and get themselves that victory, the W, the pride, and the prize pool, which we've got to remind everybody when we bring up this next screen here, there is a lot on the table for people to be playing for. Not just titles, but 25,000 euros split across all of the positions in the tournament right now, from 10,000 going to that top place spot.
Yeah, absolutely insane. That's a ton of money to take home there. 5,000 in second, 3 for third, fourth gets 2K there as well. And we take a look down retrospectively as we say goodbye to those other 4 teams. Tarkov Help, Ancient Fighters, able to secure 1,500 of their own. And even though 8 Sins and Ancestral took an early lead, still taking home 1,000 is nothing to be scoffed at. So everybody getting a little bit of change as they have fun here throughout these 2 weekends. But we talk about something that's a little bit extra than the cash at the end as well, and that's the bragging rights, the king of the kings, the champs of Arena Cup Series 3, where you get to hold that title until that next season, much like Virtus Pro has done here, looking to maybe be those repeat champions. But I think I've got my eye on XPA for this one.
It's going to be a tough one on the day today for sure for all 4 teams that we've got stacked up for this next section of the playoffs. And, well, It's the arena. It's the reason that it's called the Arena Cup Series 3. It's the reason that we pit the 4 best teams from EU and the CIS region against each other to play off for it. Okay, it's gone past the point in time where you're deciding whether you're just a top team in your region or a contender for being the top team in your region. All right, you earn that in your respective HPL leagues or seasons, as we call them at this moment in time. Once you've placed and you get to the Arena Cup Series, there's money all the way from the bottom of the table up. You've earned your place to be there, and that's represented by a token gesture of $1,000 to the bottom 2 teams and $1,500 to the 2 above. But then those top 4 spots, like you said, not just playing for a bigger chunk of that prize pool, but also the all-important crown. And at this moment in time, this is the pinnacle of competitive arena esports. This is as high as you can go before all teams could potentially meet on a world stage at a LAN in the future where ping is not separating the sides in the inability to play against each other. That being said, we're going to think thoughts of the future in the future. For now, we're going to focus on the present. And I'll tell you what today is going to be. It's going to be a metaphor for that, and it's an absolute gift. The first game we've got for the day is Virtus.pro and Sicario. And not only is this a heated match, like you said, Hort, there is almost an inner rivalry at this Arena Cup series coming through now between these 2 teams due to the history.
Yeah, I think the only bad thing about Arena Cup Series is when it ends and you have to wait for that next one. I've been dying to see these 2 teams go head to head yet again. And we take a look at the rosters here for Sicario starting off. We've got Kiyoshima, we've got Luki, Zaki, Furlex, the sniping legend himself, and Goes. A phenomenal 5-stack of a squad over here that has been very devastating in the HPL as well. But we all know what happened last season for Virtus.pro. I expect to see Sicario looking for a little bit of that revenge here today.
Yeah, and we've got to talk about Goes. It's one of the more recent additions to this Sicario esports lineup, but where the talent falls from the top all the way to the bottom down of this roster, it's actually something that we've spoken about a couple of times before, is how well Goes has come to fit into this team and has looked like an extra asset, or another tool that the Sicario esports squad has now to leverage against their opponents. And it's why they have seen such a good trajectory from Season 3 HPL and through their progression in the Arena Cup Series Season 3. That being said, Magic, Rask, Hard, FMX, and Andreezy from this Virtus.pro lineup are both mainstay, long-stay members and known names in the scene for a reason, including Arena Cup Series Season 2 champions. That's a title that Sicario cannot forget or not give respect to today, or they will find themselves being put in the bin probably equally as surprisingly as the matchup as it laid out for Panderic yesterday evening.
Yeah, and it's not always easy to continue that stride of greatness when you mix up that roster a little bit, when you add a new player. Sometimes there's a little bit of time it takes to build that team chemistry, but that wasn't the case for Goes and the rest of Sicario. It seems like they never missed a step throughout that mix. But on the side of Virtus.pro, it's hard to pick any specific player, but thinking back to yesterday, I remember Andreezy having a ton of wonderful nade kills. We saw Rask. I flash back to VIP, where he was just a juggernaut on that Enforcer class with the Piranha rounds and the jump shot. So, I think there's a lot of great things to look for in both of these teams, which makes this first matchup so exciting. We talk about the history of these 2 teams, and we get to see it unfold once more here in the Arena Cup Series 3. But Virtus.pro starting off with that ban on Bull. They don't want to play Sicario there, meaning that Sicario gets that first pick on the Skybridge. So I'm really interested to see. We talked about Virtus.pro, how they had struggled a little bit on Skybridge against XPA, but they performed incredibly well yesterday on Skybridge.
It's one of those maps that definitely seems to be very much Katy Perry of the map picks. It's either hot or cold, and it can be for either or both teams at the same time. We saw that cluster mess inside of VIP where both teams were sending 2 to 3 to 4 sometimes of peoples with the strength back to back or in separation or staggered through that area to try and claim that crucial point of access control and the position of power over the A site. Although it didn't necessarily pay them dividends all the times that it was attempted, it did lead us some amazing entertainment and the shotgun duel that went down between 2 members inside of VIP on multiple rounds. That being said, that is only 1 of 3 of our maps today. Second map pick from Virtus.pro is going to take us to Fort. And if we do have a decider on the table, it's going to be Bay 5. So interesting thought concept when it comes to the macro and the state of the map and how they play Hort. We've got long lanes and Skybridge and the tempo play or an aggressive A site. And then we have full aggression in CQB for both Fort and Bay 5.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm hoping we go all the way to 3. I want to see this game be an absolute slugfest of back and forth, pulling on those heartstrings and those emotions. But we know that both of these teams are wanting to put a statement on this day number 2 here. So obviously, they both want to go 2-0. Sicario would love to seek that vengeance out, but again, I'm hoping that we get to see a Bay 5 here.
I'm really curious, actually, as to whether Virtus Pro has won the map draft or whether Sicario has won the map draft here. Because from a perspective of my mindset, you've two very, very clear differences between these two teams. Right now, Sicario carries one of the best TRG slash Balti players in the scene right now, arguably only to the close second or below even that ace. In my mind right now, two of the demons in the scene for that Balti. So Furlex and that ace. Flip side, Virtus Pro carry one of the most consistent utility users we've seen throughout the Arena Cup Series Season 3 so far in Andreezy. We got it displayed on Fort yesterday, where grenade after grenade after grenade after double kill grenade was causing havoc for their opponents. I'm interested that we have one map that plays into the Balti and two maps that are squeezed the other way. Is that going to be the deciding factor? Have Virtus Pro played into their favor and stifled a little bit of that Sicario aggression before getting onto the pitch, Hawk?
Yeah, I mean, I think having that ban first, if there's one map that you feel you're just a little bit weaker at or you struggle a little bit more on, you can get that map straight out of the pool and maybe set yourself up for a little bit more success here. So it could be something that Virtus Pro was considering. Honestly, I'm surprised that Sicario did pick Skybridge after how well Virtus Pro played on it yesterday, but at the same time, we know how good Sicario is. I think if they can come out and also have a dominant performance on Skybridge, really kind of put that pressure or that weight on the Virtus Pro shoulders, force them into winning that second game, Sicario might just be able to pull off the upset here today. And I use that word upset loosely because there's really no underdog in this fight. But I just say that because Virtus Pro are those returning champions here this season.
And this is the other thing as well. There's a lot less information around the Sicario roster on that Ball performance. If you remember that Ball was the one map early on in the group stages where they played against Ancient Fighters, and that was one of the first matches really that we, did not stop talking about Furlex. It was Furlex, slapping people left, right, and center on that long-range map with the skilled gameplay that he brings to the table on that long-range damaging rifle. Because, I mean, the only time you don't get the one tap is when you don't get the dice roll, and minimally often, as much as that happens, it does a truckload of damage even still. It leaves you limping or missing a limb at least. Smart choices from Virtus Pro in the map selections, honestly. Hawk, they've done their homework, but I don't think we can expect any less from Virtus Pro.
And honestly, the same goes for Furlex. Even if we're not at Bull, I still, much like we talk about that ace, he's one of my favorites to watch on that TRG. He's just a menace out there. And we talk about how it's one of those classes that can put down that Enforcer class that has been giving some of these teams trouble. Although we do see the Enforcer maybe run a little bit rampant over there in VIP. As long as you can stay tucked in that tiny corridor, safe away from the raining arms of the sniper, then but I think that's the interesting thing here, the game of cat and mouse. Now, we saw also yesterday in Virtus Pro, though, they did struggle a little bit when defending on the B site. And so, a couple of those rounds that we saw the teams able to take away from them were on that B site. So these are all things, notes that Sicario, Kiyashima, the rest of the crew was probably taking yesterday as they were watching the tournament. So it'll be interesting if we see Sicario mix up those strategies just a little bit on that attacking side because of what they've seen, or if they're just going to run, those comfortability plays until it, like you said yesterday, if it's not broken, don't fix it.
And it comes down to a very interesting composition of how this team plays it on the day for me from the Sicario side. I've a lot of confidence in Virtus Pro being able to execute because they've shown us time and time again that is the case. I don't think that this game is a question of whether Virtus Pro are going to turn up. I think this is one of the teams that, even at the highest level of competition, you can expect to turn up on the day. I've not seen them necessarily drop the ball thus far. Are they considered the strongest in this tournament right now? Not necessarily. They are looked at as the second seed, second favorite to take it, short of XPA, given rumors and whispers. But consistently, given the track record, they have not dropped the ball yet. Today's challenge is on Sicario to make them drop the ball. And it's not going to be arrivederci, au revoir, goodbye. It's going to be until next time, where we may again see you in the grand final for a rematch. So I think that both teams today, especially this first matchup, but even for Panderic and XPA in the second, this is the chance for either team to set the tone, not just in the game here, but also foreshadowing for the future. Like, this is not going to be a close match if you wish it to fall as you would hope, right? In Heaven's scenario, both teams in either matchup today want to run this through quickly and convincingly so that there's no idea of a comeback in a rematch.
Yeah, and after casting so much HPL with you, it feels weird to say it's Sicario's job to prove that they can win, because this is a team that's used to being in that position. So, it is nice to see them kind of feel the pressure of that other side. And for them, now it's an opportunity to really prove themselves. Yeah, they've done it in the HPL. They came close last season in the Arena Cup Series 2. Let's see all that hard work they've put in the offseason. This is where it has an opportunity to really pay off for themselves and kind of write that Cinderella story, if you will. And so we've got our eye on Sicario for sure. But man, you couldn't ask for a better way to start off day number 5. But you take a look at all the action we're going to see here today, and it's absolutely unmatched. You're not going to find this kind of Tarkov action anywhere else.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Hunt Premier partnered with Battlestate Games, aiming to be the leading flagship for the competitive Escape from Tarkov arena scene, thanks to the support of many members that come in from multiple different sections of the action. We spend a lot of time mentioning all of the names from the Hunt Premier squad that are behind the background on our side of the turf. I think it's a time to sort of tip the hat to the adversaries over at Battlestate Games, the likes of Apple. We'll tip the hat to you, sir, who is driving that wagon with the fullest of force and his passion to try and expand the arena scene too. All right, Battlestate Games, again, we spoke about this recently, have been hitting our tables with test paper with an A+ marking on it, time after time after time again. So much that if you're familiar with the internet and keeping up with the cool kids, you'll recognize the clip of that guy that has his entire university lecture theatre asking him what tool they use. It turns out they've just been studying using an AI generator, and they're all just really cracked at knowledge now. Well, this is the same kind of commitment we're getting here, all right? Sometimes we don't understand the method, but the madness is definitely paying in fruition.
Thought you were going to break into song there for a second. Time to time, but you're not wrong. It doesn't matter if it's arena or the base game. Battlestate Games has absolutely been killing it, from the Elaborate event to the free battle pass that's available to all of you out there with so many awesome rewards. It's now available on the Epic Store as well. So we'd love to see you out there on the battlefield. There's all kinds of leagues coming up as well. You can make a team, get involved, and you never know when we might be casting and showcasing some of your talent out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, there's so much going on around the environment. Smaller tournaments also popping up out of the scenes, community-based tournaments for if you're not wanting to be too competitive, small semi-pro leagues for if you are wanting to develop to becoming competitive. Lots of different avenues for everybody to explore, and all you've got to be doing is locked in on the socials to be able to keep up with it all. That's right, folks. Make sure you get yourself on Twitter, on the X pages, lock in with the Hunt Premier for the socials, check in with Battlestate Games on a daily to weekly basis, and you'll find there's always something giving you new content to consider from the likes of Mr. Pudlick's doing the graphics design and so on and so forth. All of the Battlestate Game members and the Hunt Premier members are active for you to be able to immerse yourself in this environment. Alongside that of the Arena Insight page too, something I want to shout out to is some of the graphics that have been going on throughout the Arena Cup Series 3 that if you've only got 2 minutes to stick your head in and check up on a match result, well, the Arena Insight page on X is a great one to check up on because there's a couple of details there that brings you a nice simple graphic, 9-11, 11-9 for each of the two teams. So if you need to catch up, many ways to find out. Less of the yapping on the outside. Let's talk about inside the box for now, though. How is each of these two teams going to find success against the other today, Hawk? Because we've got to look at the top trump matchup, right? The Pokemon versus Pokemon type matchup. I feel like Sicario has one way they're going to be able to beat Virtus.pro in the macro game today, and that's that Kiyoshima, Zaki, and Luki together as a floating three-man combo, regardless of what Furlex does, as finding those picks, and Goes being a very good anchor in the clutch. Those three is the main core of the Sicario side, and I think that's the Gigabrain engine that really will make Sicario cook. So here we go, game one, Skybridge, Sicario versus Virtus.pro in the first for a best of three.
I look for these big early picks, some nade kills as well to kind of help give that player advantage and help solidify the wins in these rounds. It's going to be big moments from either team. Well, out of the clutch up, and it's Magic starting out with an early kill here on DeLuca as we see Andreezy. They call him lineup Larry sometimes, but hasn't been able to let this one rip just yet. We'll hear the bullets being ringing out through the Tarkov arena here, but only one member to fall so far. That's Lukey. As I say it, though, Furlex goes down as well.
2 down for the blue. Holding slow. The rest of the work not needing to be pushed too hard when it comes to pressure for Virtus.pro. They already have a 2-man advantage. Now it's time for them to try and stretch the lineup. That grenade from Hard might just save them from an unfortunate flank time. And look at how deep Zaki is right now. Andreezy is ready for it, though. You can't lurk on the lurk master. When it's 5v1, first round disaster.
Again, and it's a couple of those nade kills that just set them apart. They find these early picks, and now they have all the pressure in the world. Goes has been spotted, but nice controlled spray here. The spear in hand will be able to find that first kill on toward Hard, but it's Rask. He is the menace of VIP, and from a distance, the Piranha will chop him down. It's Virtus.pro and the Polar Bears to take round number 1.
Did we leave yesterday's action in VIP? Because I feel like we're right back where we left off. Rask is busy dominating his territory inside of the wooden content. That's a very standard process for Virtus.pro. Sicario tried their best at matching that might, like we saw yesterday, and did not succeed this time around. Goes getting a little bit comfortable, got his one from the back for the anchor position. I think both teams just finding the footing out of the opening, but no surprise to see Virtus.pro coming out on all fours like the Polar Bear itself and sprinting towards its prey.
Honestly, I think Battlestate Games needs to add an Employee of the Month plaque inside of the VIP room, and the first name on it is going to be Rask because the man is a menace in there. But early nades here again in round 2. It's a nice snipe from Furlex. We talk about these big opening moments that can really decipher these rounds. That pick from Furlex could help decide this one.
And this is something we talked about the Pandas yesterday in map 1. They weren't taking enough risks, and that's the kind of risk you're looking for from your TRG players. Got to get in there, get that pick 2, go down from the Sicario side as a favor. Falls for the blue. One traded out in return as Lukey is the first to sit on the bench for Sicario. 4 versus 2, they have a much better hold over both sides at this moment in time. As well as Lukey's working his way through the backside.
Yoshima peppering out the shots. That flank coming in is a very slow one. Magic has found Furlex. Magic on 2, and Dreezy finds Kiyoshima, and Sicario, the player advantage, immediately eliminated as Virtus.pro pulls a rabbit out of the hat, so to speak, and we see that rotation toward the B site. One of them has held over toward A for that flank, but Goes has made a quick rotation over here, so an opportunity to potentially find this pick. But once that device goes down, we will see that other member from Virtus.pro begin to go over toward that B site as well.
I promise I'm not colorblind. That looked blue favored before that, but color me surprised because that flipped on its head extremely quickly. Goes is going to have to go nuclear in round number 2 to be able to claim this one back after a position that should have been favored. One either side of him, he knows exactly where both of them are as well, but how do you work this? Oh, almost. That shot was pretty tasty. Could have connected. He's given himself enough space. He's going to run into the crossfire again, but honestly, a good effort from Goes. If he makes that work inside a red train, there's a lot of potential there. Well held by Virtus.pro.
Rounds like this that can really change the outcome of a game, though. I feel like this was a round that Sicario should have been able to solidify. They had numbers on numbers, but Andreezy and just making some big plays with Magic there as well. Virtus.pro pulls that round out, and they begin to get that 2-point cushion. It's going to be up to Sicario to find this quick response. We can't allow some of these teams to get those big leads like we saw yesterday, especially in these big moments. So we'll see what Sicario has for him in here in round 3.
And you know Rask is not going to die to the same aggressive push from Furlex 2 rounds in a row, so he is going to try and peek in and bait the shot out of Furlex. You can see Rask just inside of the right-hand side of your screen there, the silhouette jumping, and he's going to jump shot him instead! Talk about counterplay! There's the second! Rask is just eating people for breakfast, dinner, and tea when it's inside a VIP. Andreezy's got a third, and oh my word, it is massacre on the A side. Hard is making it look easy. It's contradiction on the screen. Oh, please not the last. Safe in jungle is Goes for 1 onto Hard, but I mean, Hard is absolutely the situation here in a 1v4.
Yeah, Certainly don't envy them. Luckily for them, the device is down in an awkward spot, but barely missing the dome. Now FMX trying to pressure out, but goes. Nothing left in the mag. We'll have to pop the reload. Only half health in a 4v1 clutch. And unfortunately, it is not the ideal situation. The bleed, the concuss, everything not in their favor. Plenty of time to work with at the moment, but there's so many crossfire positions. You take a look with that X-ray vision there. We can see a couple of these members prone on the other side, including Rask, but it will be FMX to find that pick. And I know Rask is using the Piranha rounds over there in VIP, but at this point, he's like a Megalodon.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. I'm glad the metaphor came through just as true as the damage. The initial shot was glorious, but then the follow-up from the rest of the Virtus.pro squad, it's like it's just a well-oiled machine that each of these cogs are unable to fall out of timing with each other. The two come through, then the third goes for the grenade, the fourth follows onto site, and the last guy's just left wondering where all his teammates are.
Oh, Virtus.pro, a beautiful start for them here early. Lukey has nade in hand, though, pressing forward. Let's see Magic on the other side. Rask already making his way into VIP, looking for the jump shot. Lukey almost finds him, and he will eventually put Rask into the dirt. VIP looking to be overtaken here by Lukey and crew, but it's FMX to find Furlex in the background. Hard nose, he's tucked into the corner here as well, but there's a bit of smoke in the way. The double swing, and it's Magic. FMX combining for two, and Virtus.pro is looking unstoppable.
And Magic is right. It's magic on the screen to your eyes as you see the Battle Buddy systems move in and out of each other so fluidly from the Virtus.pro lineup that nobody's ever left alone. And Dreezy finds the flank. Magic closes out the last for Kiyoshima, and Virtus.pro look absolutely unstoppable in map 1.
4-0. This is Sicario's map pick as well, but for some reason, it doesn't matter if it's been group stage or playoff bracket. It seems like all of these teams have been performing better on their opponent's map pick, but what a hell of a start here for Virtus.pro and the Polar Bears. Magic's got 7 on the board already themselves. Zaki, Kiyoshima not able to get there just yet. Furlex has been held to 1 as well, and honestly, I think this utility, both the smokes and the nades, have just been an absolute huge difference maker here for Virtus.pro.
Got to see some more success on-site entry from Sicario and control of VIP. I mean, both teams have adjusted round after round for each other. This time, Lukey goes down first. Magic picking up that kill. You can hear the shotgun rattling out. As Hard's going to get the grenade onto Zaki again. Consistency from the utility from Virtus.pro, and it's not even Andreezy throwing them.
Everybody getting involved in the action, showcasing the skills here for Arena Cup Series 3. Hard on the other side as the smoke will begin to dissipate here soon. We'll see another nade tossed over the top, looking to block off that back sight line there, and with that opportunity to pressure on and potentially find that plant. Sicario has 3 tucked on the other side, but because of these smokes, they can't pressure forward, and now it's up to them to find this retake.
Ghost is going to get picked up by Magic as he steps out wide into the swing. The Bolty on Furlex is left in an island without any safety. Kiyoshima with this 1x4 times scope is going to find himself a flexible 2-piece. The first looked good, but I exclaimed at the 2 because the second was, pixel perfect. Run out of bullets, though. That's going to be an issue. Concuss tanking the headshot, the heavy bleed. This is dangerous.
Nothing worse than leaning out and hearing click. Able to pick up another weapon, but it's Rask again. These Piranha rounds are so devastating. And Virtus.pro 5-0 against Sicario at the moment.
Jump in here into the replay. You see Furlex as he's still caught in that bolt reload time, and this is the second. Look at the shots out of Kiyoshima. It might not be a round, but boy, oh boy, is that clean.
Yeah, I mean, it's moments like that that can help propel you into some round wins, but they just got to get it together as that full 5-man squad here. Unfortunately, not able to even put a round on the board just yet, and a little bit of a flashback from Virtus.pro yesterday. They continue to just run it down this A site. They've got one on the flank, but Magic, the 2K, he's pumping heads and getting bread.
I call this man a professional baker because there's the 3-piece. At this point, he's cooking himself out a baker's dozen. And he's going to be collecting them all in the same round. There's the 4th. Is it the full Magic 5-piece? So we're looking for absolute insanity. Not quite. Rask says you're too late, son. I'll have the last one before you can get to it. But what a round.
He said, Snatch, you got to be quicker than that, pal. He said, you got enough kills. You got 13. Share with the rest of us over here. We're trying to have some fun, too. But Virtus.pro looking absolutely phenomenal through these first 6 rounds. And I mean, you got to feel, you talk about that 6-2 number. We're looking at a 6-0 currently. And I mean, how does Sicario find a way back into Skybridge here?
I mean, there's two things to look at right now. You've got to kill Magic, currently 13 and 0, by the way,
Oh my
not dead
God.
yet. And Zaki, currently 0, 6, and 0. So Sicario need to get Zaki into the gameplay somehow. Loki's going to get taken out first for Andreezy. Magic is going to find Zaki again. Furlex is on the store frame trying to repel. One goes down, but he's going to get reswung as he's there. Shots actually don't land for Magic. That's a little unfortunate.
Eventually ran out of ammo, but the shots were good. Furlex took a decent amount of damage. Magic finds Furlex. He's on a tear. He gets Kiyoshima as well. And he's out there like Jim Carrey saying, somebody stop me.
And the other thing that's stopping him right now is not having enough teammates to be cannon fodder for him to be able to pick more people off with. Furlex has been doing a great job of enabling multiple rounds now, but it just feels like it's 1 or 2 consolation prizes per round for Sicario as Virtus Pro smoothly sail. 16 Hawks, 16 and 0, unkilled so far.
Call him the raid boss. I mean, at this point, put him in the labyrinth right now because the man is a menace, the arch nemesis for Sicario at the moment. We talk about how good all of these players are out here, all 10 of them. But this has been the Magic world, and we're just living in it, baby.
Yeah, Space Marines have librarians. Arena has a labyrinthian. And now Magic is absolutely a labyrinthian inside of the amphitheater. And there's another one. It's the shotgun, baby. We're back for 2. Virtus Pro are having everything in their favor, and it's all easier than anything they've had to face so far, it feels like. Virtus Pro are not even tripping.
I've got to thank him a little bit. I was hoping to not have to flash back to day 1 predictions and feel awful about myself. But right, it's not over yet, though. Don't let me not get ahead of myself because Sicario capable of the comeback, and it could start with a good play from Zaki, but hard right there to trade it out. And Virtus Pro, a flawless first half for them, 8-0, with an opportunity to close it out with just 1 round on the other side. I don't know if we've ever seen somebody 9-0 Sicario.
Yeah, that's the statement right there, is that there is no way we are starting off day 2 of the Super Weekend with a 9-0 not in the favor of Sicario. That is a wild statement as an EU resident caster, because we are so used to hearing it being Sicario putting the pain and the hurt on their enemies. But today, it's Magic, and it literally is Magic in every form of the word, including still being unkilled as well. This kill to death ratio is also flawless. Is it the first ever flawless game we're going to see in an Arena Cup series? Are we actually going to have a player get out of the map and physically escape from Tarkov without dying?
Yeah, I mean, it's elusive. We have yet to see it today and maybe now, but Andreezy goes down to Luki. It's an early pick here from Sicario. Now an opportunity to get their chance at the attacking side. We talked about the success these teams have had on the B site versus Virtus Pro, and FMX goes down to Zaki as well.
So glad you said it. Teams don't play this B site, and the one thing that could really upset a few teams is playing B well. Furlex, a rare miss, doesn't actually take out the big beefcake. He does put some damage down, but only thanks to support. That's the shot that we're looking for as Furlex folds Rask in the close. Goes, has Magic, and that is the death that they were looking for. No flawless game for you, sir. Sicario are not going to go without a fight.
Sicario will take a much-needed round. We always talk about trudging through the trenches. This is the biggest one I've seen yet, but what a story it could be if Sicario could find it 1 kill at a time, 1 round at a time, and inch their way into some overtime. But you have to feel like with how insane Magic and the rest of Virtus Pro are playing, they've got to find a way to be able to take 1 of the next 7 rounds, surely.
One of the most miraculous comebacks we saw was a LEDX match that was 1-7 that went to 8-8 in overtime. Sicario now have to go 1 further here with a full flawless reverse sweep on their attacking side and match Virtus Pro at their best round for round to even hope for anything out of map 1.
Zaki. Always love Zaki in these weapons here from the Ash 12. MP7, it doesn't matter. And he's always putting in the work.
Oh!
And Dreezy and now FMX falls. Zaki, a beautiful 2K as the device goes down.
We talked so many times about hearing people in the casting booth. That nade from Kiyoshima is cooked with the 9,000 IQ level. What was that? And then he's going to follow it up with a kill with the gun, but it's done more than enough work. The round is over. Oh, I pray, I hope that the highlights have that one saved for later, because oh my gosh, we've got to look at this grenade again. This is insane in itself. There's so many parts of this round. Just
the timing.
Disgusting.
Well, I mean, this is exactly what Sicario needs. A couple rounds in the bag. We often talk about looking for that single spark to ignite that spectral fire and get that team rolling through the flames as they are hot and ready for the comeback. But Virtus Pro, again, still 6 opportunities here to close out. I love the fact that Sicario knows they have trouble on that B site, though, and continues to work it a bit. But Zaki from VIP finds another 2K.
There's no way. That's Rask. That's the VIP himself. And down he goes. Not just one, but he gets 2. Sicario have unlocked the Cypher. Whatever it is that was stopping them from this Virtus Pro lineup from being able to find that success has suddenly come alive. And it's all off the back of Zaki. He is going absolutely ballistic right now. Good for 2 in every attacking round opener so far.
The next on the side up top. A beautiful shot, but can't find the second one as Zaki has now come alive. The beast has awakened. And Dreezy just on the other side of the smoke. He's going to walk up and give him a little smooch there as goes down. And with that, the device as well. Lukey able to return fire and find one of their own. It's all down to hard here.
Not like this. Not like this. This is the one danger player on the Virtus Pro lineup that absolutely will consistently convert on this if you give him isolated ones. The Sicario team know it as well. They stack up as 3. The bomb covers safe on site with Zaki in the best position and currently showing the best form in the game to step out. Hard has the most dangerous member down in his sights, though, and he's created space. The bomb faked the plant and has to get off. Verlex is holding it. Verlex will hold it out for Sicario.
One shot to ring out and put the body down. Sicario slowly inches their way into this one, and I got to say, probably off the back of these early plays from Zaki, that's now 2Ks in a row to start off the round, to give him that player advantage and to look to work back into this one. Furlex all of a sudden hitting all these snipe shots as well, and things starting to align here for Sicario.
Somebody messaged me in my DMs at the halftime thing. I told you these CIS teams are built different. Well, it's not over yet, son. It's not over yet. It's not even close to over. And when it comes to Sicario, if he keeps playing like this, Mr. Zaki is going to steal the game all on his own lonesome. Magic's first death seems to be the backbreaker at the moment. The tempo has changed. Felix has got one in his sights, but he doesn't hit the shot, and Rask is free to swing him.
And that is unfortunate. It's very rare we see Furlex make shots like those, and unfortunately that one will come back to haunt him here. Lukey looking to toss the smoke, but Magic hears the audio cue, presses forward, finds one, goes on the return, able to find hard toward KFC, now backing off in a 4v2. We can see those rotations in the background. Rask has to look away briefly there, as Zaki in this MP7 has been chopping bodies down, but they've got the numbers now, and they are above and waiting patiently. And Dreezy from a distance, and it's all down to goes here. Virtus Pro looking to close out Skybridge.
But look at the swarm. You can see the silhouettes above them, and there's one right in front of him. There's no way Ghost is going to be able to claim this. FMX's positioning is just off-angled enough to catch the sprint from Ghost, and Virtus Pro close it out. We said this, though. This is the time in the tournament where every single mistake matters. One round, you cannot put yourself at a 1-round buffer going into the second half against a team like Virtus Pro. And Magic may have died, but you've got to say the job was done. 17-0 flawless first half is unbelievable at this stage in the tournament.
Oh, man, I'd love to hear the comms in that Discord, the hype, especially after that first game there. 4 MVPs for Magic, 18-3. Now, you know, I got to say, that can be tough on the mental, but we saw Sicario buckle down in that second half, have a ton of success off of Zaki Goes. Furlex started to hit those shots. It was just one of those things that was, you know, a little too late for that time. So they'll get another opportunity here on Fort, but Man, I feel like Virtus Pro, after that first match, the confidence has to be high. You have to feel like that momentum, that confidence is going to spill over in toward Fork.
Now, I don't know if I'm actually favored for that side of the mentality right now. The one thing that the EU teams don't take very lightly is an extremely strong half and then just letting it be the end of it. The one thing the EU teams have shown so far in the Arena Cup series is when they are looking like they're about to be very much strongly swept, they come back fighting. The Pandas brought it back 2-1. If Sicario have got any hopes of continuing on in the upper bracket, they're going to need to produce a similar sort of performance. It will come down to something, and I want to point this out, Hawk. We did see very mirror-matched attacking sides from both teams. Both teams had a very clear identity on Skybridge. They knew which side they were looking to try and attack consistently, and they knew how they were playing about going on unlocking that site. Virtus Pro focused on VIP, played to that shotgun strength. Sicario said they wanted the B site, played to Furlex on the range, and Zaki weaving his way in and out of those lanes, and it worked for both teams. But the one thing we saw, the crucial difference between the two teams in map 1, Virtus Pro found themselves in a 2 versus 4, and it flipped quickly, massively quickly, to leaving Goes in a 1v2. Sicario just then had that round flipped in a similar sense, where it was 2 versus 4 on their attacking side, and they needed to make that play to be able to pull it back and do a similar thing. And this time, Virtus Pro did not give them the chance.
I mean, we look at 8 rounds in a row for Virtus Pro, and so they definitely applied that pressure on Skybridge. We talked about there was going to be big key factors. It was those nades. We did see a little bit more out of Virtus Pro. Now, there was a nasty one from Kiyoshima as well, but just consistently a little bit better out of Virtus Pro. And then we saw those big different maker plays in a couple rounds. Like you mentioned, that 2v4 that they were able to turn around. It's big key moments in big playoff games like this that are going to be that difference maker. They're going to be that big factor that decides the outcome. So Virtus Pro able to do it a bit better here on Skybridge. But for Sicario, they're going to get another opportunity to prove themselves here on Fort. But should they fall, we talked about they're not out of it just yet. Either one of these teams are going to have that second chance opportunity in the lower bracket as we take a quick look at the highlights from game number 1.
Yeah, as we see Goes and Furlex getting a couple of good kills early on in the game here. It was merely the beginning of the end, as that one from Magic and that one from Andreezy is going to begin the flood of the red kills in the kill feed and the highlights as Hard dropping some great utility use. FMX's crosshair placement, again, as deadly as always. Goes trying to play like Goes does, but this time he just goes down, as Andreezy is not swayed by the kooky play. We saw this clean kills out of Kiyoshima and some great use of the shotgun in VIP, but it was all Virtus Pro for the majority of the game.
Yeah, you know, and I like the fact that we saw Sicario able to gather 3 rounds in a row themselves. I think it's important to be able to put rounds in a row. We saw some teams struggle with that yesterday, but it was just one of those too little, too late factors here in game number 1. But man, Zaki was really coming alive. We saw 2 great plays on that B site, then taking control of VIP early, again opening up that VIP site for round number 3. Zaki making some big plays here for Sicario, but the whole crew is going to have to pop off together in that next one, as we saw that split-second snipe there from Furlex.
Yeah, some good team plays from Sicario on the B site. You can see that when they have the numbers advantages themselves, they are playing extremely well off of each other's backs and to their favor, but it's down to the fact that the initial cause of conflict and the chaos when the dust settles was falling very much colored red rather than blue, blue, blue. And that was the problem. And this is something we talk about a lot in competitive arena, that as skilled as some of these players are, you can be that new phenomenon. You could be the new talent that's dropping 25 and 2 and so on and so forth. There's also the common phrase that comes alongside of it. I went 35 and 6 and still lost. It's a team game at this level of the competition. You've got to have your battle buddy.
Yeah, you know, and not every day is going to be your day. That's why it's important to have such a strong 5-player roster, because if you're not having a good day at any moment, any of these players are talented enough to have a pop-off game. So it's about picking up where your teammates might be dropping some slack on any given specific day. But man, Magic, an absolute banger of a first match. They've got to be riding that high, and I'm interested to see if it does trickle over a bit, if they can continue that success on Fort, because you mix up the map, you mix up the play styles a little bit, but if I'm Magic, I would be feeling great at this point in time.
I'm a little concerned for Sicario now because I've just read the other column of the map selection screen. Mr. Hort, I'm surprised the two corners of your mustache are not quivering a little bit. Do you see the side selection for the attacking and the defending side for Virtus.pro for the next two maps, by the way?
I have it up here in the background, but no, I wasn't paying directly attention. They had me so focused on Skybridge, but just taking a brief look at it here for Virtus.pro starting out on attack. I mean, they start out on attack. They're an aggressive team. We saw it yesterday on Skybridge as well. We saw them do it. I mean, they've done it throughout the whole tournament. So even though we say that some teams do a little better on defense, I like when a team is that confident. They're that comfortable in their expertise to come out there and say, hey, we're going to put the pressure on the other team. We're going to make it up to them to make something happen. So I love to see that confidence from a team, especially a returning champion team.
See, chat, Hot Sauce, the master Yu-Gi-Oh player that he is, always out-dueling me. He did not fall prey to my placed trap card. I was hoping to encourage a facial expression of surprise out of the fact that Virtus.pro are attacking first on all three maps. And Hort, as I should have known, is not surprised but confident that that shows that these guys have the authority, actually. That's I definitely outplayed myself in that one there. But I'm not shocked in surprise that Virtus.pro selected. I am fearing for Sicario. The dominance and authority that Virtus.pro put over in their attacking half in that first map, to then know that you have to face that 3 times in a row without having a chance yourself to try and put out a similar performance in map 2, that is something that would be daunting in my mind as a team going in. It's Sicario. They absolutely have the mental fortitude to handle this, but these little things are starting to make the difference, as we saw in that first game.
Yeah, and again, as much as I like to think that the confidence for Virtus.pro will spill over, when you have these pros of Sicario, you have a leader like Kiyoshima who's been in situations like this before in different titles as well. He's going to be comfortable. Hey, guys, it didn't go our way in game 1. Let's lock in the mental. We can't let that affect us. We take a deep breath. We reset. It's GG's, go next. What's important now is that we win Fort. Let's focus on Fort and move forward. So I don't think that loss affects Sicario as much as we might think, even though that scoreboard looked a bit rough for them. I expect to see them come out looking to stick to the game plan that they execute flawlessly time and time again. I think the important factor is when those game plans aren't working, how quickly can we adapt to our opponents? Because it depends on the opponents you're playing, right? That adaptation is going to be different depending on the team that you're playing, because everybody's running their own kind of type of strats. So it's how do we adapt on that fly, and are we capable of doing that? Because on Skybridge, we did struggle a little bit.
I've got to talk about that, actually. You've hit the nail on the head, and something that did become rather evident to me whilst sort of looking back through the gameplay, especially in the highlights there, was different people found places to settle in that game. Rask had a great amount of time with the shotgun in VIP. Kiyoshima had a good little set of plays from some good shots. Sicario played their battle buddy system on the B site very well, but we saw one, maybe 2 highlights from Furlex on a ranged map that favors the Balti. It is a quiet game out of one of the stronger players from Sicario, and especially, and this is where competitive arena is starting to develop identities for the trees, that marksman class and the role that Furlex plays specifically in his team is desiring of him to be impactful. He is that impact player on this impact kit that needs to be getting value if playing off on the TRG, because elsewise you might as well have an assault rifle and battle buddy up at close range. So interesting to see if we see an adjustment here. It is map 2, it is Fort, but it's Sicario taking on Virtus.pro.
I think Virtus.pro's smokes were so good on Skybridge as well. It was really tough for Furlex to kind of get into that comfortable position where he's used to sniping from those long ranges. But the nade over top, it's been Andreezy, day and day again, making it look easy with these nades. The Kobe finding the first pick, and it's a good start here yet again on Fort for Virtus.pro. But Furlex over on that rifle now, as you mentioned, able to find a kill of their own.
I think a smart choice there. The first bullet stops the shotgun before it gets more than one bullet of its own off, and that's how you stop the shotgun from doing the damage, is just don't let it fire for long. Hard is going to, however, play more aggressive into this and take one out. Trades come through as Furlex finds FMX. Hard then back onto Furlex. Shots onto headshot as Hard knows the muscle memory through the smoke. It's a good place to try. And Dreezy actually claims the kill onto Goes, and it's Kiyoshima in a 1v3 with the bomb planted.
Just like that, Virtus Pro, back to Virtus Pro thing. Sprays through the smoke, but no real damage just yet as Kiyoshima lurking on the other side here. Has an opportunity for a crazy 1v3 clutch, but not an ideal one here as well. The crossfire, the pincer play, Virtus Pro in great positioning here for this post plan. It's going to be hard to find the headshot on the Kiyoshima. And once again, Virtus Pro will take round number 1.
It's a better showing from Furlex, the only person to pick up kills in the first round, but Virtus Pro are absolutely starting off where they left off. We almost had such a small intermission between the two games, you could forgive them for forgetting that there was an interval. We're straight off into the action, going to the races in Gear 7 without any upshifting. Maybe sat in an automatic or no gear stick required.
Yeah, we know a lot about that over here in the NA, unfortunately, but Virtus Pro, a good start. They're just looking to hit on cruise control, I think, here. And this time it's Harden and Dreezy saying, hey, Magic, just sit in the back seat. Let us have a little bit of fun here first. Furlex, though, opening up on that rifle. Rask able to find a trade, so it's back to a 4v4.
Now, Kiyoshima's seeing nothing but smoke. It's got the lineup ready, though. Doesn't find a home for the painful pinball. Sicario have themselves a good control over this midsection here. The bomb's being planted as Zaki on the bolt. He's actually going to pick up Magic. Okay. Adjustment central. They've moved the powerful weapon onto the player that's making the impact. This is a great adjustment from Sicario. How did we miss this out the gate? What a play.
Well, you know, Zaki actually ran this TRG the last time he was on Ford as well. And I was complaining because I was like, you know, I love seeing him on the Ash 12, but he has been a menace. And with this monster scope, I also love, but it's FMX to find 2. Zaki knows there's one lurking near Donut. It's Rask. He finds Lukey. Zaki can't hit the shot. Now it's back to a 2v1. That one doesn't go through. Whoa! He finds FMX somehow.
Oh, it's so close as well. The Kedda comes out, but he's not quite able to claim it. That was almost perfection from Zaki there. This is going to be a close game now. Okay, Virtus Pro have just had their warning bell rung. The alarm bells are going off over the bunker, and they're starting to wonder whether they might need to stand behind the steel door for a round or two and just recompose, because that could have been catastrophic.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, it was kind of Sicario had a little bit of an advantage there, I felt like, especially after those 2 crazy snipes. But I would have loved to seen a Keter kill. Unfortunately, Zaki not quite able to find it. But Zaki Furlex off to a great start. Unfortunately, Magic will find Goes early, and Virtus Pro continues to work off the advantage. Zaki will find another snipe, but not before Hard can take out Lukey.
And look at his awareness in this now. Zaki rotates away to the box, doesn't repeat down to Garden, knowing that Virtus Pro have played exceptionally well at trading out off of teammates' backs. Flash in hand, FMX is going to look to try and take some space with the bomb now. Move up to this A site. Everybody's here for this. And I think as Virtus Pro right now, you'd like to try and maybe pick off the B site member on an over-aggressive rotation through Cole. Smartly, that blue rotating member is looking to play safe through Donut instead. Virtus Pro slightly aware that's a possibility, have left the deep alert behind the bomb. Good shots out of the kitchen, finds Zaki.
That was a nice play. They had the teammate jumping forward there for the audio noise, really keeping Zaki's attention kind of tunneled forward. Rask on the side angle, able to find that pick. And again, it's a 4v2. The plant's already down. And what a shot from Furlex, though!
Sometimes maybe it's the weapon. Maybe it's just his day on an SR3M as he was hitting shots that round there. Right-hand corner swing into kitchen. Claims the head of one, but still 3 members of Virtus Pro alive and a 3-0 lead on Fort.
Now we're starting to see a little bit of a similarity from that Skybridge. Sicario, They need to find a way to put a round or two on the board. They can't afford a 6-2, a 7-1, or an 8-0 half here. They've got to make it a little bit closer heading into this next side here. So Furlex, again, has stepped it up, but now we need something else here from Kiyoshima, Luki, and Goes.
Yeah, I'm going to say Zaki and Furlex have now both stepped up to the table. Luki finally on the table and on the cards, gets himself a two-piece. The spear paying him some dividends there, as Magic is going to find the back of him after a good opener. Slightly loose positioning from Zaki's going to find him falling over as the tides level even up 3 apiece.
Andreezy baiting out some shots. FMX able to find the pick. Kiyoshima, though, on the Ferrari swing will drop Andreezy as Magic returns fire, finding Furlex on the other side here. And now in a 2v1 situation, Kiyoshima will slow it down a bit. The jump shot, and with that, the intel will come out here as well. We see him beginning to shift on towards site here. That device not down just yet, but still 1 minute and 5 to work with.
Oh, shots onto the quad box look really, really, really close. Trying to jiggle that left-hand swing, and that's the hardest part to deal with. Kiyoshima tries to make it work, but not quite able to in the 2 versus 1.
Magic had a little bit of time off in those first couple rounds as it was all Andreezy and crew finding those kills, but he's found a way to get back to the top of that kill board in just a couple rounds. Magic with 5, Rask with 5, Hard, FMX both 4, everybody applying that pressure and filling this role nicely here for Virtus Pro. The returning champions are looking mighty good here in this playoff of day number 5.
And this is map 2. They're already up a map so far. This is to assert the dominance and take a quick 2-map victory instead of the best of 3 that they could be foretold into. Also a great way to stifle out any rising hope from the EU region after the Panderic squad put in a great performance yesterday evening. 2 shots out of Magic are going to find 2 kills as the spray claims both off the back of the middle connector.
They got a 3v3 chance here. They need, again, we talked about it earlier, they need to find a way to close out some of these rounds here. It's been a bit of a struggle. FMX and crew just trying to jump across, maybe bait out a fire here, see if they can get some intel on exactly where some of these members of Sicario might be set up here. They've got the numbers advantage, but we do see on the minimap there now Sicario beginning to shift toward that A site.
Oh, the nade from Andreezy's just too good again, though. It's something like written in the textbooks, almost from the Bakizi cookbook. Maybe Andreezy's the editor. He gets to check through all the stats before the book gets released because he's got some tricks of his own.
I mean, maybe Bakizi wrote that book off of generations passed down from Andreezy here, because my man is absolutely cooking today in both of these maps. We talk about those are the plays that could be the big difference maker. Andreezy not disappointing. Rask taking the opponent's legs clean off there as Furlex still in the background, running forward, running into that enforcer class, but out of rounds in the mag. Andreezy comes to the rescue of Rask, and then we'll put him down anyway. But another great round here from Virtus Pro, and it's now 5 in a row yet again cracked.
His shotgun is extremely oppressive. It's something we talked about before the tournament. It's something we've talked about across the podcast and many other conversations in the community, is how strong this Piranha round is in the full auto shotgun, especially with how much damage is dealt to limbs right now. It's just too hard to fight in the corners, in the tight angles, if you're not able to swing together with a buddy. Another insane grenade is going to claim the life of Furlex on the opener.
My, oh my, the Polar Bears, time and time again, finding these early nades, and then we don't even have to ask about Rask. My man is putting them in the dirt with the Enforcer class, but Zaki, Luki, finding picks of their own, trying to turn this round around, and they might just do it.
Set up for Andreezy as he's got a great positioning, though. The angle favoring him and Luki in the mid. 2v2 now, though. Zaki's deciding to do a little bit of quick dress game. Weapon swap. Kedda not good enough for the time being. He wants that MCX now that he can play close quarters. Testing the angle. Trying to play it off each other's shoulder. Cario looking to match the Virtus Pro style, but FMX is good for one. Ghost does have the trade there.
Need to Did spot the barrel there initially. Knows exactly where he is here. Now pressing forward, but the game of cat and mouse continues. Andreezy ducks down. 180 flip up top and goes down. Virtus Pro continues the onslaught. Now 6 in a row. It was 8 in a row in the first half. We saw Sicario answer back with 3 of their own, but again, it's in this devastating position that it's just a big hole to climb out of that you don't want to put yourself in. Now, we know Sicario's capable of it, but again, goes only a kill. Kiyoshima 1 and 6 at the moment as well, and things just not aligning here at the moment for Sicario.
They've got to find a round now. Like you said, they managed to put 3 together on their attacking half, showing they've got it. What it takes. We're going to stop for a second as Goes slams 2 in the mid lane. Hard is sat above him right now, but in a really precarious position as he's getting swarmed by 3 different angles. Furlex is having to pre-fire towards to try and get some space to get out. Here comes the wrap. Kiyoshima's got that.
I mean, Sicario's opportunity to get a flawless round here as Kiyoshima will find FMX and Luki on the Andreezy. I mean, Sicario not dropping a single member. This is a nice little start to a comeback, but they've got to find a way to win this last round. They've got to find a way to put the next couple rounds on the board and really look to gain some ground here because, again, even though it's 6, if they find a way to make it 6-2.5, that's just such a tough situation to be in, especially when they still have to swap sides and attack themselves.
I mean, 6-2 at the rate that they played their attacking side in the first map leaves us to 8 and 8. 3 rounds for 1-1 to Virtus Pro. They make 2 mistakes. They get 6 rounds. That puts us at an 8 and 8 overtime. It's a potential, but they need to do better than the first map to be able to get themselves confidently into this best of 3. Right now, Virtus Pro are comfortably sat in the driving seat, and we're not even looking at a 6-2 yet, Hort. Virtus Pro have everything in their favor to make this 7-1 even still.
I mean, even at 7-1, it's still better than what they did in the first half of Skybridge here as Rask will continue to flirt with disaster, but hard with a nade. Rask with a pickup and goes down yet again. It's these nade kills from Virtus Pro time and time again, and Andreezy tossing out the smoke here, looking for the lineups. We see that lurking play from Sicario toward A, but again, Virtus Pro has taken so much control over toward the B site.
And this really is an extra level of precision out of Virtus Pro. These grenades right now as Andreezy picks up the kill onto Furlex and accesses the bomb planting site. They're so inconsistent if that grenade is not landing directly on top of the model now because of how they got adjusted. They no longer are triple, quadra, kills with this grenade as easy as just throwing it in the general area. You have to be precise. Virtus Pro have been every time precise on how they have executed and how they have played with the weapons.
7-1 from an 8-0 to a 7-1. Now, unfortunately, after Kiyoshima had died there, it did look like he did disconnect from the game. So we do need to take some moments to get him back into the game. But, I mean, Virtus Pro, the Polar Bears have come hungry for kills, and Magic and crew just cannot seem to get full.
It's Arena Cup Season 2 champions, all right? There's a reason that the Arena Cup Series Champions title is something to be feared, regardless of where you stack up on the seeding when you come to the day for the tournament. This team has been tested time and time again by the best teams in the world, both in their region and others across Arena Cup Series. Sicario has swarmed through to strength and success recently, but the level of difficulty rises at every stage of the tournament. And once you leave HPL and you come to ACS, you've got to have that extra mile in you to really be able to compete. And it feels like today, Sicario have not brought that same pizzazz, that same confidence, and that same risk-taking that they showed so well in the EU HPL. And Virtus Pro are absolutely exposing them for it so far.
Oh, the returning champs have looked just like that. The champs of the previous season here as they put on a dominating performance for these first 2 games. Now, we're not quite out of game number 2 yet. The scoreline 7-1 there as we get set to get everybody back in and swap sides there. But again, it's a similar situation to game number 1. Even if Sicario does take 3-4 rounds in a row, you have to feel like with as well as Virtus Pro is playing, they're going to be able to get 2 rounds in those next 8 rounds. So fingers crossed again. I'd love to see a game three. I love to see those tight knit competitions, and Sicario is certainly capable of it. Just because they're having an off day and things aren't going their way doesn't mean they're not capable of it. But Virtus Pro looking like monsters out there right now.
I am very fiat, shall we say, as the Scots would put it, very scared for which of the two teams is going to have to face this demon in our third today. Okay, we are going to see Pandemic Apex and XPA go to war over the second best of three on our series for today, and that's going to leave us a victor there who has to face this powerhouse, the Virtus Pro that is that close to very much smoothly stepping over the competition in their first match of the semis. So I don't know, man.
As good as they are, XPA to me has looked better, and we saw them kind of put the hurting on Virtus Pro as well. And so I know Virtus Pro is going to be hungry for that revenge as well. And if they play like they're playing in this series, then absolutely they are capable of beating XPA. But XPA has just looked so good, and certainly my favorites to win it all here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Virtus Pro taking on XP a little bit later in those upper finals. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that rematch again in the grand finals, but I'm still going to favor XPA on this one all the way.
I think at this point in time, given the way that the games have played out, there's no reason to be arguing with the logic that you're putting on the table, Hort. I think my guesstimations after seeing Tarkov Help being binned out yesterday by the Pandemic squad, it was already kind of ruined, but if Sicario find themselves sliding down to the lower bracket here, we're going to need some sort of a revival for the rest of my tier list to be not ripped to shreds before we get even into the day for the grand finals. So fingers crossed the tides may be different after the break and the intermission. I mean, it's not really a common thing to go into an interval and improve the mental. Very rarely does it get better. You simply sit and frustrate about things and mistakes that we've made. But that's what the Pandas did from yesterday's difficulty in their match where they were 4-3 down. That's what Sicario have to look to now. Is it may only be 2 rounds away from defeat, but it's still 2 chances. It's 2 mistakes. They have room for error one time to be able to put something together in the next 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds to potentially look at threatening an overtime. Because I don't think at this point in time an outright victory is the first thing to be aiming for. I think, as we would both say, we have to win or we have to learn. And what we are learning today is one step at a time rather than one game at a time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we've seen crazy things happen. Like, we flash back to yesterday, we talked about Pandemic Apex when, we said if they can win Bay 5 and push it to Fort, they could certainly win it because they dominate on Fort. But they lost Bay 5, and we're like, well, that's one of their maps. Now they're in trouble as we head into their opponent map pick, but they somehow turned it around, found a way to push it in toward Fort, and then had that late reverse sweep success there. So we know these things are possible, especially with a crazy team like Sicario. But again, you talk about, is it too little too late? Now having to kind of sit and dwell in that mental during this cooldown period as well, kind of reflecting on spots that we went wrong or could have corrected. But you can also use those moments to say, hey guys, we have made these mistakes. Now that we've had some time to recognize them during this cooldown period, this breakdown, let's come out. Let's just do it 1 kill at a time. Let's get 1 round at a time and just see how close we can get. And then as you start to get close and maybe push it to overtime, then you can let those other thoughts or worry about those other thoughts. But you're absolutely right. It's 1 step at a time, 1 foot, then the other. Let's not get ahead of ourselves and see what we can do here.
And speaking of 1 step at a time, we're going to throw it to a short interval, ladies and gentlemen, so that the guys in the background can take their time to 1 step at a time, pop us back to where we were in that game, get it set up for you, and then restarted. Okay, so not long at all, ladies and gentlemen, a mere 60 seconds to maybe 120 seconds to nip and go and grab a drink, a refreshment, or pop to the bathroom real quickly. We'll be back with you after a very short break, where we'll be resuming our match of Sicario versus Virtus Pro.
right, and we've made our way back into it here. Day 5 of ACS number 3, brought to you by Hunt Premier in partnership with BSG. 7-1, the scoreline at halftime. How does Sicario work back into this one? Well, Cracked and I were talking about it one step at a time, baby.
Yeah, one step at a time is absolutely right. They're going to have to find themselves crawling back into this. Maybe not necessarily the pace of the round, but slowly and steadily, without dropping many either. They have given themselves a better chance than the previous one with the 8-0 flawless first half from Virtus Pro and Skybridge. But here on Fort, with a much better position, 1 round up and 2 chances essentially. 1 drop of the ball will not cost them the game this time. Will have to be 2 successful rounds on the attacking side. Kiyoshima has the first. The grenades coming out over to the A site. Magic playing the off angle tight towards the building.
Just wonder if they know he's got up into this advantageous position here as you can hear shots ringing out all over the battlefield. The step, the spray, and Magic finds one. Can't get the second, though. Zaki able to return fire, find that pick of their own here, and they'll maintain that player advantage as Andreezy goes down to Kiyoshima as well.
Rask with that shotgun, though. Deadly as he is, he's going to have 2 with the legs. 3 gets double teamed actually inside, though. Enough to have to worry about both angles. Lucky finds the final kill, and Sicario do pick a round back.
Oh, this is what they absolutely needed here. They got to start out this second half on the right foot. So you saw it in that first game as well. They were able to put 3 rounds in a row in that second half. So if they can find a way to start out, that would make it 7-4. And you mentioned they've got a little bit of leeway. They've got 1 minor mistake to make along the way, but are they going to have to try to put as many rounds together here as humanly possible? So we'll see just what Sicario is capable of in this nail biter here.
Nade out from Andreezy. This is one that was familiar from yesterday as well. Sicario weathered that one quite well. Hard uses the pressure from that grenade, though, to take space into lobby and put pressure down, claiming a kill of his own. 1 for 1. Same again as doubles drop over the pitch. Trades, plaid, stripes in the kill feed, flooding. Left in a 3v3, Bomb is really deep, committed towards A. It does make me wonder what Kiyoshima is cooking up, because he is also very far forward pressure. That's more like what I was expecting to see. Colt is covered as Goes takes space in lobby. The Bomb goes down on access to site.
Rask able to find Kiyoshima as well, and that's unfortunate when the device goes down in a funky spot. It's so tough to be able to find a way to get there. Now, that smoke could certainly help a little bit. Goes on the other side, and with that nade coming out, FMX is going to know exactly where he is, but Goes could pressure forward here. Now that smoke beginning to plume. We'll see that quick reload, but I thought maybe Goes was going to make an attempt, but now that that smoke has dissipated on the other side of things, grabbing this device is going to be near impossible. Goes has been spotted. Shots ring out, and a ton of damage goes riddling into Goes.
Yeah, this could be the last lifeline for this round for Sicario, as Goes does not have enough health realistically to be trading with these 2 here. He needs to find 2 miracle shots without any damage dealt backwards, and it's Rask on that Piranha that's going to put the final shell into the legs of the last Sicario member and move his team to an 8-2 match and series point situation. Virtus Pro with a comfortable victory on their first, now looking to double down and assert the same sort of dominance in the second here on Fort for a 2-0 sweep of the best of 3.
Yeah, and again, it's something that we talked about other teams struggling with yesterday, but not being able to put more than 1 round on the board at a time. We saw Sicario get 1 earlier, now only 1 this time as well, and it's just, not something that you can do against any of these pro teams here. And now Kiyoshima already taken some early damage. Zaki, though, able to find that first pick on the hard, and Zach has been that light at the end of the tunnel, but Rask immediately putting him down, and Kiyoshima will find that trade.
Yeah, it's all right having a bright light to be able to guide you to the end of the tunnel, but if Rask is stood in that tunnel guiding and guarding the rest of the corridor, then you're not getting to that light because the Piranha is claiming legs a many and a plenty. Speaking of plentiful, Sicario this time around have themselves a numbers advantage, despite Kiyoshima being heavily damaged for now.
Thought FMX was about to lose his dome there. Lukey, who also has one heck of a shot. Pressing forward, we can see goes. Furlex in the background. Kiyoshima beginning to pressure forward as well. Shots continue to ring out from FMX. Not able to find the body just yet, though. Kiyoshima dangerously low here as well. They've got the advantage, but not for long. Magic from behind with a 2K. And just like that, from a 4v3 to a 2v2 we go.
You see Sicario swarming, trying to take aggression into Mini that puts the pressure on them to all 4 members facing the same direction. Magic comes in for the flank, but at the back end of it, there's more members from Sicario than there is from Virtus Pro. In the close quarter CQB site on B, it does tend to flow the way of the numbers. Sicario claimed they're third in this. They've got a long way to go. 5 more rounds need to be put together back to back without a mistake to push for overtime in map 2.
Well, it's certainly not impossible, especially with the talent out here today, but it is a tall task to ask, especially when you got Rask on the other side with that Saga, and hard finding Kiyoshima early in this one again. Virtus Pro looking to close out for it now.
Magic for the first. Zaki goes down, a crucial member for Sicario, sitting on the bench in a crucial round, as is Lucky now. Lucky 2, 3, 4 members of Sicario falling to the floor. And the one remaining Sicario sword standing between Virtus Pro and the upper bracket is now down. 9-3. Virtus Pro absolutely decimate the number 1 EU seed.
Yeah, 9-3 in both games as well. There's really no questions left on the table here. Virtus Pro, the Polar Bears with a mighty roar, have come to play here today, and a great start for them. Honestly, this is a great day to be playing good, because you'll get there, or they will get their chance later to punch that ticket into the grand finals, as well as they'll take on the winners of our next matchup coming up here in a little bit. And again, I really don't envy any of these teams, because we talk about the talent that's littered across all of them, but unfortunately for today, didn't go Sicario's way. Now, they will have an opportunity down there in that lower bracket tomorrow as well, but we'll have to wait it out just a little bit, Cracked.
Yeah, absolutely. For the CIS region, it's upper bracket success so far. Sicario, the first to fall down into the lower bracket, and we'll get to see who they are going to be facing later on today in our next matchup. Honestly, it's a much quieter Sicario than what we saw in the group stage. We saw them display the same strength that they came out of the HPL EU Season 3 with, but this is Virtus Pro after all. I mean, that white polar bear does not have a furrowed brow and a demonic red eye for no reason. They are hungry for another title.
Well, it's an honor to win a championship. It's even more insane to do it back to back. And that's an opportunity here for Virtus Pro. But again, I'm excited for the next one as well. I know we've got a couple more teams to figure out just how these upper and lower brackets are going to be decided after day number 2. But what a way to start the day. It was full of action, a little bit more on the Virtus Pro side, but they have to be feeling good. I mean, the whole crew was playing really well together, and I can't even begin to count how many nade kills we saw in this first series.
Oh boy. I mean, we talked about Andreezy being extremely good with them yesterday. Today, Hard was on a tear when it came to the grenades. I mean, Hard's normally known for being one of the better gun skill players, as if that's a thing, in the Virtus Pro lineup, if you get where I'm coming from, with all of them being absolute demons. But Hard is really well known for just being one of the most unkillable players in the game overall for his exceptional skill. But you add to that the amount of utility, and I think that was the underlying tone for this matchup between Sicario and Virtus Pro here, Horton. We'll look through the highlights back in the history and on another day. And we're going to talk about how many times the Virtus Pro utility leveraged an advantage to them in the openings of the rounds, in the middle of the rounds, even towards the end. And I mean, we saw Sicario try and strike back with a similar sort of response. We had that really cool over 9,000 IQ grenade from Kiyoshima on Skybridge that nearly reclaimed the 2-man push from heaven, but nearly's not good enough at this point in time the tournament. You can't just get to the finish line but not quite cross it, because it's elimination time. And well, thankfully the lower bracket will save Sicario for now, but they really are at last chance saloon.
I mean, yeah, as we've seen from all those nades from both Andreezy and Hard, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. And so Close doesn't quite get that dub there. And for Virtus Pro, again, I mean, in my mind, they made an absolute statement here today against a very tough team like Sicario. But I know how much XP wants to face off against them again. I love this kind of little bit of a rivalry there, and honestly, I'm sure they're just as hungry to get there and get that opportunity. But they're gonna have to get through Pandaric Apex first, and that's a team, the only team that we've seen so far to give XP really any trouble at the moment. So I got to tell you, man, I'm getting ever so more excited for this next matchup.
Yeah, this next matchup is set to be another absolute slammer of a game, one way or the other, by the way. It could be another one of these games where the CIS region really, really kicks it into the next level. But before we talk about that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to be the bringer of gifts, as we always like to be over here on the Hunt Premier channel. So the first things first, ladies and gentlemen, a disclaimer. If you are joining us from the Battlestate Games channel, thank you first of all for joining us for the Arena Cup series. But to take part in the giveaway, you need to be present in the Hunt Premier channel Twitch chat. So going on live, the raffle now, a giveaway, !ACS, for a chance to win an EFT Arena standard key. You need to jump into the Hunt Premier channel, ladies and gentlemen. It will not work in the Battlestate Games channel, so drop by for 2 seconds, quickly pop that !ACS in the Hunt Premier channel if you would like a chance to get hands on an Escaping Tarkov Arena key. Prizes everywhere, Hort. The hot prize line never fails to keep on giving gifts.
It never fails. And if you're not lucky enough to win a key, there's a 20% discount across, the base game, Tarkov Arena, everything there as well. So it's the gift that keeps on giving. Maybe you're looking for an opportunity to get out there on the battlefield. Maybe you think you got what it takes to find your way onto a team and prove yourself a bit. So you can do that there with that giveaway. Again, !ACS to win that key, or again, 20% off there on the site there wide. So if you're not lucky enough to win, make sure you go out there, drop by, pick up the game. We'd love to see you out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely. And to keep up to date with all the information, there's that little box in the middle of the screen with the QR code there. Don't forget to explore all the channels and make sure you've got your Twitch account locked in and linked to your Tarkov game. Twitch drops have been enabled for the entirety of the Arena Cup series, including some cool and kooky features, which you'll get throughout the rest of this weekend. But for now, let's take a look at some other awesome aesthetics, and that's the highlights from the game. Andreezy opening up with a bomb from the skies.
We saw that nade from Andreezy, a nice two-piece from Hard there as well. Back on board with Hard as he wraps that one up with Kiyoshima. Now we saw Zaki on the snipe here, putting in some work early on. Couldn't quite clutch that round with the Keter, and then back toward FMX, who was dropping bodies. The spear again continues to collect. We saw Rask at the end of that one as well, and I think this is here where Zaki was trying to clutch it up with that Keter. Almost had a nasty clutch, but at the end of the day, it was Rask, and again, those Piranha rounds.
That shotgun is devastating. This was a disgusting shot out of Furlex, gotta say. The Dome claimed, feeling a little bit at home on a slightly higher fire rate weapon than that Balti that we're so used to seeing him folding people with. Kiyoshima again. I mean, we talk about this man making moves, coming over from Counter-Strike and playing out of his mind in Escape from Tarkov Arena 2, but individual performances from the Sicario squad on the day as we look at these highlights were just not enough to weather the preparation that Virtus Pro brought to the table. Hard with grenades and guns alike, doing great damage. Lucky with a nice two-piece, showing us shades of what Sicario have been known for in the EU scene, but it's Andreezy, it's Magic, it's FMX, it is Hardman, it is Rask, and they have been absolutely Virtus and most definitely Pro when it comes to the table today and how they performed.
I mean, just in the highlights there, we saw 2 nades from Andreezy, 1 from Hard that was thrown from coast to coast as well. And it was those early nade kills. I mean, you're setting yourself up with that player advantage. All of a sudden, just right off rip within the first 5 seconds, that 5v5 becomes a 5v4 or a 5v3. And so it's just little clutch moments like that that set Virtus Pro apart. And they really, you talk about giving an inch and taking a mile. They took a ton of miles. Virtus Pro 2-0, a devastating defeat there for Sicario, but they get another opportunity in that lower bracket. So, you're not always defined by that loss, but by how you bounce back. They're going to have another opportunity.
We love ourselves a lower bracket, all right? That lower bracket gives a chance for revenge. It allows for the storytelling factor in these tournaments. That is something that really enthuses me when I come to casting on the day. It's something we love to talk about in between the pre-broadcast and the post-broadcast. As casters, we sit here and we decompress by waffling about the day and what we thought went as we had suggested beforehand, or what didn't go anywhere near what we'd expected to, and some of the awesome games that we got to see. And regardless of a stomp or a very close tie, the entertainment is still extremely high, as is always expected when the Hunt Premier and Battle State games come together in a combination of fusion for EFT competitive scene. I mean, it's Arena, ladies and gentlemen. It is available with a free battle pass all over the place right now for you to pick up. Okay, it even got dropped on the Epic's Game Store. All right, there has been confirmation that it will be coming to Steam in the future, and it's already available for you to take a chance at that battle pass without paying a single penny for it. The battle pass itself completely free. Keys being dropped randomly throughout the broadcast from Hunt Premier to be able to play the game. Absolutely free. And also, drops, baby. We loved the airdrops when they first came in as an event, and they never left the game. And now we get the airdrops into our wonderful inventories from the Twitch screen. So make sure you've got your account linked up and are ready to claim those prizes as we get ourselves ready for our next match in Best of 3.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. We talked about it, but Cracks, we do got to take a few moments to get those players loaded into the lobby. So we do need to toss it to a short break. Great for those snacks, those drinks, stretch those legs, but don't go too far. When we come back, we've got more. Oh, hold on. We've got more right now. Hit him with it, Cracked.
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe I am being told that there might be a little bit of a surprise for you guys going into the break. If you're a fan of sounds or audio, you like sweet gun music, then you're about to get some of that. Brought to you thanks to a popular demand, some gunplay ASMR as we slide on into the break. Don't go anywhere because you definitely don't want to miss this.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day number 5 of the ACS number 3, of course, brought to you by the legends over here at Hunt Premier in partnership with Battle State Games. One exciting series already done and dusted as we get to look to see who is going to advance on and challenge Virtus Pro in those upper finals. My name is Hot Sauce, is still in the booth with me, the legend that we all love, Cracked. How are we feeling about this next matchup?
Oh boy. Well, I mean, if we're going to go with the theme of the day, and normally each of our matches tend to follow a rhythm of a sort, whether it be a roller coaster ride or an escalating catastrophe, I feel like with today's dominance from Virtus Pro in our first, that our second might find the latter of the two being the more foreboding conclusion. That being said, Panderic showed us yesterday that they have what it takes to be able to tussle with the best. Now, today's question is, can they really tussle with the best? Seeded first in this tournament and favourites to take the title away from Virtus Pro for the first time in a year is XP Academy. This team is built different, inclusive of their individual skill and how they have shown forward playing as a team throughout this tournament so far. The one speed bump we've had so far, Hort, is that these two teams have met in the group stage. And it was an even tie. We didn't get a deciding third game that time around. Well, this time, one of these two teams is going to take the victory.
That's what I'm excited for. We get to have that rub off match, so to speak, and see who is going to solidify that dub. But you know, XPA has been looking incredibly dangerous. We take a look at the lineup here today. Moy Yanri has been going absolutely insane on the side of XPA. Zarold, we've got Aim there as well. Cords Disabler, Matara, the whole crew capable of popping off. But honestly, the same could be said about Panderic Apex as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And before we go through that Panderic Apex lineup, potentially a new competitive esports member jumping into the scene at Uncertain Mass. Congratulations on your victory from the Hot Prize Line contest, claiming the Escape from Tarkov Arena standard key. Get yourself an exclamation mark Discord in the chat. Join the Discord, pop yourself a ticket in, and the Discord moderators will reach out to you to deliver your prize. Congratulations. For those of you that didn't manage to succeed this time around, and commiserations, but don't worry, better luck next time. There'll be more amazing prizes being given out throughout the rest of today and tomorrow's broadcast. So if you want to be in it to win it, you better be present. That being said, the Panderic squad is going to hope that they have not just a gift, but maybe even a couple of surprises up their sleeves today if they're going to be able to take XP Academy to a 3-map decider, as I do not see this being a 2-0 sweep for Panderic Apex, regardless of how good they turn up on the day. This XPA lineup has shown out in full force, but Bakizi, Kakao, Codex That Ace, and Rapid have shown us highlights of what potential this team has, all at the same time delivered yesterday to be able to knock Tarkov Help out of the competition.
Yeah, honestly, as we start out on bowl, you know, for this first one, I look to see kind of something similar that we saw in that first matchup. Who has that decisive utility difference? Who's finding those early nade kills? Who's smoking off those lanes and pressuring onto that site just a little bit better? Those have been big difference makers in that first matchup, and possibility here for that second one as well. But again, you know, we get to see Fort no matter what. So that's Panderic's kind of bread and butter so far, you know, this series or this Arena Cup series number 3. And just taking a quick look at those map picks, ironically, we see Panderic banning away Bay 5. They used to be the Bay 5 juggernauts, but they have struggled a little bit more recently, excuse me.
Absolutely, and XP Academy also showed that they are as well an aggressive team when it comes to how they approach playstyles for each of these maps. So not surprised to see that XP Academy is going to go with Bol, Fort being the map that Panderic choose to match that with, and then Skybridge ending up being the decider. This being said, I mean, Bay 5, it's not necessarily been a struggle for Panderic, but it's not shown the same sort of confidence for them as they have on other maps. I mean, that was the map yesterday that really did see them drop the ball a little bit out of the gate, but then come back to 2 very confident performances in turning it around. The one thing I am, I guess, favored for, if you're looking at it from a Panderic perspective, is Bol and Skybridge play very well into that Balti perspective, and that ace, well, he's shown that now that Sicario are down in the lower bracket, that he is the lone remaining Balti player to stay in this upper bracket section for the time being. How long for rests in the hands of Panderic and XPA in this match.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if Panderic Apex could do something crazy and find a way to win Bowl, there is an opportunity. There is a world where they find a way to 2-0 XP Academy. But I think, I do get a little bit worried if we head in toward that Skybridge for Panderic. So honestly, there's a couple stipulations on the table that do make this series very, very interesting. But in day one, I went with XP Academy. I'm going to stick with them here as well. And I'd love to see this one go all the way to 3. But XP Academy has been looking really, really good. So if they can find a way to consistently pay well today, like they have been doing in the past, it could be a short day for Panderic Apex.
Yeah, I mean, XPA is just a lineup full of talent. Chords Disabler, and many a times I remember back fondly memories of any team this man has played in for the name because it goes very well with good lines of commentary. I mean, the man pulls the plug on so much gameplay that we've seen across the years from competitive Tarkov that, I mean, his name is also synonymous with the scene at this moment in time. Backed with Zarold, again, a mainstay. Top Aim Siberi and Madara have both been players that have come through from previous tournaments, inclusive of ACS2, where they played alongside Chimera and other teams, the likes of Inroads Esports, which, were new features in that one there, now changing teams and coming together with almost a super team. We're going to see how they perform today versus Panderic. Bowl, our first map. Top Aim Sibiri, Adaraflow, Evgen, Zarold and Moyanri against Bakizi, Rapid, Kakel, Dates, and Codex.
Zarold's going to find the first one. He gets a second one immediately before being traded out. Madara finding one as Bakizi in that cookbook will find Evgen, and it appears that Evgen may be stepping up here for Chords Disabler, and this one is Sibiri able to find Kakao, and it's a good early start here for XPA.
Yeah, absolutely hit the nail on the head. That entrance there, Zarold almost the herald of disaster as he steps onto the site and claims a great two-piece to open it up. Bakizi, the captain, the last left alive, and the one thing we know full well that shotgun is done exceptionally well is consistently kill people, regardless of who they are or what legends they've got littered on the trophy shelf.
You're saying I should use the shotgun a little more.
I feel like the shotgun at this moment in time is very strong, Hort. I think that is a valid decision. I don't think anybody could argue with you at this point in time.
I'm gonna have to get out there and give it a go. I'm finally getting done with all my labyrinth stuff, so ready to tackle that battle pass myself. A ton of amazing rewards out there to put a little flash to your PMC. As we get ready for round number 2, we see some of that utility being released, but this time XPA opting to switch it up a bit, heading toward that B side. You take a look at the minimap, and Panderic really only has one player on site, but it's Kakao and Codex who combine for 2.
Moyanri does shut Kakao down after that one as a 1-for-1, but Codex has got his refrag and an extra, so numbers do fall in the favor of the Pandas, and that is an exceptional way to get out of the initial point of contact, as one member, like you said, was trapped under apps between the net of 4 XPA members. Somehow, they managed to pick one off in an even trade, and then the reinforcements pick a second. Slightly loose positioning from XPA, leaves them down a member, but they do have their side of B-site control. The lone blue triangle just out the front of the site, Satin Useless from Panderic, is going to be the first point of pressure should they choose to contest the plant, which they don't. Interesting. Re-swings after the bomb goes down.
Now Siberi's going to find that one onto Bakizi, and right back to a 3v3 we go. That ace, said it yesterday, one of my favorites to watch on this snipe. Unfortunately, Siberi's tucked into the corner. Does he spawn? Oh, beautiful flick of the wrist. Finds one as Evgen will get Codex here as well. Moyanri prone, but that's no problem here for that ace.
He's just going to stick it as well because he's tucked behind cover. They've planted the bomb too close to the box, and he's got enough time to do this with 3 on the clock. 0, and Panderic do get the round. That ace holds it. Pros don't fake, and that's about as close as you're going to see it.
Close as you are going to see it, indeed. And luckily, we've got it on the replay. This first flick is nasty. Now, I was worried about this prone position player here, Moyanri, on the backside, but a quick flick there, and that ace finding that one. That defuse coming in with thousandths of a second left on the board. Panderic Apex right back in it. We're tied up 1-1.
This is one of the factors of the Pandas that's going to come to the table, and the XPA are going to have to find a solution to it, and that is that ace. He has been exceptional in this tournament so far, and one of the striking reasons why the Pandas have been inspired to success.
Well, into round 3 we go. Panderic has an opportunity to take the lead here. We see Sabiri lining up these nades as well on toward the site. That one just a bit short there to find Codex, though, and he'll still be standing tall on toward the A site.
Notice Codex's reaction. He flicks away as the lethal comes over, just in case it's followed by a flash and an aggressive push. Good sense of awareness. Rapid has a smoke thrown his way towards the generator lane. Deep in tower, he's going to have to retreat and tuck for a little bit, as for 20 seconds he's been given a timeout. Deep positioning from that ace here, inclusive of 2 team members as well. The swing from the curtain actually finds the back exposed to Codex. He's going to win one, but not the second on site. 2 for 1 XPA tech entrance. Gen does go down. 3 blue kills fill the feed, and one of those models is dancing like a disco just as quickly as the action that just went off. Zarold the last alive, and doesn't win that into that ace.
Zarold on site, dealing with the breakdancer there as well, as the body was continuously flailing around. And Zarold has an idea here, really where both players are. He's trying to bait that peek up top from Kakao by peppering in a few shots, but now running forward in toward Bakizi, waiting patiently around the corner. And just like that, Panderic has found a way to get an early lead themselves.
This is going to be a really close game, and I think this is what we expected to see out of both of these 2 teams straight off the rip. Neither team is willing to back down and give space. Both teams confident that they can win those gunfights, given the setup. And what you get is not this stalemate, but almost a clashing of the 2 walls. It's like those epic scenes you see from movies where wars take place over open scenery and savanna deserts, and just the front lines of the battles clash off against each other with nobody willing to give a space with the ground to separate them. Well, starts off from pressure like this. The line of scrimmage from Panderic right now is extremely deep. Even one member hesitating to step away from the site lane just to keep themselves from being an early pick.
See Rapid posted up back here. Kakao has been able to anchor down this B side almost by themselves, because they won't have one near spawn kind of peeking that lane, but it's Moyanri to find the first one. Zarold will get Kakao over toward that B side as well. That ace able to return fire, find Moyanri, but it's XPA with the player advantage to work with.
On board now as that ace is trying to find the B-plat member holding him. Zarold not allowing him the freedom and space to be able to get the second shot off this time. Madara as well has thoughts about repelling Codex from his aggression as well. Rapid last left alive in a 1 versus 3 is going to be in a really tough spot. Zarold's already won 1 from this position. He's up on the high peak as well again. Shots from Rapid are good. Interesting patience from Sabiri here, holding the bomb plant.
I think he's just maybe allowing his teammate here to get into a little bit better of a position to deal with Rapid over here. He's beginning to linger forward. Quite a bit of distance there for the shotty, but Madara rocking these flechette rounds instead of the Piranha that we have seen players using.
Rapid hit him in the head as well. That was a concussion, so fortunately he tanks 1, and then Rapid is going to run straight into top aim Sabiri. If he actually gets the penetration through the Vulcan there on that shot, that might have looked a little different. So short of a headshot being bounced, that's a good round out of Panderic, but it's a much better round out of XPA. They choose to swap the site aggression, play over towards that B site. Brings them the result they're looking for. Now, XPA have adjusted. Are they able to complete that adjustment with some confidence by putting a couple of rounds together? Because this is another thing we talked about yesterday, right, Hawk? Teams not being able to string consistent rounds together to keep that momentum in their favor.
Well, we're all tied up yet again. You said it was going to be close. We knew it was going to be a good one. Already not disappointing here as we see Sabiri with that nade lineup there as well. Maybe just being patient, waiting for that call out or a little bit of intel before they let it rip. But Moyanri finding Rapid off rip here will open things up just a bit. And with that, might see some utility rain down as they begin to make some pressure.
Bakizi takes a moment to step back so he can check a couple of different pages in the cookbook. He says, I'm selecting page 17, article 3BA. Nade onto site from XPA does not do anything other than damage Codex, but the blind glasses are definitely going to stop him being able to fight fairly. Madara Flow takes that site aggression. Bakizi's cookbook comes through true and kills the crown in Evgen. Moyanri, though, has response onto that ace from Gen. This is such a slow and steady but well split round, Hor. Everything seems to just be happening in isolated circumstances.
Well, it's XPA with a player advantage. Unfortunately for Bikizi, having to step through that smoke run straight into a firing squad. But Kakao on the flank here, able to find Zarl. Pressing forward now in a 3v1. Kakao, another very devastating player. A ton of skill. Great game knowledge here as well. He has the situational awareness, but in a 3v1 where they've got this buddy system, they've got that crossfire, it's so tough to deal with. And Sabiri will be able to find a way to wrap up that round. It's XPA who has been a bit of back and forth, but will find themselves back up in the lead for the time being.
Yeah, good position from XPA after post plant. 2 members on Gen so that the push from Curtin is forced into a left-hand swing where the numbers are strongest. Site member plays behind cover and plays off a contact. XPA give no space for Panderic to turn the back end of that round around. Great performance out of pretty much every member on both sides of the pitch at this moment in time. Relatively even spread in the kill feed. And this is definitely looking like a strategy versus strategy, even skilled matchup between these two teams. It's going to come down to execution. Well, that means we're in for one long game, sir. We might even be here to overtime.
You'll never find me complaining about some extra Tarkov arena action. I'm here for it. 3-2. A much slower round here again. A bit of a slower pace as we see that utility in way right now, waiting for some of those smokes to begin to dissipate before they make that pressure here as well. And love seeing these little lineups coming in. This one's going to go right in towards site. Codex not there this time. With that, we'll avoid that nade.
Toggling the fire rate, Manora, trying to play a little bit around with the audio. Maybe even covering the pulling of the grenade pin there, trying to be a little bit subtle about where this one's going to be thrown. Obviously, the release of this is going to make some noise onto site. It's deep this time, though. You see Panderic waited out that grenade. That ace then retakes the space into site as Rapid is going to get a pick onto Moyanri. They're both teams playing the chess match now, as well as the gunplay.
Oh, that ace finding that one on the Matara. Finds a second on the MGen as well. Darnold able to return fire and find Kakao here in the mix of things, but it is that player advantage now favoring Panderic. They begin to shift the other way. That ace, a nice snipe on the Zarold, but not before he could take out Rapid. It's going to all come down to Sabiri here, who's that ace. The flicks are unreal time and time again. He's a master of disaster.
I think I remember hearing Bepic saying that he was the hand of death, delivering it to people in the group stages. Well, I think he might be right, because this hand, oh my word, when he clicks mouse button 1, people do not survive it. With 3-3, tied up in a very tight, close game here, where each individual member is being given a chance to swing it in their favor, and it is coming down to execution. It's coming down to who's being able to play in the most comfort, I would say. That ace looking like he is absolutely at home here on Bowl. Daryl also playing out of his skin too. Nade towards Codex is going to take off more than 2/3 of his health. Oof.
I don't even know how he survived that. Came out looking like Lieutenant Dan, but Bikizi's going to find one with an 8 as well. Zarl back onto Bikizi. The trade is there. It will be a 4v4. And XPA, the slight health advantage when it comes to Codex, who's back there trying to top off. You can see he's missing his head, actually, completely blacked out. The light bleed there as well. And nades continue to rain down. The explosions, the hailstorm of bullets littered across the arena as we've got just 35 seconds left in round number 7.
Yeah, time's ticking off the clock, and this is the pressure that XPA have managed to apply by getting the bomb down on site. This is the objective gameplay coming through here, and this is even more of the chess match. Doesn't matter that the numbers are 4 versus 4. It's now a 1v4 as post-plant positions from XPA cause calamity and disaster from the Panderic's lineup. 4-3, XPA take the lead with 1 round left on the opening half.
Yeah, I mean, for XPA, it's an opportunity to solidify a winning half, but at a minimum, they've guaranteed that tied half. So really that pressure on the shoulders of Panderic here at the moment. 9 kills here for Ace. Same for Zarld on the other side as well. And everybody, you mentioned it earlier, but all 10 players here seem to be popping off and playing well.
Feel like there's a potential for this to go into the half, both 5-3 and 4-4. So I'm looking at the opening pick. This time the Bomb and XPA 3 strong have gone across the nose. Timing on that push towards Ambo. That ace does not find the first. The activity towards the A site with some utility throw. Trying to just distract the fact that the Bomb is cheating its way towards this B site.
Derek has one watching that lane there as well. And I'm not sure exactly which player that is, but they've really opened up that B site on the other side of things. But it's Zarl to find Kakao here again. This early pick from XPA. And with that, they might just go ahead and try to get that plant down.
Moyanri's got one. The Bomb is being planted. Bakizi, the captain, is currently given the quick fast pass to the bench. They're still really defensively set up here at Pandaric. Potentially looking for retake in this strategy here, but Zarold's on a power position. EveGen's got the cover all the way from the long angle. Now top aim Siberia has come in support. That ace has found one with the Balti. 4 versus 2 and 30 on the clock again. It feels very similar to the last round, Hawk. Time is running out.
Yeah, unfortunately, to make this pressure here as well, you see Zarl just lurking on the other side, being patient with that trigger discipline. Now, that ace has worked their way around toward the other side there for the pincer play, but they have the numbers in XPA. Sibiri finding Rapid. It's that ace with a quick shot, but the reload animation's too much. Moyanri able to capitalize, and XPA will be able to pad that cushion just a little bit.
On ball is a great start. Pandaric are going to have to come to the table with a similar strength in offense if they are going to be able to have a thought or a hope for taking it home in map 1. This is a best of 3, so this is not going to be the end for either team. At this moment in time, XPA are stepping their best foot forward to prove to us the reason why they are seeded number 1 in this tournament here. They're looking to put down the curse. This really would be an upset if Pandaric were to take out XPA here. Not because Pandaric are lacking in skill, but because of how overly skilled the XPA lineup is touted to be, given the current state of the game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think XPA has to win this matchup here on Bull. If they don't, they would find themselves in a lot of trouble because we haven't really seen Pandaric lose on Fort yet, even to this talented XPA team. So for me, it's a must-win situation. If XPA can get to that third game, they can win it. But I just don't know if they're able to take Fort away from the juggernauts of the Pandas here. But Kakao finding one. Sabiri with an aid. Matara, Rapid. It's Plant Stripes in the kill feed. And we're back to a 2v2 as Sabiri, unfortunately, takes out a teammate.
And that one could be crucial because that ace is going to dome him from his home on top med. Zarold, the last left alive. And he's going to have to be the herald of hope in this moment as he's 1 versus 2. And the Bomb in a tragic position with a TRG still alive on the table. And Rapid sat there in the angle, ready to take his head off if he tried to probe and poke his way through for info. Pandaric do close the gap to 1. It's a good start on the attacking side.
Yeah, and neither team's been able to put more than 2 rounds in a row on the board. It's certainly been a lot of back and forth here in this first game, but XPA still the slight lead at the moment here. So Pandaric looking to tie it up here on the attacking side of things as we get ready for round number 10.
Into 10 we go. And for some of these players working on that flesh meta, they're looking for 10 Timmy's toes. MCX brings out at the beginning of the round. Pressure towards Yellow Van, sees 1 for 1 as Bakizi and Codex both die and claim a kill respectively. Moyanri's got Rapid. And the smoke towards Split's actually giving a lot of pressure for Pandaric to be able to take this A site. They do have 1 member through boxes already, and the deep spawn player coming to green to support the ramp is well set up for this. Pandaric are down a member, and well, the players telegraphed that they might actually struggle to find conversion here.
Moyanri taking out that ace as well. Kakao, Codex, C-squared going to have to make it happen here as they begin to pressure around toward the van side. We can see with that X-ray vision there, Zarod. Zarod's done a great job of remaining patient. Moyanri does find Kakao in the mix of things, but That discipline there from Zaro, eventually pushing forward, now found out here by Codex. Shots downfield, but it's Moyanri yet again, and with that, XPA will be able to keep that 2-point cushion for just a little while longer.
Yeah, short of the kill from Evgen. That's an ace from Moyanri. That is Moyanri's round all over. Gets one, gets two, rotates for the third, finds the fourth to close the round out. Phenomenal performance from one of the XPA stars there. Moyanri short of the 4-piece, down at 8 and 6, moves to 12 and 6, and tops the frag board. Only a kill ahead of his counterpart on the Panderic side at 11 and 7. It's that one kill that might make the difference, and they are 2 rounds in the lead at the moment.
Got the cushion to work with. Moyanri, Zerold, both in double digits. That ace on the other side as well. See a 2-3 split here for XPA as Bakizi finds the first one on Damatara. We talked about these early picks here, giving them a little bit of that advantage. Rapid's going to find another, and this round looking good for Panderic so far.
Not a single member of the Pandas has paid the price. Round number 11. Rapid's going to find that top aim Siberi and Evgen. Well, the 0 at the end of the name might just be the amount of members left alive when Panderic have finished planting this bomb as almost uno reverso. So how the turns have tabled. It's blue members flooding split and one XPA member that's feeling like he's trapped in the net. The difference this time, though, Evgen has presence of mind to try and challenge the green con angle instead. 35 left on the clock, definitely not going to be enough. Oh, man, look at the smoke. Welcome to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, and in a 5v1 situation as well, it's almost impossible to pressure through that smoke there. You're going to be stepping into the firing squad of Panderic. So Panderic should be able to solidify this round. That'll bring it back to a 6-5 ratio here. So Panderic, again, just one away from tying it up after this round. And again, we talked about the importance of this game here for both teams. For Panderic, if they win this first one, they have an opportunity to close it out in dominating fashion. So XPA needing to lock down their map pick here.
You see, excuse me, sorry. Mother Nature decided to grab the back of my tonsils twice there as we try to start that sentence, but no. You see that Zarold moves to the spawn there. The end of the round in a 1 versus 4, lost. So something that I actually think is very smart from teams at this level of competition is, even though the round could be 1v4 clutch, just take a moment to talk as the team, and you see a couple of body language hints from Zarold prone on the floor there, nodding to certain areas or waving the barrel of the gun in a specific direction. It's talking it out, right? Having the team just work out what the kinks are, what the mistakes are, where we're losing players, and how to adjust to this. Again, though, Bakizi finds that first blood onto Madara on the site.
Ooh, that ace almost threading the needle on that shot as well. See him backing off just a bit. We can hear some shots. Little pre-fire action, but nothing hitting the home just yet. That ace with that flash over top there. We can see the smoke in direction. Codex is going to spot one. They try to pressure forward here, but it's Zarold to find Kakao, and with that, we see him backing off just a bit down toward that site. Still working this way. Codex up top now. To the drop in from the top rope himself, but he doesn't see Zarold lurking below. And a beautiful shot here from Zarold. XPA to take that lead or keep that lead really here. As we see, they've got a 4v3 at the moment.
Yeah, hunting, though, is that ace, and he's going to see the member on site, and that member on site is no longer destined for this world. Neither is the one in the back of tower lane if that ace has his way, and he does. 2 down. Top aim Siberi in a great position with counterplant utility, but the Pandas are more than aware to this. You almost expect that this bomb is going to get onto site and maybe even jump off of site to try and bait the grenade out. Elsewise, there's the tap, there's the plant, kites off deep to site. Nade comes in. Panderic do read the play. Rapid loses half his life for it, though. Oof, it still makes a mark.
Bakizi's going to find that one, and it just goes to show the situation. Oh, that's what's so big. The 2K, and all of a sudden it's feasible. Pros don't fake. Is he going to try to stick it on the board at XPA? They give him a taste of their own medicine. The Ninja Defuse comes in, and what a round for XPA. Siberi, a huge clutch.
We've got 360-degree tables in the arena today, Hawk, because they are returning from the split Uno Reverso to now this. the unbelievable clutch up inside of the pressure as XPA steal a bomb from underneath Panderic's noses with the defuse.
And again, I mean, just milliseconds from finding the kill onto the diffuser. This game has had everything. The edge of my seat about to collapse to the floor as that nade just a bit to the right there, but close to claiming a three-piece.
Well, the Pandas can't let any more of these rounds drop now, and an aggressive push through does claim one under team kill, so the captain on the floor as well as Zarold. Early opener sees Codex claiming another one life. 2 for 1 so far. Sabiri, however, though, says, no, I'm repelling you from top apps.
Sabiri in these last 2 or 3 rounds has just been a menace, and Madara lurking with this flechette here on the Enforcer class. That shotgun has been devastating no matter whose hands it's in. Moyanri, though, timing is everything, and I think he began to spot Rapid there just on the other side, looking to get that device down. They have to be careful, though. That ace up top here with that snipe, but not quite into position yet. Now lingering forward here, just moments away from the action about to ensue.
Rapid plays it extremely smart, stays nice and tucked. On the timing, comes up for a challenge of his own. Moyanri, also wise to it, decides to step out, doesn't want to give his life too easily either. Numbers very heavily in the balance right now as Madara takes out a teammate. Moyanri claims Rapid off a sight. Odex gets deleted to the same rhythm of the drum that ace bangs one through with, but they're going to go for it again, and that ace is going to fake him off. Moyanri this time, wise, 2 things are not going to work the same back-to-back, does not commit for the pros don't fake. Oh, what is that? You've got to be kidding me. That is out of this world. Back to the jump shot, not just up to apps, but through the scenery. XPA moved to match point after some insane gameplay out of Moyanri.
Somebody clip it and ship it, baby. That might just have been the play of the game, the clutch of the game. That ace, he's been so devastating throughout this one, but Moyanri, the jump shot, the fade away, and the defuse. XPA at match point as they look to close it out and get ready for 4. Pandaric backs against the wall. They need 3 to send it off to overtime.
I mean, you can't do anything but sit there with your hands in the air just asking what more does it take as a Panda right now. You've just got to think that that's just one of those levels of gameplay that gets brought to the table on game day that is out of this world. Kakao deciding that it is not over yet and far from done for the Pandas is going to start out with that first blood, and Madara having a bit of a rough one here on ball. Some great shots from Rapid, which we know him familiarly for on Gen's going to claim more space. 2 down as XPA find themselves under the pressure with 3 match points.
Got the player advantage here. We talked about it earlier. It's a one step at a time type situation to work back in toward overtime. Baiting out that plant once more. No nade coming in this time.
You said the action was going to deliver.
Yeah.
Certainly as Rapid has got some more action on Zarold this time. Aggressive push from the Pandaric squad comes with numbers. Bakizi, the captain, second in as Evgen loses his head for this one as well. Bomb planted, and that's going to be all said and done for Pandaric, not even giving it time for defuse or plant. They're just going to wipe the floor with the XPA lineup. Round 14 goes over quickly. We're into 15, and the gap closes to 2.
Whew. I'm sweating a little bit myself over here. Pandaric doing what they need to do to work back into this one. Just 2 more to tie it up now, but XPA, they just have to find 1 more round to solidify the dub here on Bull. And Derek on this attacking side, beginning to pressure toward both of these sites. Bakizi maybe looking to create a diversion over here toward the A side. It's a 3-2 split, but a double made from Sabiri. A devastating opening couple kills. XPA has a real opportunity to close it out here.
The opener to maybe one of the most crucial rounds for the Pandaric squad, and the captain of the cookbooks on the other side of the pitch to where the grenade comes off, and it's not in his team's favor. 2 down. Top aim Sabiri. We're still going to start calling him top arm Sabiri with the way he's been lobbing these nades today.
I like the fact that we see Pandaric slowing it down quite a bit here. They've got to find a way to get a pick or 2 before they even really think about planning at this point. But you take a look at the minimap, XPA pretty much has these lanes covered. They've got one tucked close on sight here. Bakizi the peak, the spray though, and he can't come away with a kill.
Neither can the guy on site though, and as they both trade health bars, Madaraflow is again the one that comes off with the lesser of the two. Kesey still relatively healthy and relatively close proximity to the rest of the squad as well. The Pandas could look to strike 3 strong at one point in the map here and try and put some pressure down to gain site access. They're going to have to do it quickly as 30 seconds are left on the clock for the bomb to be planted.
It's going to make it a bit tougher. Madara finding one with the shotty. Zarold finds another. Rapid, though, able to find one in that exchange as well. Looking for the pressure through the smoke. Able to get Sabiri here as well. Rapid all alone. Not a ton of health. Tucked on sight. The crossfire play here as well as he's trying to peek toward Jin. Has an idea one's over there, but the smoke is dissipated. Zarold will find him. And XPA find a way to close out map number 1 here. 9-6 in a close nail biter.
This is a great start to the series, though, for both teams. Panderic showing that it is not going to be an absolute steamroll, and XPA showing that they do have what it takes to be able to repel some resistance finally throughout the tournament. 1-1, the first map went when they originally met in the group stages. Now, we've had the first put in the bag by XPA. Pandas have to strike back in map 2 for them to continue on their hopes in this best-of-3 series, for us to go back to that all-important deciding match. They're definitely not down and out just yet. That ace having a phenomenal game. Rapid and Bakizi also pulling their weight, but you've got to look at the strength and power from the lineup from XPA. Although Madaraflow found himself caught a little bit on the site with that shotgun class, Moyanre, Zarold, and Top Aim Sabiri at multiple points throughout this game popped off.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at, they both had an event, a ninja defuse there as well, but late in the game there for XPA, we saw that crazy clutch from Siberia as well, the double nade toward the end. We had the jump shot clutch from Moyanri onto that ace who was having a field day out there for the time being, but it was those 3 big clutching rounds, I think, that certainly made a difference there, as it was 9-6 in that final score line, but Panderic gets to feel a little bit of a comfortability heading forward. They get to go to that home turf, so to speak, that map of Fort where they have been dominant time and time again. So we saw them take this game away from XPA before. Hopefully they can find a way to do it again so we can go to that map 3, that decider, and finally figure out who's able to get the best of the other.
Well, if you're a fan of music, then you'll know full well it's the weekend. And when we come to the highlights, we're going to be blinded by the lights because of the amount of exceptional plays that were flowing through map 1 here, all the way down to it, including of that insane jump shot in the 1v1 clutch where, let's be real, Mr. Hawk, given the tournament so far, normally in a 1v1, regardless of who's on the other side of the field, you would put your coins on the table for that ace 9 out of 10 times. This was the 1 out of 10, and Moyanri had to pull out an insane shot to be able to pull those odds in his favor. So it just goes to show that the strength in this tournament is the top tier that you are going to find in competitive arena right now. We're just merely looking forward to more of it in the future.
Yeah, I mean, that ace had the high ground. You could really play that cat and mouse bait off of that defusal. I mean, plus the sniping, the skill, you put it all together, and that situation certainly favored that ace there. But it's crazy moments like that that just really can turn the tides and set those players apart. Moyanri has a ton of skill, but honestly, when it comes to some of those jump shots, especially that one, you have to say there's maybe a little bit of luck sprinkled in there for that shot. But I certainly don't want to take anything away from the ton of talent that all of these individuals out here, have. But what a great start to the first map here. It was back and forth throughout the entirety of it. XP able to close it out at the end, but now we get ahead to Fort again, where Panderic hasn't really been toppled or tested too much. So they've been mixing up the strategies. They have great controls in spawn, both on defense and offense. So I'm really looking forward to Fort here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've been provided with some amazing content across multiple different avenues today so far, from the gameplay to the giveaways to the awesome intro videos that are produced, inclusive of the battle pass that's been given to us, and even that cool little feature we got going into the first break of those gun sounds and the ASMR sounds. So folks in the chat, if you enjoyed that AK gun ASMR, then make sure you stick around, because between game 2 and game 3 today, there'll be another break Before that break or the beginning of that break, you're going to get some more of those amazing gun sounds to tune in and listen to. I mean, let's be honest, Hawk. What more do you want? A little bit of an easing of the ears with those very satisfying gun sounds after we've had the blasting of that shotgun that is tearing the arena apart today.
I'd say my favorite thing is hearing that destruction and all of those explosions. But my second favorite thing, probably the soothing, subtle sounds of taking apart and reassembling those weapons there. So it is a nice little mix in between, and honestly, a nice little addition. We continue to see this grow in all aspects, from adding casters to rosters to replays to one versus one cams and everything. Just I get filled with happiness as I see us taking steps and strides in the direction of the community, growing together. So love to be here. I say it time and time again, just happy to be a part of the process. And man, I talked about sweating earlier. I can really feel it heating up now here as we get ready for Fort.
I do think that going into Fort, we're going to see a little bit more of a lean in towards the shotguns. I'm feeling like we're going to get something similar to maybe even a double enforcer setup, which we've been familiar with recently given the PKP. But before we get into that, we've got to get into this. It is the weekend, and we are blinded by the lights.
The freaking weekend, baby. That ace finding the headshot. This is the one where they were prone. Moyanri was prone, and I thought the Moyanri was going to be able to get that. A beautiful clutch from that ace. Now, we do get to see Moyanri get that revenge a little bit later, but we'll wait for that highlight.
Yeah, shots coming out from multiple people in different tucked angles as the pressure was applied by very aggressive attacking sides from both of these two teams here. You see Zarold holding this off angle, just tucked off of the edge of B flat. Try and get a better positioning. Moyanri, couple of little duels with Moyanri and that ace there. You see that ace for top aim. Sabiri goes the other way, but when Moyanri and that ace have fought so far, it has been favored for the side of XPA, and that's going to be one of the adjustments that Sicario are going to need to look at going into the next match to bring this back. This is beautiful here. The pixel peak and the tight angles that are being found by these players. It's just next level at this point in time in the competition.
Yeah, talking about next level. There's that ace again on that snipe. Sabiri, this was that crazy 2K. They ended up clutching with that ninja defuse eventually. We see Moyanri over here finding all of these picks. This is that 1v1. That jump shot was so freaking dirty. Whew.
That's the kind of action that makes you want to turn the game on and get back into it. It makes you want to go and play a game of your own. I mean, it's just one of those feelings, isn't it? You see somebody and just you almost feel the power in the jump. You're like, there's no way he hits this. Surely, and the kill feed pops in the top right, and you just immediately have to recollect your jaw from the other continent, the opposite side of the globe, because it was that outstanding.
You just stare at the camera and feel like Jason Bourne at that moment. You know what I mean? It absolutely crazy plays. But honestly, we saw crazy plays from all 10 players, but XPA able to do it slightly better on their map pick. Pandaric will get that opportunity here in a moment as well. So I look forward to this one going all the way to 3. We saw Pandaric topple them in the group stage on Fort as well. And, so I feel like Pandaric is certainly the stronger team on Fort. At least that's what they've showed in the past here. And, so I feel like their strategies separate them a little bit from some of these other teams on Fort. On the attacking side, we see them pushing all the way up through Cannon, getting into that spawn side. But on defense, yesterday, we saw 2 or 3 of them just comfortably sitting in spawn, covering that B site from that opposition there. And honestly, I love the strategies that they've brought to Fort.
I think something we've seen out of the Pandaric lineup on the defense on Bol, which did lead them to a couple of rounds of success and a couple of rounds of being over-pressured on one side, is that defensive stance point on the line of scrimmage. We talk how some of these teams spread across the map, whether they 2-1-2 split, whether they overstack a site because the team is telegraphed heavily towards that area, or whether they play this more. We're not worried about rolling the dice on guessing where the team is going to go. We're going to play really deep, play for that information, use the Balti to maybe find a pick, and then we're going to adjust and apply pressure to a site based off of what info we receive. So it's something that shows a lot of dividends if you're able to play a really good retake. The thing that's very hard at this level of competition is playing retake, because teams are so darn good at post-plant positions. Getting the bomb on site is not a difficulty for this level of teams like you may see in the regionals, in the HPL for EU or in the CIS Epic Win line, so on and so forth. This level of the competition, that's not allowed to be a mistake you can have. You have to be able to get access and get that bomb down consistently and then win the post plant fight.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like XPA has made at least a few adjustments in the right direction since their previous meeting. We look back at that group stage A, and it was 11-9 on Bowl. Panderic able to force it into overtime, where it was a similar situation on Ford. It did go to overtime. It was 11-9 in favor of Panderic, but XPA performing a little bit better here today on Bowl. Can they do the same on Fort and look to upset the Pandas on their map pick? I think that is the big question here.
I think this is something we normally see after teams have met previously and taken a map off of each other. Of course, they were going to go to the map that they took in that instance to sort of revisit it and go, okay, we did a good performance on this, we can do this again, and then let's take the map pick that they chose and bank that they're probably going to play that, and let's cook into that and improve upon, because both matches were 9-11, both matches were overtime, and the way overtime works in Comp Arena, it is very much it can go either or the other way, snowball style. If you put 2 rounds in a row together in the first half, you apply that same level of pressure as you do finding yourself on match point with a cushion in standard time. Same can be said of going into the half for either team at a 7-7 scoreline, or here at a 9-9 scoreline, because you're even pegging fields. And if that's your defending side and you took a round apiece, you don't have to put both attacking rounds home. Although teams are confident attacking here at ACS, defending side definitely does still feel favored.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that wholeheartedly. Even though we do see some teams perform a little bit better, mainly Virtus Pro on Skybridge, it seems they just run it down A, run it down A, run it down A, and they almost have a similar mindset on defense where they've got 4 on A, which I think what is maybe why they struggle a little bit on the B side over there. But back to the matters of hand of XPA and Panderic. Yeah, I mean, I think you're absolutely right. And for Ford, Panderic, again, they have to start out early. They can't allow XPA to find a way to get an early lead, even if it is on Fort here. We saw a lot of that back and forth early on in that first game, but late in that match, once we swapped sides, it was XPA, the first team to put 3 or 4 rounds in a row, as we get a little bit of a guest appearance there.
Yeah, Mika's trying to make her way onto the main stage. Not like the famous singer, ladies and gentlemen. She'll be making sounds that you definitely would not want to listen to for a long, extended period of time. So instead, the gameplay is going to smoothly segue us away from that catastrophic disaster, pun intended. We move, and as we move, so does Rapid. Moyanri is removed from the first round of this one, and that's going to be a big pickup for Panderic after the performance that Moyanri had in map 1.
Trying to pressure on to the site here. We see Sabiri locked in on the other side. Kakao able to find one before Zarld does get that trade. It's Kakao onto this Enforcer class, though, which is something that we haven't often seen. Bakizi finding Sabiri, Rapid onto Evgen, and it's a good early start here for Panderic.
Something actually really, really interesting to me is how well Bakizi has been playing with this lineup now, with Rapid included. The two of them almost combining together with a similar playstyle, as Zarld does manage to find that ace on a good swing from Colt. Lobby control now in the favor of the one remaining member of XPA. Keezy most likely going to play first point of contact, as he's the most hurt. That way he can have a teammate swing off of his contact. Actually playing extremely aggressively with that minimal health by lurking out on the site. Oh, man. Well, too many corners. And that's going to be the end of the round. Panderic do start off with a lead.
Nice 1-0 start. We'll see if they can continue to put rounds up on in bunches here. That will be the name of the game. That ace. Look forward to seeing some crazy snipes here again. I've said it plenty of times, and I'll probably continue to say it, but love watching that ace on that snipe there. And we'll see if they continue to pressure toward this A site, if they're going to opt to mix up the strategies just a bit, but it does appear they're going to be five-player running it right back toward A.
It's one of the few players that's made the weapon look familiar, look at home even, on Fort. Smaller close quarters confines definitely add a few more challenges unless you're able to play that Balti aggressively. Moyanri has the first onto the captain of Bakizi, but that ace has got a little bit of utility flair to throw at Moyanri and Madaraflow. You see Moyanri's health bar being drained all the way down to the last 2 letters in the name now, as he's legless.
Legless at the moment. See if he can find some good headshots, maybe become Legolas. Sabiri on the point here. Now from behind, catches Kakao on that rotation, trying to pressure forward there and find that pick. And now Moyanri coming in to get rapid. All of a sudden, XPA beginning to turn this one around. Moyanri finds that ace, and it comes down to Codex.
I mean, the first kill just activated the rest of the XPA lineup, and one after the other, they swing out of angles that were unseen. Codex has got a great shot on the first, but the first for 3 in the 1v4 is a standard. The other 3 are a lot more difficult, and as shown when they're battle buddied up and stood along the same angle, he peeks one angle and sees 3 problems. Well, you have to be some kind of a miracle shooter to be able to pull that off. 3 transfers in that short amount of time, with the way that TTK is in EFT Arena, very unlikely.
Well, it's XPA that does bounce back here. Able to find that important round and not let things slip away. Madara on this Enforcer class, eating up a lot of space here as well. We see Zarold holding that off angle there to cover that back as they have swapped up the sights here this time. It's going to be Evgen to find that first pick onto that ace, however.
XPA playing a crucial mid-control this time around. Kakao actually has good repel from the B site, but Moyanri inside of this section is claiming the lives of 2. Codex and Rapid going down. Bakizi does shut Moyanri down on the response, though. Heaven playing good positioning. Zarold has the call out. He's going to have the timing on it as well if Bakizi doesn't keep tucked. Smart positioning. He sees the top of the head. It doesn't land the shots, actually just slightly impatient on the shot there.
Yeah,
Bakizi is trapped in no man's land, though, right?
Yeah, you could just barely see that tip of the head. Trigger discipline, not quite there this time, though. Madara able to still find Bakizi. Kakao on the backside will be dropped by Zarold, and XPA, they stumble in round 1, but they find a stride, and they'll take the lead here for the first time on 4.
I mean, that middle chamber turns it from a blast gang game into a team fight game, because once they have control of that section, they can choose which way for the bomb to go, to the A site, to the B site, and instead of really needing to make the decision, Panderic, they almost re-challenge into that middle box a few times over and over again. You kind of wonder, would it have been better to just maybe step away from that point of contest with your lives and try from a different approach? Well, that one's in the history books. Round number 4 back on the table. Panderic get another chance to attempt a different approach.
Codex opening up early pick here on to Madara. Moyanri, who has 5, goes down to Rapid here as well, and Panderic begins to slide things in their favor. Nade over the top. It won't find a home just yet, and that ace will let one rip toward that right side as well. Andreezy had a lot of success with this nade, but it's Kakao to find Siberia, and all members for Panderic still standing here.
Now, this is a look for the Panderic side that we've not seen just yet, and this is something I approve of highly, moving towards the way the meta's been going with that shotgun. Evgen's going to find some great shots with the spear, as is Zarold. Rapid and Codex both down now. 3v2 with the bomb being planted on site. Panderic do still have the numbers, but Evgen's in a great place to start playing spoiler to the party.
Oh, that ace spoiling the party of Zarold as Evgen is able to find Kakao here in the mix. 35 seconds and ticking. It's all down to Evgen, and Panderic able to work with this buddy system here as well. Pre-fire comes out. We can see that rotation from that ace around to the other side here as well. And Bakizi tucked into the corner. I think maybe Evgen heard that audio, baited toward that ace, but that ace didn't even need Bakizi on that snipe, as he'll tie it up once more, 2-2.
That's one of those angles that favors the Balti extremely well. The tight, close crosses between and through kitchen towards site, from garden, from inside the lobby, and even from an angle deep towards the connector from Colt. It's got a lot of play if you know how to play the angles smart, but I mean, that's out of the question for that ace. We don't even put that on the table to ask. We know how exceptionally talented this guy is on this weaponry. The team is helping pull the weight this time around again. Panderic and XPA both relatively even at 2-2, but Zarold and Moyanri yet again having a great game to start off with at 5-3 and 5-2 respectively.
There's that nade over the top. It almost finds Siberia there as they're chunked down to about half health. And again, that was that nade where Andreezy had so much success throwing. Doesn't quite find Siberia on this one, but they've been able to pressure onto the site. Find the plant. That ace, Kakao combined for 2 as Moyanri will find a pick of their own.
Yeah, XPA stacking very defensively out of their spawn this time around. Only leave one on the A site, and they move out for a retake. And Panderic read the play extremely well, putting this shotgun to the deadliest the damage of all those knees and legs that come walking through the wrong position. And Rapid's going to claim the last in Siberi, but Kakao is dancing with death and danger on this corner to expert level of execution.
Unfortunately, Kakao struggled a little bit in that last series, at least as far as the fragging goes, but certainly not the case here as Swap toward that enforcer roll. That shotty to the body, the 12 gauge to the rib cage, as we like to say, has been a menace here, and Kakao certainly putting it to good work as Panderic will find themselves back up on top here in the first half. As got a few rounds left here in this one, and once more we see that nade lineup coming in here on board from that ace.
Yeah, that's it. I'm not sure he's right up there with Rast just yet in expertise, yeah? He's not got the piranha for the drama and the blaster of the master, but he's definitely cooking himself on this shotgun. He's actually tanking a headshot on the way up there as well. That swirling icon on the side of the player model is going to be a little reminder that you're not fully invincible on this kit, Kakao. You do still need to play a little bit with your life. Shot rings out from that ace, and you just fear to look at the kill feed every time you hear the sound of it. It's almost like punctuation ending the life of one of the members it's aimed at.
Araldo, a nice big pick here on the Rapid to open things up. Bakizi beginning to shift forward here on that jiggle peak as Codex and crew look to pressure in. Evgen let some shots ring out, but they eventually find the mark on the second attempt here toward Codex. We see that bomb cross there, but it's Moyanri and Siberi, the crossfire to a T, and that ace all alone with a TRG.
I mean, if you wanted to infuse the Pandas with inspiration and hope right now, a 1v5 ace on the Balti would be the way to play. But this is about as impossible as it gets. I mean, you're 35 seconds on the clock, and you need about 10 to cook each player properly for the reload time. One. And it's going to be about that all said and done. There's probably enough for 2 and 3 here. Jump across is not going to make it. Moyanri, more than worth the match. He hits those.
Woo, back and forth. The game of tug of war continues between these two teams. It was 2 overtimes the last time they met, including the one here on Ford. And if it maintains this pace, it could be shaping up for an overtime here again.
I mean, it had been the beginning to lyrics of a song. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It had been getting into the car and going on to drive because it had been driving on to success. If it had pulled that off, it had been a miraculous play to witness. But that one goes down as a 3 apiece. Falls in the favor of XPA, and the tide's leveled again. But Fort is heating up right now inside of the arena, and Codex has the first blood for the round. On number 7, Moyanri's tucked with... Does he know Rapid's here? That crosshair positioning is... I don't think he knows he's here, Hort.
Entirely
There's no
sure.
way. Surely.
Certainly being very patient here. As that device does go down. Now a bit of a shift. Rapid finds one. He's going to know now for sure, but he's got help. Kakao able to find it. Madara, Siberi finding 2 of their own, but it's Panderic. They've got that upper hand at the moment. The device currently down as Siberi begins to linger toward Donut. We can see Madara on the other side here as well, but it's a very good post-plant setup here for Panderic.
That's crazy. Rapid escapes with his life thanks to some team support after the enemy is mere millimeters away, breathing down the hair on the back of his neck. That smoke off of the top of Mini's going to leave him really exposed to the multi. Burst comes out and the shotgun's ringing, but it's not singing because it's only the doom of the team. Panderic claim a 4th and push back into the lead.
And it looked like he was trying to smoke off toward bedroom there. Unfortunately, just clipping the wall, taking a funny bounce, and not getting the value out of that utility we were looking for. But Panderic back up on top here once more. One final round of the first half, and much like that first series, first game, but reversed here. It's Panderic who has solidified a tied half, but has an opportunity to get this winning half here.
I mean, this would be the mirror matchup from the first map that we saw. It was 5-3 going into the half for the XPA squad on their attacking half in the first map here. Panderic matched that, and we are set to repeat exactly like we did from before. The 3 blue kills and the kill feed, though, see us thinking that we might have thoughts of a 4 and 4. The first goes down as that ace does find a response, but it's very late in comparison to the other 4 missing members of the Pandas that have been banished from the thoughts of a 5-3 half.
That ace has been put in these ace situations a couple times here. Has a minute and 20 to work with, so plenty of time to be methodical here should they opt to. Just checking and being cautious of some of these flanks coming in here. And now the nice shot. Sabiri goes down and things get a little bit more feasible.
2, 3 to go. 1 minute and 5 on the clock, and absolutely doable in this position. The third shot does not connect. Deep angle information gathered, though. Does he read the close positioning? That box is wall bangable. Knowing that ace on game sense, does every potentially picks this as well? He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. The bomb is going to be collected from the floor, 45 on the clock. The deep cult position, the biggest problem right now, as is the cross. There's no info on this third player. This is the toughest point right now because he's about to step straight into the awaiting arms of XPA. And the 4-4 comes through true. XPA's discipline closed them out the half. Even Stevens.
Yeah, honestly, great plays there by Evgen just to remain patient. You have two members locking down that site, so sometimes patience is hard to deal with, especially in these situations, but a great job here on the side of XPA, and unfortunately for that ace, just wasn't aware that third person was lurking over there. As you said, running into the waiting arms, and with that, we have a tied half here as we get set and ready to swap the sides. Whew. You know, I knew it was going to be close, but I didn't quite expect it to be this close on Fort. We saw Pandaric play so well on Fort in these previous days, but it just goes to show how good XPA is as well.
Now, Cacao is stuck on the Enforcer. And present on the ground as well there at the stim. I wouldn't be surprised if Codex is also running this kit too. And the swapped sides means that XPA get to set the tempo, and this is really where XPA has driven their force forward home very quickly in the first few opening rounds. Normally, first kill, a big implication as to which way the round is going to fall favored.
Keezy, just being patient here. Locked on toward the site, XPA just slowly trying to find any little bit of intel they can, but it's Bikizi to open up on Moyanri. Immediately back toward the other side, knows the pressure is there. We talk about the game sense of all these players, and we certainly get to see it in effect here.
Yeah, XPA with presence of mind. Moyanri there taking a risk because the round's getting a bit stale. Tries to make something happen. Doesn't claim alive for it. That ace gets a second, but top aim Siberia, meanwhile, is going to bring some of that utility to the front. Does claim one back. 4 versus 3, though. Pandaric is still in a phenomenal spot to hold this A site. 2 members lurking actually off towards B. Leaves them in a 2v3. Depending on how XPA read this, timing could actually fall really unfortunate for the Pandas. The Cow's going to go searching, and he does find the one out to Garden. That's a big pickup. He gets traded off a site, but that's a good start for Pandaric. It gives time for the collapse to come in.
Creeping forward, Sabiri here. Has Zaro, but the numbers do favor Pandaric for the time being. Trying to bait out that plant just a little bit. We'll have a little help here now from Zero. Has spotted one on that crossover. That's Bikizi. We can see Codex there beginning to shift forward as well. But XPA somehow able to get this device down nonetheless, correct?
Well, Zarel just there, you see some exceptional gameplay. He's not trying to fight any of these 3 angles other than putting enough pressure down for the plant. He's also gained information for all 3 players by doing this. He finds the one close, forces him to move to headshot, gets the peek from that ace. He now knows where Bikizi is, but doing so, Codex calls him out as well. He gets 1 kill, but is traded from the grenade. 20 seconds left on the clock. Pressure defuse comes through. Codex has cover from Rapid. Kitchens, top aim Siberi just needs to swing for the bomb planter. Puts the tap through, and it's full pressured from Pandaric. Well played. 5-4.
Absolutely needed here from Pandaric. You got to find a way to close out those important rounds, especially when you have that advantage as well. And they're certainly able to do it here. So they go back up on top by 1 as they are on that defensive side of things here. It'll be up to XPA once more to tug back at that rope and see if they can tie things up yet again.
Straight out of the gates, we see the bomb moving quickly towards the B site this time. Pandaric split the members relatively consistently. They have overstacked A with 3. And in noticing as much, 1 anchors the A site and 2 immediately start to rotate through short. Actually, a bit of a change of mentality. The player Long's going to come and meet up top mid, and player Short's playing anchor for info on Colt. Codex went on to Zarold. Panderic have adjusted, and they're completely ready for this now.
And Moyanri, very patient time and time again here. We can see that ace just on the other side. Either member could be moments away from death there. Madara locked down on the other side. It's Sabiri with a nade that catches Evgen in rare form. And you haven't seen too many TKs from nades, as Moyanri will pick up on that ace. And now they'll just need one more to equalize out here.
I think that's a good kill from Moyanri. Is that some insane shots again? Madara in a position of comfort now, tucked in the tight corners where he likes to be with this Enforcer. Running the Saiga, this time with Flechette though. This kit built slightly differently to the Piranha, built to get through the armor. Codex has him on the tight angle though. 2 members left alive for XPA. Feels like Panderic looking comfortably confident to close out the 6th. Not short of top 8 Sabiri.
Easy finding that pick on the Moyanri. We saw Sabiri getting Kakao in that mix there as well, but Sabiri unfortunately going to run straight into Codex, and now Panderic finding that 2-point cushion here. Nice little lead for them to work with as they look to close out forward. And again, I'm hoping we get to see a map number 3 here, but as we said before, a team like XPA, you can't count them out until it's over.
I mean, both teams here have gone through a roller coaster of emotions playing this one, from previously splitting the maps 1-on-1 in the groups to now looking in a very similar scenario, like it's possible to split them 1 apiece here as well and go back to a best of 1. What a map we're going to be going to for the final one if it is the case. XPA still have everything within the wheelhouse here to be able to level a win, especially given Zarold, the only person to have hit the double digits in the kill feed right now. Close short second to Moyanri on 9 and 7. At 10 and 8, XPA are fragging out. Just not able to convert on the rounds as much this time.
Yeah, I think Panderic has just done a good job at, closing out those rounds that they're supposed to close out. We hear those nades bouncing around, the explosions there, but no Mark, Just Jet, Rabbit, teetering on the other side of the smoke. It's Zarold and Bakizi to find those first 2 picks, and Evgen's gotten to a very advantageous position here. Bakizi around toward this backside, but it's Rapid who's there on the other side, and no team fire this time. 4 on 4 Bakizi, about a half health to work with here, but again, just about 38 seconds on the clock.
They have the bomb planted. 35 now. Madara trades 1 for 1. Evgen's there for Kakao on the shutdown as it turns into 2 for 1, thanks to good support from XPA team members. Rapid in the dance in mini, loses out to Evgen. That ace having him covered off, sees him cross, but doesn't take the shot. Top end Siberian Con. That ace in the 1v3. Mid player right now is not going to help isolate. Good positioning out of XPA is going to claim that one. And 6-5, the round is closed. Back to a 1-round gap.
Honestly, that last snapshot decision there was incredibly close as well. And that ace, again, just one of those players that's so much fun to watch, especially in those clutch situations. But XPA has found a way to weather that storm just a bit. Now 1 away again from tying it up here once more, 6-6. But they got to get through this round. Zarold up into those double-digit kills at 11 will be the first to get there here on Fort.
But this is something we said about these types of games that end up domino trading rounds 1 for 1, is once you put 2 rounds together and put a little bit of gap between it, it gives you that advantage to be able to drop around and win one back. So Panderic will be hoping to flip-flop, where XPA will be hoping to do the same as Panderic did coming out of the half and put 2 together of their own. On site, most of XPA have full control of the site location. Bakizi, though, going to repel Moyanri. Shots from Codex claim the second. Device being planted in a tough spot as fights are going on all around him. Kakao's going to go absolutely wild for 2.
I mean, the shots continue to rain out. It's a hailstorm of bullets as Bakizi finds Zero. The device will be deactivated, and XPA won't be able to tie this one up. Panderic now 1 away from an early match point.
These shotguns are just devastating, and the close quarters combat on these maps just plays right into exactly its favored environment, and it's just wreaking havoc. Legs, limbs, and exposed features alike, all shredded to confetti by the Flechetti and the Piranha flying out of these full auto shotguns.
All right, here we go into round number 13. Pandaric in the driver's seat at the moment. 3-2 is that split. 3 toward A, 2 toward the B site here. Codex Rapid working together, but XPA appears to have shifted and now heading toward that A site. All five members, locked in over here.
2 members of Pandaric. Very deep offset to this positioning, but one rotating to long in support now so that they're closer to the action should they be required. One downside, XPA actually strong on Cult and finding a pick out towards the garden is going to see Kakao going down. This is curious setup here. Both Bikizi and that ace are going to find a pick apiece. I mean, that ace has been on form all day long, and again, he's putting work in for Pandaric. Second goes down.
Rapid finding that one on Desart as well. Moyanri all alone will find at least a consolation prize to the headshot of Bikizi. But still has a lot of work to do here, and that ace on that tight angle with that sniper. Just baiting out this device here. Moyanri down into that prone position. Does that ace peak far enough for them to be able to see there? But just being patient here at the time, and Moyanri knows that someone's over here. Really needs to find this pick if they can, and now up in close. Personal, that ace, able to find the snipe shot there, and now Pandaric sitting at match point, and they've given themselves plenty of opportunities to close this one out.
Does this feel familiar? Oh, the turns have tabled. We're back at 8-5, except this time the Pandas have a 3-game match point set. Interesting. So to bring it back to 1 apiece in the best of 3, Pandaric have themselves 3 rounds to be able to claim success. I want to talk about the pressure that ace is putting down right now, and it's not the kills. Yes, as exceptional as they are, and as cool to watch as the TRG certainly is in the gameplay, it's the pressure he's putting down. Look at how much movement in, complexity he has to force out of Moyanri just to be able to take ground to close into a close quarters fight, and then the bolty gets used like a shotgun.
Moyanri opening up onto Bikizi here as they look to inch back in. Kakao trying to claim the legs there of the competition will eventually get Madara as Sabiri does find a quick trade back to maintain the player advantage, but not for long as Codex finds one. Rapid another. Moyanri getting one of their own, and we're right back to a 2v2 situation here as Sabiri will find that ace, and now a chance for them to inch a little bit closer back into this one.
Whoa, but Rapid is wounded, and there's nothing more dangerous in the jungle than a wounded panda with the scent of a clutch in his nostrils. 1v2. The bomb is all the way over on the B site, and this is now down to Rapid to try and see if he can pick off the other rotating lurking member. He's going to match the rotation out of top aim Sabiri and Moyanri by following them through short. Moyanri, if he plays this well, is going to lurk towards spawn. Rapid's close point of access. He's moving towards Beacon. He's going to play it with the tight angles in the corners.
Has to be careful, expending a lot of rounds out of this mag here. Just about 10 left. As we see, XPA has done a good job pulling off here. Rapid just trying to check all the angles. There's so many spots to look for, and eventually will be chopped down. So 8-6. I mean, this really has been a reverse mirror of exactly what we saw in game number 1. So if we flash back to that, Pandaric would be able to close out here. It's going to be up to XPA to see what they can do and get that possibility for overtime.
Yeah, and it was an extremely dominant fashion that this last round went in the favor of XPA in the previous map. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw ourselves a 30 to 45 second absolute screamer of a round here. XPA sending 3 members into lobby towards A again. The bomb still lurking actually out towards statue near spawn. And 1 lone member playing that mid control, cheating towards the bedroom for B site.
Cakao's going to find that first one onto Evgen. The Piranha rounds have been very devastating here today. Kakao, a ton of success on the Enforcer class, but it's Moyanri to snuff out that flame, that ace. Not able to connect with that shot. concussed there as well.
It just about avoids taking enough damage from the grenade to have to back off and put meds together. Instead, just holds his nerve. The rotation from XPA coming in gives Panderic the cue to start stacking towards this B site. Moyanri, however, with that sick aim, is going to take Rapid out of the equation. Bakizi has Zarold. We got Codex for Moyanri. Madara and top aim Sabiri, the last two remaining members, but the shotgun's got some more to say in this one. Bakizi shuts him down as a 1-for-1 comes through, and that Ace and Bakizi have a chance, 2v1, to close out the second map for Panderic to bring us to a tie. Sabiri has won, and it's on that Ace.
Oh. And Sabiri cracked somehow finds a way to close it out. It's 8-7. XPA, an opportunity now to push it into OT. Can Panderic, Apex find a way to close out this very important round?
Almost there. That Ace got left on the left-hand swing. It's probably the only thing between him and Gillingham in that section of the map right there. XPA somehow scrape out of that round with their lives. Panderic, they've still got two more chances to convert, but this one will see them failing all the way on into overtime.
We've seen Panderic be comfortable sitting toward this spawn on the B site before. XPA beginning to shift this direction as well, but Panderic has 3 on this side, and you take a look at that mini-map, they might be sending one on a big flank here as well.
This is the kind of round where your XPA, if you do want to see this game over in 2 rather than 3, then you throw everything in the kitchen sink at this one to pull it back to overtime, because that would be the mental game falling slightly in your favor. That being said, I always look to First Blood to inspire, and Codex has one for the Pandas. That Ace has got a second. Bomb is planted, but remember on site, actually, Rapid's playing really slowly about this and sensibly. He's going to find him through some great work and game sense. 5v2. Pressure deactivation. I just don't think that XPA's got it in them in this point in time. Bakizi shuts one down, and the Pandas are going to fully defuse and claim map 2. We're 1-1 and going to map 3, baby.
9-7, your final score. Almost what we saw in that first one. Just 1 round difference there as well, but this is what we saw in that group stage. It was 1 apiece. We didn't get to that decider, but we will be blessed with it here today, and that's going to be on Skybridge as well. So things are going to get really exciting here in a few moments.
What a game. What a phenomenal performance out of all 10 players on the pitch. Only 3 members not making it into the double digits, and only barely so, just due to how much aggression has been levied across both teams here. Shots from Nate, shots from Moyanri, both the tale of both sides here. Panderic and XPA keeping 2 close series so far, leaving us at 1 apiece. And boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh, we're going to have some more highlights to look through. And as well as that, we're going to get our first best of 3 going all the way on the day, Hort. And we're going to get to go, oh, brother, we're going to Skybridge.
Yeah, you know, honestly, again, I know that it's not my favorite map to play, but as far as casting and watching these pros attack it, I certainly do enjoy it. But, you know, we see a lot of that action happening around the A side. It'll be interesting to see if any of these teams have been working on some of those B site strategies, if they opt to mix it up just a little bit here today, you know, or if they're just going to stick to that tried and true program that's been working for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you guys turned up for a close day of action, then so far the games have absolutely delivered. I mean, I know me and Hort have been sat on the edge of our seats in the casting booth. We might have to be reaching out and petitioning for an extension at this rate, because I need some more room to be running around screaming from the gameplay that's been going on so far. There have been some exceptional sights and scenes inside of the Colosseum. That shot from Moyanri in map 1 is going to be one that's going to go down in the history books for a little while, but there have been many highlights from separate teams throughout all of this, including some devastation we saw from Virtus Pro inside of VIP. And that's what we're looking forward to in Game 2, where the best of 3 is going to the 3rd map. This is, honestly, with the shotguns we've just seen on Fort Hot, excuse the rhyming unintended, I think we're about to see a battle for VIP for the centuries. I think that the B site in this game is going to see a lot more activity than any that we've seen so far, as I reckon that both of these 2 teams are 2 of the few teams that have exposed the fact that there are two sites on Skybridge rather than just the one for the A.
The one thing that I'm a little bit worried about, I guess, is that I don't think we've seen Pandaric on Skybridge yet. You take a look at the group stages. It was Fort and Bay 5 versus Virtus Pro. It was Bowl and Fort for XPA. And then against Ancestral, it was Bay 5 and Fort. So we don't really see, we don't really see this squad on Skybridge too much. But enough about that for now. We're going to take a quick look at all the amazing highlights here from Fort.
I mean, I think this is a well-deserved reprieve. We get a chance to breathe for a second whilst we just watch some of this amazing gameplay again. After such a high-stakes match going off, that ace, Kakao, Moyanri, I mean, all three members that hit the kill feed in that one clip alone are going to be repeated time and time again throughout this map as three of the stars in the performance from both sides. Kakao on this shotgun, I've got to say, Hort, that's the one biggest adjustment that I think that's really pointed itself out to me. And, well, we don't call him Mr. Consistent for nothing. I'm going to be honest with you. That name might need to be a slogan at this point for that ace, because when it comes to putting bullets in people's heads with this Balti, time and time again, it's just perfection.
Yeah, he's just so good with it. We see it time and time again. We got to see it here in the highlights. I think Kakao swapping over to that Enforcer class was a big difference maker there as well. And we got to see a few nade kills, including that one from Codex. Sabiri had some big plays in this one as well, but it all came down to it. Codex, the rest of the crew, Pandaric found a way to get it done over here on Fort.
Yeah, and something I'm looking at in the highlights as well, as we're reminded of some of the utility kills, like you mentioned, those great grenade kills, as Evgen here gets some shots up the ramp that look just crispy alongside that response from Pandaric to win the round there. Move them to the match point that, oh, they struggled on for a little bit. Kakao got a couple of nice kills, but towards the end, Top Aim Sabiri had his say for thoughts and feelings about maybe an overtime. It wasn't the end of it. It definitely wasn't going to be everything said and done for when it came to XPA's perspective, but Pandaric also, I mean, Lion or the Panda King of the Jungle? So they're definitely showing fighting spirit.
Yeah, these are the moments that we're looking for, right? It comes down to that game number 3. Both of these teams were able to grab a win, but it was a very close win on either side. So we get to head towards Skybridge, but again, we haven't really seen Pandaric Apex on Skybridge yet. Now, either A, they're just not as comfortable on that map, or it's just a sleeper map for them that they are good on, but they don't want to let people know maybe until that grand final. It's just a little extra trick in the bag. So could be either or. I'm only speculating over here. I certainly don't have all the information. My IQ not maybe as big as the cracked wisdom over here.
All it is insight, sir. Definitely not down to the IQ. We're just fortunate enough to be able to intermingle and converse with some of the greats in the scene, and are grateful that they share their wisdom and knowledge with me of how they feel about the current environment and, how the game's playing out at the moment. You're absolutely right. I mean, Pandaric have played Bay 5, they've played Fort, they played Bay 5, and they played Fort, and then they played Fort again. Shock horror. They played Bowl the one time in the group stages, but then we've come to today and they've played Fort again. And we're going to go to Skybridge. So we literally have not seen the Pandas touch Skybridge yet. And I'm wondering if Hort's cooking a little bit, chat, because that unknown factor, the hidden second confident map pick that you don't want to show till the crucial stages in the tournament, well, it's there as the decider, and it might or might not be the step to success for the Pandaric squad. I mean, this is going to make or break either team. And I think something to point out, bearing in mind how well both teams have played Fort, especially responding to the utility. I see similarities in Virtus Pro's use of utility on Fort, so I see both of these teams, regardless of who's victorious, matching well into Virtus Pro on that map in the potential match later on today as well. So a little nugget there for the folks at home so that they can cook up their thoughts and ideas for that in the future. But for now, I mean, it's Balti territory on that B site, Hort. How much B gameplay do you think we're going to see in this one?
I don't see a lot of it. So for me, I'm always going to lean away from it. I think I'd like to see teams maybe head there first couple rounds. I know you and I had talked about that in the past a little bit. Just looking to throw a little wrench in those typical strategies that you see, and then that's going to open up a little bit of those possibilities for you. But I feel like especially on that attacking side, it's just easier to smoke off that A site. It's easier to find that forward pressure and potentially get that device down where there's just so many long sight lines. And when you have that ace lurking around, I think I'm going to try to minimize that TRG as much as possible. And that's what we saw, honestly saw in that first series. Um, with Virtus Pro and Sicario. Furlex, so good on that snipe, but they really nullified him on Skybridge by going to that A site, by using those smokes. And so we even seen Furlex switch up weapons in that next map because he had so much trouble with it. So I think, XPA could maybe take a page out of the Virtus Pro book on this one as far as Skybridge goes.
The other thing that we spoke about from that match when we looked at Sicario struggling into their defending side was, the team taking risks, being able to maneuver that Balti into a position of advantage where it was able to get that initial pick. And I think the Pandemic squad fell prey to a similar thing in their first map versus Tarkov Help yesterday. We said that they were neither here nor there about being able to be risky, take some potential chances at trying to find a fight. And I mean, we saw it at Moyanri in the last map there on Fort, where he stepped out aggressively towards the end of the game. Didn't pay off for him this time, but unless you force your team or you encourage your team to try and make these advantages happen, you get stalemates that just fall to a dice roll or a coin flip when it comes to gunfights instead of actually having any control about it falling in your favor. So I am looking to make sure that, we talked about it yesterday, the conversation that happened between map 1 and map 2 for Pandemic really worked. I'd like some more of that juice from map 2 to map 3 for the Pandas. I think that they're going to need it because XPA, I guarantee, will have had a similar conversation after that one and will not be looking to let the foreshadowing 1-on-1 in the group stage come to fruition with a Panda victory.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit tougher, but honestly, I feel like XPA does really, really well on Skybridge. We've seen how devastating Virtus Pro, is on Skybridge in these last 2 days. They've had some very big wins on Skybridge, but XPA beat them 9-3 on Skybridge. So it makes you wonder a little bit. Obviously, we can look at the paper, we can look at the stats all we want, but as we always say, once that action starts popping off, the bullets are being thrown downfield, the grenades are exploding all around, that paper does tend to go out the window, but it does make you ponder and think just a little bit.
I mean, the joke's in the name. I call cracked wisdom for nothing. I spent a lot of time pondering and thinking, I'm going to be honest with you. Definitely a lot more time thinking than shooting, otherwise I might be half good at playing in the game, but that's a story for another time. The aim of these players is top tier, and it is top quality too. We've seen positioning being something that's really been the only way that these players have been coerced into unforced errors. It's been mostly down to pressured gameplay as well that has made these errors come to light. I mean, the shotgun, it just defends territory well. It pressures territory well. If you're caught out in the open at distance, you lose to rate of fire because it's a full auto shotgun. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you right now. This shotgun is 100% setting the tempo in the game. And the one thing that is challenging it is this Balti out of that ace. And it feels like this is going to be the story for the tournament, is which one is going to come out on top? Is it the Enforcers and these strong tanky kits, or are the impact players for their teams going to find those crucial plays?
I feel like in Skybridge, it certainly favors the Enforcers. Like we said, we saw Rask and crew kind of locking down that VIP, smoking off those sight lines and limiting the successful ability of that TRG. We see that ace back here with the snipe ready with nade in hand, but it's Codex to find that early pick, and Pandemic again off to a good early start.
Battle for VIP a little bit quieter in this one than what we were for Virtus Pro earlier on. That being said, Kakao decides to take that comment as a cue for him to pull off the flashy play, goes to the jump shot, doesn't register out thus far. Codex finds Madara. And Moyanri also on one of these shotgun versus shotgun. The battle of the beefcakes goes down, and it's Moyanri's territory in VIP in round 1.
VIP, we've seen a lot of teams fight for it. Sabiri finding that ace, though, and again, it's all these smokes. This pressure onto the ace side, it does limit some of that ability, and Bikizi did spot him on the jump across for a moment, but only a moment, then the moment's gone. The plant will go down. Bikizi deciding whether they want to be prone or not as the nade will rain down, but it's a 3v1 situation here for Mr. Bikizi.
Don't feel like there's a whole load of hope. Mostly because the power position in VIP is held by 2 players on XPA right now. The third playing extremely reserved into KFC, doing a phenomenal job of keeping positioning good. Harold peeks out as Bakizi steps into the line of sight and claims the round. XPA move to 1-0.
XPA able to take that first round. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that similar tug of war back and forth, though. Again, we've seen it throughout these first couple games. Both teams able to kind of pull away at the very end in their map pick, but it wouldn't be, again, I wouldn't be surprised if Pandaric finds a way to make an adjustment and see if they can figure out something here toward this A side. I just don't know what you do as far as these smokes and that ace and getting into maybe a different position here.
We spoke about positioning before the game. Positioning is key. Harold's going to position his team into a good spot, taking out one of the blue members nice and early. Rapid, the one paying the price for that. Kakao playing a little bit more defensively inside of VIP this time. Trying to cheat to Moyanri that he's not there. That gambit pays off. Smoke and mirrors and smooth moves. The only thing saving Kakao from the grenade as well. Lots of damage dealt, but not enough to claim the life.
Well, the plant will go down here. And again, we talk about that pressure onto the A side, but it's Bakizi this time, able to find Zarl. That flank play coming in here as well. And shots continue to ring out. Kakao, that ace, they've made the adjustments they need to, and it's an almost flawless round here for Pandaric Apex.
Round over, and the reload animation on the guns, a beautiful sound. Feeling almost thrown back to the ASMR gunplay we got on the way into the break there, as the back end of that is punctuated by a nice hefty reload. One apiece, both teams evenly tied up, and I'm going to be honest with you, Hawk. I'm not surprised. I'm also retaining the majority of my energy because I know we're in for a long one here, and I feel like this one might even be overtime bound with more than just the one standard overtime in play here. This is going to be a back and forth domino match for the Bucks. And I mean, this is exactly the time that the Arena Cup series does normally start to pop off to that extra level that this level of competition brings to the gameplay.
Oh, Zeroed has found a way to get early pressure in toward VIP. It was a long flank that was a bit devastating for XPA last time, but being a bit more cautious this time as we see those smokes begin to bloom. The nades will run out. Kakao dancing around VIP, but it's Moyanri who's prone. Rapid able to find Zarld in the mix, but Evgen will get Rapid on return fire, and with that, they look to slowly pressure onto the side here.
A couple of jokes and comments in the chat, but validly so, that I lost my hairline to the heat in the arena. Well, it's believably so. The only thing saving me short of sunburn right now is the roof on top of Skybridge, because it is hot in here. 4 versus 3. As XPA have site control and great post-plant positioning. The one crucial factor they're going to be looking to pick first is that impact player on that ace on this Balti. Top him, Severi is tucked, so he's going to jump check. VIP, there's no way he's going to have enough health to reswing that. Shotgun rings true. Severi gets one as well, and Evgen closes the round.
I'm almost glad that ace didn't hit that shot, so I didn't have to crap my pants right there. This guy has been insane with the no scopes, up close, far. It doesn't matter, but here XPA once more. Again, we see both of these teams making great adjustments just from round to round, and so it'll be up to Pandaric again to find their answer here in round 4. But I honestly cracked out, almost at a loss for words with how great this day has been.
Honestly, we've not even started yet either, because the one match that we've not talked too much about right now, because it hasn't been decided for both sets of opponents in that one yet, is the one to follow this, and that is going to be the epicenter of entertainment for the end of today to close it out. 2 victorious teams from each of these 2 bouts will be facing off against each other to secure the first place in the grand final for tomorrow's gameplay.
And the luxury of that is you get to solidify at least that 5K cash in your pocket there. As Kakao continuing to dance around. We'll find the legs of Moyanri here, who can't find the pick. And we did see Zarl go down on the other side of things. The nade toward KFC won't find a home just yet. Kakao dangerously low, but they still got that 5-player standing.
Mother Nature's out to get me today, trying my best to avoid sneezing in between the action. Maybe it's just all of the insane dust that's being kicked up off the floor that's getting at my allergies. But what's going on right now is the track race has begun. XPA have decided through that site we go and back towards Heaven with the one remaining Panda in lane 1 now calling for support of their own. Bekeezy's actually in a great position to defend this. He's got support from jungle. He's got support from lane 2. The Bomber's lane 3 and about to walk into a trap.
Ooh. That ace trying to get cheeky with it once more, and Madara just flirting with death there as he tries to put the plant down. That ace with the pick, Sabiri finding Bekeezy on the backside here, and they'll begin to pressure forward in a 2v2. The device does get picked up, but only 14 seconds to work with. They got to make something happen relatively soon here.
Device being planted, 5 seconds left on the clock. The device is down, and that is going to be the round secured for Panderic. Never mind, top aim Sabiri gets the shots right on the clock.
Woo! Sabiri said, hold that tongue, Cracked Wisdom, because I too am cracked at shots. And pressing forward, dealing with the reload animation. That ace trying to buy the time, but just couldn't do it here. And with that, Sabiri, what a clutch there. XPA now up by 2 as they got a little bit of breathing room to work with.
I gotta watch that back. I miscounted the bullets out of the magazine. I actually thought he had the longer reload animation with having to pull the bolt back, but actually, Sabiri hits it with at least a bullet still left in the mag, so he doesn't have the longer animation time, and it comes out to be the crucial decision. Caught out as Bekeezy early, actually, as an aggressive B-side push from XPA catches him off guard. The second goes down as Codex on the jungle stairs is removed as well. Support is there, but support is late, and it's now left 1 versus 5 on that site. The other 2 to try and back him up. That ace is going to do what he can.
Fortunately, will be chopped down here by Madara. Kakao, I think, has an idea and will continue to blow out the legs of the competition. Madara going down here. Only a 2 left standing for Panderic, but Rapid finds Moyanri before Kakao can, and all of a sudden things get a little bit more feasible.
A little bit more feasible is an understatement. This is absolutely done for the sake of the XPA mindset. I mean, Kakao is a demon, as are all the other 4 pandas that back up his lineup, but this XPA squad has definitely had that inter-game in between 2 and 3 maps speaking round, shall we say, almost the coaching, I want to say aggression, but sometimes as a coach for a team, you just need to tell your team that they are better. You've got to give them that fury, the confidence to just be able to kill their enemies. That lethal left in the spawn by Panderic is an interesting concept.
We really haven't seen any team gather 3 rounds in a row in this series yet. Only, I think, 1 time before, and XPA doing it early in this one, but it's Kakao, Zerald, both finding picks of their own. Kakao has been doing well in VIP. He's pretty low in health, and this nade is dangerously close, but just off the mark here as Madara will eventually collect the kill of Kakao.
But Madara's timing's so good because the nade goes off, Kakao has to tuck, and then Madara has advantage on the peak. Zerald follows up with the response now that VIP is safe by taking ground onto site. He clears Rapid off of the site as well, and XPA look like they have elevated this gameplay to another level when it comes to the team sync and synergy. The flank is great for Bekeezy, though. The timing on the off speed by slow walking up the escalators has caught off guard 1. Top aim Sabiri with the nade, though. Gonna check towards E-Box. Codex nice and safe from that's going to push round from Fanta side. Zerald's ready for him, though. And it's all left down to the captain.
Captain Bekeezy, what's he got in the cookbook for us here? Spot the barrel, but unfortunately, Madara waiting patiently. We'll find the headshot. XPA beginning to extend the lead here on Skybridge.
5-1. What a dominant opening half from XPA. On the attacking side as well, Hort, I want to make it very clear about this. This is 5-1 on the attacking side on Skybridge, where arguably both sites are so separated that rotations are extremely hard to pull off.
Yeah, I don't know. After watching Virtus Pro and XPA here, I feel like this is almost can be an attacking-sided map when you're pushing toward the A site, when you're smoking off these lanes and being able to get that early space. But there's one way to slow that push down, and Kakao has found the secret recipe. It's an aid from the Bekeezy cookbook.
That smoke's going to delay the majority of the rotation out of jungle. You got to think sharing's caring. And when you cook, you don't just cook for yourself, do you, Hawk? You normally like to invite guests to the table if they're in the house at the time. So it makes sense, the cookbook being shared around. Common concept for the Pandas. Speaking of sharing, I mean, it's a very Panderic thing. They've been sharing the love to all the scenes in the esports scene when it comes to Tarkov recently. Great shots off of Zarold there as Rapid pays the price from some rather odd off positioning out of Zarold there. Ooh, Codex on the response though. 1-for-1 trade out. Where's the bomb? Stuck here in between two members of Panderic, waiting for support.
Ooh,
Kakao.
Pressing forward. I thought they were going to bait Kakao into that. Siberi at least getting that trade crack, but Kakao has been coming up with some big plays here on this Enforcer class, and rare form from that ace as we do see a missed snipe shot.
There's no way he misses 2 in a row, right? And I don't think XPA want to give him the chance to either. That's smart decision-making from the XPA lineup. They hear the Balti and they rotate and go the other way. The one way to shut out the TRG is to just not give it chances and opportunity. Now it's on Codex to play his part of the bargain and the B-site entry. Off. Metal Read. Good pre-fire from Codex. Trades a bit of health. Back to 4th. Top end Severi gets covered from the top of the train. He is planting that bomb. Evgen gets 1. And it's left on that ace to 1v2 clutch.
That ace. He's been in a lot of these clutch situations here today. Has been able to pull off a couple as well. Starting with that pick there on the Evgen, and that's something you can't allow to do. You can't allow that ace to isolate the 1v1s. They have that Bolty animation. You've got to play the buddy system. And unfortunately, XPA gets caught off guard here. That ace with a beautiful clutch. And we said it earlier, we were looking for those single sparks to ignite that spectral fire. That round from that ace might just be it.
Well, if you're a fan of street dancing, then you'll enjoy the two-tap, two-tap, two-tap. He's on one today. That ace is just bolt after bolt after bolt of perfection. And the thing is that catches most player there. You have a time limit to work with. That ace does not spend more than 5 seconds stood still figuring out what plan to execute. He just executes. And that authority that he takes catches so many players off guard because it's just confidence to swing. I mean, it's a marksman class, and he is using that at 1.5 meters worth of range from the model at just the same efficiency.
Oh, XPA has been slightly more efficient in the opener of Skybridge as we see Moyanri winning that battle versus Kakao this time. That ace beginning to shift behind, but Zarold there has the angle held for that plant to go down. Madara maybe looking to bait him forward just a bit. Will eventually get this plant down here, and again, they have a very good post-plant positioning, but it's rapid to find one more. Moyanri with a 2K of their own as Mikizi finds Siberi.
That ace is in here, and he's going to catch him on the med, but XPA's got more than enough bodies to close it out. Madaraflow and Zarold together with the last 2 kills. 6-2 at the end of the half. A tough spot for the Pandas, but Skybridge definitely feels very snowball favored on the attacking side, so it's not going to take much more than the Panderic squad of putting 1 or 2 of their own together, and we might see a similarly authoritative half from the Panderic attack.
They're certainly going to need a little bit of that momentum shifted in their favor here. It was a great start from XPA. I think even getting at least 4 rounds in a row at one point, but now it's all up to Panderic to show what they can do on this attacking side. 6-2, it's a big deficit to overcome, but certainly one that they are capable of.
The first round is going to be a big tell. How this plays out for the Panderic squad and which way they choose to assault this is exactly what we thought we were going to look at, Hawk. There's a bit of pressure towards the B side. In fact, it's a bit. Talk about a bit. It's a lot. They've read there's an immediate 1-man defense. Evgen gets 1. Needs to be traded out. Kakao has to pick this up, or this one's going to fall apart really quickly. Out he goes. Shotgun true. One gets in onto site, but the defense is here. Jungle has pressure.
Shots are continuing to ring out in both directions here. That device already down. We talked about maybe some of the success of working toward this B side as teams don't often set up over here. And with that pick from that ace, all of a sudden things get a bit easier here for Panderic as they look to cut that lead in half.
Oh, how the bell tolls. People forgot to look up at the clock from top of heaven. They forgot the sound of that bolt here. Now Rapid's making work from the side, one apiece. The shotgun claims the legs of the running member from XPA as they try to exit red. And the only thing that's red on the way out of that is the kneecap. Sarold is going to claim one back to Bakizi, though. Give himself a chance in the 1v1. With 8 seconds left on the clock, all Kakao has to do is play the time here. Swing the defuse. And that's all she wrote. A little bit of a question mark on the shots for the first of all, but done nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't that be something? You all of a sudden run out and they get the defuse standing or sitting there right in front of you. But Kakao able to clutch it up when it matters, and it's important. With that, they will be able to cut that lead in half here. So slowly working back here from that attacking side, but they still need 3 more to tie it up.
I mean, regardless of the way this match ends, this tie, this best of 3 has been absolute cinema. Even so,
Yes.
a great performance out of both teams. Kakao really trying his hardest to match that of Zarold at an 11 and 7 kill feed to 14 and 5 respectively. But Zarold today has been another key feature for their team. Hopping off in all 3 maps in retrospective action. Also really good at playing their life well in the back ends of the rounds. And I mean, the one thing the Pandas have struggled to do is a couple of times with numbers advantage, close it out. There's no way, right?
I mean, in that ace we trust. If there's one that could do it, it certainly would be him. Bakizi trying to put some shots downfield here. They've got the numbers to work with. Kakao already 12 on the board, though. You take a look at Zarold, though, and he's got 16, almost a little reminiscent of the masterclass we saw from Magic a bit earlier today. Sabiri lurking around. FJ is going to find Kakao. Codex has been spotted, and they continue the dance of death once more. Around and around we go. Evgen able to find that XPA, 1 away from match point here, Cracked.
Yeah, they move to 7, extend the gap to 4, and the Pandas start to shake a little bit in fear. This might be the lower brackets for the Pandas after an exceptional attempt at striking down the #1 seed in the Arena Cup series, but all will not be lost. There is a loser's bracket to be played out, like we said, but you got to think for the Pandas, this is the chance to maybe put XPA on the back foot when it comes to contending for the title. They've done a great effort, but it's looking more and more like XPA are going to be able to close this out, if I'm honest. Zarold is just playing unstoppably well right now. Oh, my word. Positioning. Oh, that ace, though, for the first. Second on the floor. Does he read it? He spots the elbow, and that ace is just good for it. He's not even good for it. He's great for it. Oh, what a shot.
I mean, that's a flashback to Bowl there, where he found that first pick. It was Moyanri prone toward that B side. He was able to find that pick and eventually the defuse in the clutch as well. So this battle between that ace and Moyanri today has been a fun one, as Sabiri, though, able to pick up that kill onto that ace. It's Panderic with the numbers, but you can't count XPA out. Codex able to find Sabiri and Evgen, the lone member.
1v3. Lots to do. Pre-fire spray through the smokes, not too far away from the silhouette that he doesn't see. With that device planted, the time is now added to the pressure. In an unfavored scenario.
That's a ring out. 35 on the clock here for this one. So hard to deal with all of these angles, including that player tucked in toward VIP. The step, the spray. Codex will find it. Panderic will inch back into it. They still need 3 more, though, to tie it up.
Yeah, and this is where we're going to talk about that round consistency. Putting more than 1 round in the bag, back to back, really will help us out. Here we are jumping on board with the replay. You see 1 down, instantly back on the offensive again. Spots the elbow and repeats it for 2. Just great checking of the corners by slicing the angle.
Well, they're slowly making some ground. Kakao, again, 13 on the board. He's been a huge difference maker since swapping toward this Enforcer class. Sabiri, we've seen a few nade kills, including a double nade kill earlier today. Here with that lineup, the flash over the top, the nade comes raining down, and it's going to collect Rapid in the jump. Beautifully timed, great execution, phenomenal awareness as it all comes into play. Codex, Moyanri, Bakizi, all getting a piece of the action here toward VIP.
It is extremely cooking right now. And although we may be experiencing some technical difficulties on the Hunt Premier channel, ladies and gentlemen, the Battlestate Games channel is still showing the stream right now. If you are hearing us in chat, then pop over to the BSG stream for the time being whilst we get that sorted out for you. Gameplay will still continue. Oh, never mind. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. In a blink of an eye, you're back in the action. Evgen for one. Bakizi is left in a 1v3. And not a lot of health to deal with it with.
Evgen able to find that final kill and displaying some more of that skills. Talking about skills, though, huge shout out to everybody working so diligently in the background. Even when we have these small little hiccups, so quick to get us right back into the action. Certainly wouldn't be able to do any of this without them. So job well done. As XPA also a job well done. They're the first to get to match point. They've got 4 opportunities to close this one out and head in on toward that upper final. Well, whoever the winner is here will be taking on the reigning and previous champions of Virtus Pro.
4 rounds in it. 4 rounds in a row without a mistake required from the Panderic squad. An early utility use tries to catch an undisciplined push towards the A site. Not this time. That ace, honed in on his target, is going to fire one long down range to lane 2, but not find the member of XPA jumping from the end of blue.
That ace, beautiful pick on to Sabiri here to open things up as they begin to work back toward this B site. On the peek over, shots continue to pressure in, but that ace is collecting heads. Enough said, the competition seeing red as Moyanri will find Cacao. The plant looks to go down, but Moyanri able to deny it there momentarily. Evgen finding Rapid, and now the pressure back on the side of Panderic.
And Bakizi, the captain, come to the aid of the King Killer on the Balti. He doesn't manage to find the shot low. He's got one shooting at him from long on the site, and now it's only Bakizi for the kills. One goes down as the team kill on site gets a little bit messy as XPA feel the pressure, but tucked in tight, they do claim the device, as well as the final kill onto the captain. And XPA, your second team to advance on the day with a 2-1 victory after a close match versus Panderic Apex.
Yeah, it was a little bit of what I worried for on Skybridge. Again, we haven't seen Panderic on Skybridge a ton. XPA certainly plays very well over here as well. One of the few teams that's been able to dominate Virtus Pro on this map. And so they solidify that dub. 17 kills with 13 headshots for Zarold on that one. And another wonderful look at all of these amazing skins that you too have a chance to collect through the Battle Pass, which is free. I know we all love free stuff, so it is free. Go over there and get those rewards for yourself.
What a game. What a set of games, honestly. All 3 of those maps were electric, and I think arguably we could have seen that scoreline going a little bit closer in the favor of the Pandas, or a little bit more heavily favored for XPA, given some of the tighter rounds towards the end. I think 9-4 could have been 9-7, could have been 9-1, depending on how some of the later rounds played out in the clutch. Performances we talked about on the day have been down to entire teams showing up, and the one thing that did not show for Panderic in that last map there was all 5 members as thoroughly successful as we saw them on map number 2. A 2-1 victory on the day for XPA.
Yeah, great job by XPA to solidify that dub. We didn't get to see that crowned king or that crowned winner in that group stage where they went 1-1, but XPA able to lock it down when it matters most. They've solidified their spot into that upper final there, but again, they have to go against Virtus Pro. One of these 2 teams will lock that ticket in toward that grand final, solidify a minimum of 5K in cash prizes there as well. And so it would be a great way to end the day for either one of these teams, but for one of them, they are going to have to head in toward that lower bracket.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal performance out of all of the teams that we've seen so far today, and we are going to have another best of 3 for you guys coming up after this one as well. Lots of action being brought to you from the ACS here on the Hunt Premier channel in partnership with Battle State Games, not only inclusive of all the competitive action you get to see on screen, but the drops and all of the giveaways in the chat too. It's been a phenomenal day so far, and we've got so much more in store for you, including of the highlights of this game, which we're going to get to roll into shortly, Horton. Well, XPA are looking strong in their contest for the title. We know who their opponent is going to be. It's going to be a CIS versus CIS battle for the first place in the grand final.
That's a battle we all love to see, but one we got to wait a little bit for here. Again, for Pandaric Apex, it was a tough go here, but again, one of the only few teams here to take games away from XPA. They're not out of it just yet, as we talked about, heading in toward that lower bracket where most of that action will be played out tomorrow. But I'm excited for this upper final. Virtus Pro, XP Academy. We got a little taste in those group stages where XP Academy had a really good performance. They 9-3 Virtus Pro on Skybridge, then 9-7 on Bowl as well. So they have to be feeling pretty good about heading into this next matchup.
The bat picks are going to be a big one. And bearing in mind that neither of these two teams were guaranteed this match coming on into the day, this will be a decision-making process that they'll be going through now in the intermission between Game 2 and Game 3 for us on the schedule. So we're going to get to find out who chooses what in which way in the very near future. It's going to be Virtus Pro, it's going to be XPA, it's going to be a best of 3. And like we said, this is going to decide that first position in the grand final. Alongside of that, tomorrow's set of games is going to bring 3 more exciting matches for you guys, where we will conclude the lower bracket results, and the second team to be joining one of these two in that grand final to fight it out for the title of Arena Cup Series Season 3 champions. Is it going to be the previous champions, Virtus Pro? Is it going to be XPA? Is it going to be Pandaric Apex or Tarkov Help, one of the two teams that could be able to fight their way, not Tarkov Help, sorry, Pandaric Apex or Sicario, one of the two teams that are going to be able to fight their way back up from the lower bracket? We will see.
Indeed, we will. And honestly, I'm looking forward to some of those lower bracket runs. I think there's some really great stories that develop down there in that little route back toward that grand final. So looking forward to that action as we wrap things up tomorrow on Sunday. But honestly, this upper bracket final, I've really enjoyed the way these games have played out, and I'm excited that we get to see Virtus Pro take on XP Academy here in this best of 3. Regardless of the outcome, though, I wouldn't be surprised if we see both of these teams heading into that grand final at the end of Sunday.
I don't know, man. It's Arena Cup Series, and I feel like we've got a little bit of an upset still to happen. The Arena Cup Series always delivers us a surprise at some point throughout the tournament, and it's normally a big one in both fashion in-game and expected. So shortly coming soon, maybe, TM, the upset on the season. But that's what happens in the lower bracket. That's why those lower brackets tend to be so exciting and entertaining, right, Hort? That tells the tale of the teams where they fell down, but they got back up from the dirt and they kept on swinging, and they found their way back into the top stages of the tournament. And I mean, with the prize pool that they're playing for, 25,000 euros split among the top 8 teams, including 10,000 euros for the top placed team, you'd be absolutely right to think that these guys are going to put everything on the line.
Yeah, and it's certainly no easy journey there as well for the likes of a couple of those teams like Pandaric or Sicario on that Sunday when you're fighting from that lower bracket. And in order to clinch it all, you're going to have to win 3 series in a row. And so you're certainly right about there being some crazy upsets on the cards. It's never disappointing over here at Hunt Premier, as they are always continuously bringing that hot action. This time in the Arena Cup Series 3, though, in partnership with Battle State Games. And honestly, all of these games have been amazing throughout the weekend, which just makes it that much more interesting as we get set and ready for that final day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the pandas have inspired the animal activity, because right now my cat's so excited that she won't leave me alone in the chair. I'm currently fighting the own battle of my own in the arena, where it's me versus the cat for the space on the desk. But jokes aside, the pandas put up a great performance, but they're going to get a second chance tomorrow to be able to fight back when it comes to that lower bracket section, and they'll be going up against somebody that they're very, very familiar with from the EU season.
Very familiar with. I don't know, Cracked. I got to get me some of these skins. I keep looking at these final kill screens with the KD ratios and all the awesome drip that a lot of these pro players are sporting. And it makes myself a little upset that I've been stuck on that awesome Labyrinth event so long. But I think it's about time for me to head on over to that arena myself and see what's popping off with that free battle pass. If you haven't been lucky enough to win a free key, guys, though, there is a big 20% discount across the board there. So we'd love to see you out in the action here as soon as possible.
I mean, what an amazing curse to have, right? Both a gift and a curse. There's so many spectacular things in the Tarkov environment to immerse yourself with right now that there's not enough time to interact with it all. That's a great problem to have and something that we've all been looking forward to, I think, for the entire time that we've interacted with this game. I mean, like we mentioned earlier on, Battle State Games at this moment in time, just smashing it out of the park. The Battle Pass going for free. The release onto Epic Games, the Foretold release on Steam, and that Labyrinth event that has impressed a lot of people. There's really, really been some big talking points. Not only that, but the drip. We talk about a lot of titles across the history that have really made it and have been successful for a multitude of different reasons. Some are gameplay, some are just general community popularity, and some of it comes down to the drip. All right, as a Destiny fan, the Destiny section of Endgame is a big part of what is endearing inside of that environment. And this is another one now that's expanded its way into Escape from Tarkov and Escape from Tarkov Arena. Currently, we only have the paints in the game there now, but the aesthetics and the paints that came with the Battle Pass are top tier and top quality. And we've been foretold that they are also coming to base game in the future as well. So lots of amazing things on the horizon thanks to Battle State Games. The partnership with Hunt Premier here is helping to take Escape from Tarkov Arena and the competitive scene to the next level as the leading flagship, alongside all of the supports coming through from the community hall. I mean, there's lots going on everywhere right now to interact with Arena, including tournaments, podcasts, broadcasts, and even just general back and forth banter on the socials.
Yeah, honestly, it's been a lot of fun seeing everything grow in the right direction. We talked about some of those podcasts, hearing some of the pro players' perspectives, getting their thoughts on different changes throughout Arena, finding favorite guns or different things that bother them or maybe upset them out there on the battlefield. So it's just it's really been a great year for growth here across the board, and it only continues to get better. And we can assure you it's only going to continue to get better as we go on, including we've got the replays now. I mean, there's just so much more to be had here at Hunt Premier. And honestly, speaking of those extra things, the highlights here of the Cup Series as we get to take another look at that last one on Skybridge.
And we're not going to be short of highlights from this one either. The shotguns again doing some diligent damage. That ace on the Baltic, Kakao pulling that Piranha out. The battle inside of VIP was a cool little side story to tell. A little side quest for the XPA squad to overcome, and overcome it they did. In addition to some strength, Top Aim Sabiri, Codex, having a little back and forth around the pillar in that split-second decision-making where Top Aim Sabiri does manage to keep enough bullets in the chamber to get the short reload animation instead of the long one, and then Rapid just doing damage to that Enforcer class. Same from Top Aim Siberia there. Look at the shots down the long range.
Yeah, again, just so much talent littered across the battlefield for both of these teams here today. But Madara finding that one on Bikizi to wrap up that round. And for XPA, they were just able to get a nice early lead here. That ace, though, this is where he was able to isolate those ones. A big clutch from that ace. It led to a little bit of a comeback here from Panderic, but unfortunately it was stifled relatively quickly here from XPA as, again, Zerald, that MVP of that previous one.
Yeah, and something to point out is there's a lot of action going down when we're on board in these highlights with the likes of Kakao and the likes of Moyanri and so on, but the kill feed fills up and it always seems like if Zerald's not dead in the action, that delicious two-piece that we get to see for the third time now, thanks to the amazing in-game highlights, as well as the after-game ones. Rapid caught mid-hop. Not Rapid Rabbit anymore. Now Rapid Roast Barbecue, if you like yourself a bit of rabbit.
Heck yeah, we do. Especially when they're nades like that taking them out. But some great highlights from all the series here today as we get ready for this final one. Man, it has been exciting, but I've got to say I'm ready for this next one. XPA, they toppled them in the group stage 2-0. So for Virtus Pro, again, I feel like there's a chance for them to get a little bit of that vengeance, but I still favor XPA in this one.
Interesting. And do you think that this is the foretold grand final? Do you believe that these two teams that are here right now is what we're going to see make it through that losers bracket. Whichever one does not succeed in our next match will be the person that is going to continue back up to re-challenge for the title. And will that make the difference? Here's the thought process. If XPA comes out on top, do you think Virtus Pro learn enough to be able to take them down in the reverse match later on in the game? Or do you think that XPA has shown more of an ability to adapt throughout the tournament so far? Personally, I'm on the fence on this one. I am undecided and I'm not sure. I'm still, as an EU hopeful, holding out for the losers bracket. I'm going to be honest with you. Okay, I will stick to my guns, and I will hope that a surge from the lower side of that playoff bracket comes through. But I can't deny the facts right now. The CIS region is dominating.
I mean, I'm not from the EU or the CIS, so I don't really have a card in that mix. But for me, yeah, I feel like it is going to play out that way. And I would love to see an upset. In my state, our football team has never not been the underdog. They're horribly bad. So I love a good underdog story. But for me, I just see XPA taking it. I see Virtus Pro being able to fight through that lower bracket run and come back for this opportunity to fight them again. And I think it will be a good final series. But I don't know why. There's just a feeling in here that says XPA is going to take this one, topple the former champions of Virtus Pro. But as I've said before, if there's one thing I'm good at, it is being wrong. So I've just gotten lucky with my predictions this time around, but usually I'm pretty good at being wrong.
I actually think I'm agreeing with you at this moment in time, given the gameplay and the way that Panderic essentially they were set to take XPA down. If you believe in a little bit of karma or, the superstition in the air, should we say, ethereal forces and karma kicking or tripping you up at the right time, then this would have been the game that would have been tough for XPA, but they overcame that difficulty. They didn't allow themselves to fall prey to the superstition or maybe the foreshadowing from that group stage match. There's nothing wrong with dropping a map to a team. There's nothing wrong with admitting that, a team plays exceptionally well in an environment better than you do. But I think that XPA played very well to the map picks today, knowing that Panderic were going to come to Skybridge and knowing that they had put some time into this map.
Yeah, well, we've got a way to pick another winner out here in chat, though, and courtesy of Hunt Premier, as always. We certainly appreciate our friends over at Battle State Games, but if you want to get in the action for the giveaway for a free EFT Arena standard key, then you need to come over to the Hunt Premier channel and make sure you type ACS to get that opportunity to get a key, get out there and get on the battlefield. I know there's a lot of talkers out there in chat about how good they are. I want to see that put to the test. So if you don't have that copy yet, be sure to get one. If you don't win the giveaway, there is that 20% discount. So you really have no excuse not to play Arena at this point.
And the thing is now, with this brand new, amazing free battle pass, there's this really cool, unique feature of the t-shirt at the end of the battle pass. When you completed all 150 levels, that adds a nice little tattoo on the front of your hand so that you can very easily distinguish who a veteran of the Colosseum is inside of the gameplay now. So if you've not got that 150 levels of your battle pass locked in like myself, then you've either been caught up in the labyrinth and you've been testing your skills on another level, or you've just not had the time. And, well, definitely want to be putting it in right now because the rewards that battle pass gives are absolutely exceptional and they carry over after the end of the season. There's more than enough time still to claim them, but you're never going to lose them. I mean, what's better than free stuff? Well, more free stuff. Speaking of which, chat, don't forget, !ACS if you want to be in for a chance on the hot prize line at winning yourself a key and coming and proving to us how good you are, as well as making sure you're doing that on the Hunt Premier channel so you can be entered into this. I see a couple of questions that were flooding the chat there. I missed that. Where do I need to be? Hunt Premier for the ACS giveaway, the !ACS giveaway, but wherever you like to enjoy this entertainment, because it is filling the scenes right now, Hort. I mean, Tarkov is growing in a way that a tree should not. Over a long period of time, you get a slow extension, maybe of 100 years for a grand oak tree. This, however, is more, I don't know, rampant like rabbits.
Yeah, well, I got to say, Battle State Games has a great problem right now, and that's that they're absolutely cooking up. When I find myself struggling to decide whether I want to play Arena or the base game because everything on both divisions are so good right now, that's a good problem to have. So love seeing these steps and strides in the right direction. And Love to see that continuing that way as well. I know there's a lot of things being cooked up in the background that we are very impatiently waiting for, as we often do. But in good time, good things will come. And so we will have to wait patiently for now. But
Speaking of waiting patiently, I think it's time to give our viewers and the guys that have been joining the entertainment over from the Battlestate Games channel a moment to breathe, a moment to take the time to come across and get entered into that giveaway, to refill those drinks, your snacks, and everything else in between, including those all important seatbelts, because when we talk about it, game 3 for the day is going to be the absolute slammer. So if you don't want to miss out on the action, then make sure you're right back here after the interval. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, stay really locked in because we've got some more of those beautiful gun ASMR tunes right for your ears and music right after this.
Welcome back to day number 5 of the ACS number 3, brought to you by Hunt Premier in partnership with Battle State Games. 2 amazing series already done and dusted. We've got one more to wrap up the day here for you, but I think my boy Cracked has some crazy exciting news for us.
I'm just looking at my screen on the right where I get the majority of my information through, as the chat will probably notice as my eyes stray. And I'm not sure that I can believe this is actually happening. Chat, thanks to the insane support and the amount of you that are present here for the tournament, Battle State Games has decided to drop you an emergency quest. So, and I'm just double checking this because we've literally had this copied and pasted right now. You guys are the first people to find out about this, just as we are, literally as it is being delivered to me right now. So, live and available in-game as of right now, a quest called Clip Their Wings, where the Tiger Stripe green paint will be available for purchase after completing the new quest line in-game. So, ladies and gentlemen, your information and your time starts now. Right now, literally right now, that quest has dropped in-game for you to go and unlock the ability to purchase an exclusive Tiger Stripe green paint for your weapon. Thanks to Battle State Games for what an insane emergency drop mid-tournament hot. We didn't even know this was coming, and these guys get it firsthand.
That's not fair. We got to wait until the end before we can go grab that. I know I need that as well, that Tiger Stripe green. And honestly, Clip Their Wings is that name of that quest. That's what I am ready for, I think, when we're done here today. Maybe some food in the belly first, and then that new quest so I can get me some more drip. What an awesome event here from Battle State Games. Just dropped at the pin here right on us now. And, well, I mean, hopefully you'll stick around for the action. Hopefully you've got 2 monitors so you can watch all the exciting action here today and look to be one of the first to get that that Tiger Stripe green mask. But I don't know. But what are your plans after this, Cracked? Are you going to be going for that as well?
I'm going straight there. I mean, I've just had a little bit of a nosy into the color text. Here comes my favorite gladiator. There's a big score coming up. You'll come in very handy for it. It goes on to explain about a little bit of banter between Kalontoy Caban and this current gentleman that's reaching out to you for the quest. And I mean, it literally states very clearly, I'm not happy with this. I want only my guys there, you know? They're reaching out to you guys here specifically first for the first chance to go in there, gladiator style, and claim yourself a proper reward. So, I mean, I know I'm going to be going straight there myself once I'm released from my casting desk and the chains that are holding me here right now. I'm even tempted to reach out to Filbo and see if we can do some screen-by-screen casting and gameplay at the same time, because I want to get that right now, and I would not be surprised if everybody else does a similar thing. I mean, please, by all means, stay for the entertainment, because, ladies and gentlemen, this next game is set to be just as hype, if not more, than that Electric Tiger Stripe green camo quest that just got dropped for you to unlock. But nobody could argue about wanting to get more of that sick drip, Mr. Hort.
And we know that everybody likes those brag. Oh, I was the first one to unlock it. No, I got it first. So we know they're going to be out there competing for that as well. So really, everybody in chat is a winner. But speaking of winners, Cracked, NCAPB, congratulations on your EFT Arena standard key, as you have won big time in chat. Be sure to get in that Discord, create that ticket so we can get that copy of that key over to you, and look forward to seeing you out there on the battlefield yourself.
Well, that's another key, unlocking the access to getting involved with that quest. And ladies and gentlemen, if you fancy a bit of wing clipping, then go get yourself into the game and onto that new quest line. But don't forget, folks, that's not all we're here for today, and nor is that the only thing that's going to be gifted to you guys throughout your participation with this amazing event. Now, thanks to the amazing and overwhelming support, Battle State Games have dropped you a brand new quest that even we didn't know was coming before today's action. Inclusive of this, drops, giveaways in the chat, and exceptional action in the Coliseum on the battlefield. We have got Virtus Pro and XPA, the 2 top-seeded CIS region teams here now to close out our day in about best of 3 battle to the death for the first spot in the grand final.
We've got XP Academy here, who has toppled Virtus Pro in that group stage in 2-0 fashion, but it was Virtus Pro who won that championship of the Arena Cup Series last season in that Arena Cup Series #2. And honestly, the way they started out the day here today on the right foot, a couple dominating performances from them. They've had a little time to cool off, but hopefully still right there in that fast lane is Virtus Pro.
And I'm going to say, I think the fast lane is the way that both of these two teams are going to come out of the gates, approaching whichever maps that they decide to pick through for this one. And speaking of the maps, well, we're going to get to have a look at those in a little second, but we're going to look at the lineups first of all. Remember, and reminding from earlier on, Virtus Pro to the table with Magic. And as we actually, do you know what, chat? We're going to do something a little bit uncoordinated. We're going to go the other way about it this time. We're going to look at the maps and then we'll talk about the lineup straight afterwards because Cracked is tripping over the slides. This way, we're going to look at Virtus Pro. We've taken the first ban on the day for our final match, and they're going to take us away from Bowl. A smart choice, I would say.
Yeah, they go away from Bolt. Now, XP Academy goes right back to Skybridge because this is a map that they dominated Virtus Pro on in those group stages there. And so I think they feel comfortable heading back to this. It was 9-3 the first time these two teams met on Skybridge. But after the performance from Virtus Pro on Skybridge today, Magic going 17-0 to start the first half as well, I feel like Virtus Pro is certainly more comfortable again on Skybridge. So I'm really interested to see how this first one plays out. Then we'll head over toward Fort for Virtus Pro. And if we need that decider map of map number 5, it will be, or map number 3, excuse me, it will be Bay 5.
The Fort map pick is the one that really has me like locked into that map there. I feel like Skybridge probably going to be favored for the XP Academy side, even given the strength that Virtus Pro has shown there. But Fort, it's been the map that the Pandas have looked to really elevate their gameplay. And it was the map that XPA have found themselves under a lot of pressure now twice over. The question we've got to ask is, have Virtus Pro got a different way to apply pressure that might find another chink in the XP Academy Fort map? Or have this map been played so many times now by both teams that neither are going to find a difference in it other than the execution and the gameplay, as they've both adjusted well enough, we would think, to that map now?
Yeah, again, after how well Virtus Pro played today, again, I know they struggled against XP Academy on this map, but I feel like they've come out with a new game plan, a new fierceness, and we really got to see that in that opening series. So I hope that it is closer than that 9-3 that we saw in that Group A stage, but we saw how well Virtus Pro does on Fort as well. Between Andreezy and Hard on those nades, I think it was 2 for Andreezy, 1 from Hard, who had that one that was coast to coast from spawn to spawn almost. You toss in Rask in that mix, and there's certainly a very tough team to topple on Fort. So if they're able to win their maps respectively, we should be able to make it into that Bay 5, and it wouldn't be surprising as all of these matches have been great today.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw that Evgen was playing for XP Academy today in place of Cause Disabler. So Evgen, Zarold, Top Aim, Sabiri, Madara, and Moyanri be taken to the table for XP, and then Virtus Pro, obviously. I mean, these names don't need repeating at this point in time for how familiar they are with the scene, but it's always good to mention. You've got Rask, Hard, Magic, FMX, Andreezy, and a nod, actually, to the 6th member of that squad. Not a player, but the coach, Valder, on the bench here. And I've got to say something, actually, for the coach. Valder has been there with this team for a little while now, also alongside the remaining players that stayed with that lineup and have done for a long time. And I think that's part of their success, right? Consistency is key both in the gameplay and in your team. And I think that having a good 5-man roster that stays together and works on it together is a big boon for this Virtus Pro side.
Yeah, it's certainly a big boon for them. But you take a look at the other side here as well. Moyanri, Zarold, Sieber, we have Evgen actually filling in today for Cores Disabler and the Madara as well. And, you know, we talk about how well they perform time and time again. And it's honestly an interesting little mix when you see the back and forth with some of these teams. I mean, we saw Virtus Pro 2-0 Panderic, and then we saw XP 1-1 them in group stage. So there is a bit of back and forth about who's showing up on what day and when and where. So honestly, you know, I think Virtus Pro is certainly capable of beating XP Academy, but they were my original pick on day one, and I feel like I've got to stick with it here. So I'm still siding with XP Academy, but I think it does go all the way to 3.
I think me and you could definitely gentleman's handshake over the table today in agreement that the top 4 teams that attended this tournament out of the 8 pool are the ones that have made it through to the playoff stage. I think that Panderic Apex in their match versus XPA earlier on today definitely showed the reason why they were here. And then Sicario as well, although a rough match versus Virtus Pro. I mean, you know, Sicario are known for being exceptionally dominant, but that one's for later. But now, XPA versus Virtus Pro, first match, Skybridge.
Early nades here from both squads as well. Rask looking to get into the VIP section where he tends to hold it down, but it's Zarld. That early pick on the Magic from 17-0 in the first half to an 0-1 to start things off. Rask able to find one, but Zarld quick to get that trade back and forth here.
There go the legs. The shotgun inside a VIP ringing out again, something we have become very familiar with for Arena Cup Series 3. 2 apiece on each side going down as Hard levels the sides and then claims one to the advantage. Top aim, Siberi has one back as FMX goes down. Good shots from Hard don't find the life of Top aim Siberi as he tucks away for safety.
Has to be careful here. Coming up through the spawn side, Evgen there in that background, waiting patiently. Hard begins to shift forward. But on the other side, XPA has kind of gotten pretty far forward themselves. And now Andreezy's going to run right into Sabiri. Hard with great situational awareness. Knows Evgen's back here, and now he's going to be able to dip over toward that B site.
I mean, this is the smartest play right now. Gets the pick, opens up the gap, makes audio very clear as if he's going to rotate round to B. Waits to see if the quick rotation to match him is going to catch him with his back exposed. Confirms that he's safe and goes for that plant. Top aim Sabiri, smartly so. A tempered matching of the rotation, follows a similar path. He's going to try and play his way through the CQB towards the B site.
Oh, but stepping into the crosshair of Hard, and with that, Virtus Pro gets an important first round win here.
Never going to talk too much about what this foretells with either of these two teams, especially only one round down when it's a 1st to 9 total required for victory on a map. Both teams will be finding their footing again, but I think both teams have had a chance to warm up today, right? They've played 2 maps minimum each. XPA have having the advantage of playing 3 so far. They've seen more scenery and sights, but might be a little bit more drained. With it all on the line in this match here, the chance at the grand final, it is super important to try and save yourself a full day's worth of extra gameplay.
Yeah, nice to get there early. Solidify at least that 5K mark. Matera beginning to shift forward here. Flash comes out. A nice shot, though, and able to find Magic early. Hard with an aid, though. On to Zero as Moyanri finds Rask in the battle of VIP, and the Enforcer class continues. But Dara getting hard here as well. And all of a sudden, things beginning to fall into place here for XPA.
Somehow, some way, Andreezy uses the 6th sense to find the slam through the smoke. Evgen is going to trade back delayed afterwards, and Top aim Siberi's got the closeout onto FMX. XPA take their first and level us back up 1 apiece.
I mean, it's been the theme here, especially in these last couple of series, that game of tug of war and who can be that first to put a couple rounds in a row. So far, neither team able to do that as they've both been given a round here to start things off. But Virtus Pro, I feel like they typically do a lot better on this attacking side as far as Skybridge goes. So it's important for them to get as many rounds as possible here on the attacking side, because I feel like once they're on defense, that B site for them, as far as the defense or the hold goes, is a little bit weaker.
Speaking of the B site, not for now. Back over to A we go. Andreezy setting up one of these cool grenade lineups. Nobody home. That one caught the top of the roof, not quite making its distance. The smoke's going to go out towards E-Box. Wow, doubled down into VIP as XPA is Hard. Avoids the flash. Moyanri gets the better of him as Matter of Flow has Andreezy. Magic on site, though.
Ooh, Sibri, FMX finding some picks of their own here, but FMX in some trouble. Zarld able to hunt them down, and XPA back on top once again.
Yeah, Top aim Siberi starting off where they left off. 4 kills, 1 death so far. Only led by one on the other side of the field. 5 and 2 on Hard. But as we expected, rounds being traded back and forth. Sight would see Virtus.pro maybe taking one back here, or maybe XPA can start to extend a lead.
Now, Virtus.pro doesn't want to allow them to get too many rounds in a row here. They've got to keep this one close again, especially on this attacking side. They need to gather every round they can, and we do see them maybe shifting toward that B side a bit earlier this time, which is something that we're not used to seeing them do, but Magic will take a bit of early damage. Evgen not able to find the kill, but Moyanri says, I can get it. And again, they continue to duke it out there with the other enforcer of Rask.
Too much action going down on the site for either team to really find the way through the chaos. The mess disperses and only a member of side falls down. XPA have more of the numbers, but Magic's about to cancel that out with one onto Zarold. Playing through the smoke. Magic and Mystery come together as Hard finds one from the deeper angle. Down prone he goes. Moyanri looking to try and fight this one from a different spot. The aggression falls into the waiting crosshair as the last member alive from XPA just escapes off the top of the train, but only into the waiting arms of Andreezy.
Yeah, and back and forth we go. We talked about the game of tug of war, and we get to see it here once more, but Hard 7-2 already through these first 4 rounds. Everybody relatively even on the side of XPA, but again, both of these teams putting in work where they need to, making these proper adjustments from round to round, and that's why this one's staying close.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you want to look at player-to-player matchups here. Hard versus Moyanri. Rask on that shotgun in a similar sense to Madaraflow inside of VIP. Top, Aim, Siberian, Andreezy, Magic, and Zarold. There's a respective member that does the same job on either side that could be seen very similar when compared side by side. Which of the two comes out on top is why the reason that we're seeing these kills being traded back and forth. Magic for one, Siberi for the response, and as the nade goes out and nobody's home again, the round is going to settle at 4 apiece.
Rask looking to lock down VIP into Moyanri, though, who finds that pick, and we're not used to seeing Rask 1 and 5 over toward VIP. Madara will find the 2 pieces. FMX gets 2 of their own, and back and forth we go, but FMX is all alone tucked in toward VIP. Time just slowly ticking away here as you can see in the background with that X-ray vision shifting around, but there is a pincer play. Now, this could allow FMX to isolate some of these 1v1s. We see the opponent here backing off a bit, though, as they should, looking to eat up some of that time. Evgen on the other side spots him and will collect the kill. XPA back on top by 1.
I'm really glad, actually, that XPA asked that last member to step off from that challenge there, as the slightly over-aggressive peak would have, like you said, allowed that isolated one, and then that round really is on for Virtus.pro to be able to steal that one away. So, good bit of comms, I guess, in the background, telling that member to turn around and come back. Just wait it out. The bomb is not planted nor collected, and it's a great spot for a crossfire.
Out in the crossfire. Once again, it's not the ideal situation to be in. XPA able to capitalize on those minor mistakes here. Moyanri looking to keep low, get in toward VIP. Or he's continued this battle here with Rask as well, pressing forward. Madara has spotted one. The peak, the shot's not able to collect, but will put a little damage in toward Hard.
Again, playing it slightly differently. Moyanri, who's been playing this angle with confidence so far, is tucked in this time around. And step straight out into Rask, hearing that audio cue, knowing that this is Moyanri territory. Rask might have had the best of VIP yesterday. But a very important player right now is this XPA player in Moyanri, holding down the most crucial point of control for the site. He's going to get the second with the legs, and the third. He nearly clicks over the top, but he's going to get it from the left-hand side instead. Support from Zarold. There's Magic, the only one to think the other way. But Madaraflow has the closeout. XPA moved to a convincing 4th.
Yeah, it was just a little bit earlier today where I talked about that Employee of the Month and Rask being that first name on the plaque there in VIP. But honestly, Moyanri has other plans. He said, it's a new month. It's my time to shine in VIP. And man, is he being a menace in VIP. That nice little 3-piece there as well, continuing to pressure forward and just gaining good space, good control here on the defensive side thus far as XPA.
And the one thing that's different in VIP this time is it's not going back and forth. It is more favorably going towards that of the fan from Moyanri. Got to see Rask set this game up a little bit and start to try and be a bit proactive about removing that space and security away from XPA. Madara flow over, aggressors out of the smoke from bench and gets punished for it by Magic. Evox spot smoke goes out in trade, but Rask does have VIP control this time as Moyanri is playing a different angle.
See those smokes there in the way as VP tries to pressure forward. And these smokes have slowed down that early aggression that we're used to seeing VP have success with on the attacking side. But FMX will pick up on Evgen. Moyanri, Magic, back and forth we go. The player advantage now favoring VP as they look to cut into that lead just a little bit.
Makes total sense. The rotation will come in now. 4v2. Can leave 1 or 2 anchors behind to keep the members busy from XPA that are left defending the site. As Rask is doing now, peeks for information, baits the aggressive repush, then kites his life away. Does not need to take this fight right now. It's just draining time off the clock and keeping members busy as the bomb is being planted on the other site.
And we'll see that rotation begin to come in here. As Rask has done a great job and only a moment away from maybe finding that other pick, but timing is everything in a game like Arena, and that'll play out in favor of XPA this time, but they've got some distance to close, and they've only got 30 seconds to work with here, Craig.
Could allow some of the weapons in Arena to play the tune of the round for the time being rather than our voices as top aim Siberi is just poking and prodding at the site, trying to find an angle to claim some space back, but Magic's got none of that on Thoughts. Nor for the second as Magic spins and claims Zarold as well. Virtus.pro closed the gap back to 1.
I mean, it was Magic who was 0-1 to start, but already 9-5 here as he has really begun to kick it in overdrive. 7 for Hard as well. And honestly, everybody putting in some good work. A couple of these rounds could have gone either way, but XPA finds themselves up on top by 1. They've guaranteed themselves that tie at half. Can they find a way to make it a winning one?
Yeah, Hard's popped off with a couple of early kills and has inspired this team back to the same strength as they were showing in their first match on the day. Like you said, 9-5 is no slouch score, especially against this level of talent in the competition. Moyanri, Madara Float, also running the top of that kill feed for the XPA squad. Evgen's got one onto Hard.
Rask was able to find one there. Siberi now slowly pressuring forward. Had a good angle. We'll be able to collect that kill on the Rask as FMX found Madara. We'll get Moyanri here as well. And a nice 2K tucked into the drain as FMX pops out, peeks, and finds the 3K. Zarold all alone in this tough world here as he's got to find a way to get through. FMX does that. Now it's just up to Andreezy and Magic.
I mean, he's done as much as he can. It's 1v2. Virtus.pro have set himself up for an even split half, 4 apiece. Which, I mean, attacking on Skybridge, pretty happy with that, I think you'd say. Even split, going to the defending side without being at a deficit. Well, thoughts of that, though? Could be stifled out here if Zarold manages to make this happen in 25. He's not got many seconds left on the clock, though, and as time is ticking down, his options are slowly slipping away.
He has spotted one there, just briefly, and looking to bait it out. This is where VP really has the upper hand. Time and everything on their side, and really just not enough time on the clock as Magic will find Zarold. VP will find a way to tie it up as we get ready for halftime.
It's a good opening half from both teams. Magic at the top of the scoreboard from either of the two at 10-5. They want asserting their dominance when it comes to the weapon play, but all around, realistically, the XPA squad is playing a much tighter game when it comes to everybody being involved with each other's action. Something I want to pay crucial attention to is Moyanri and Madara Flow are not just 8-6 respectively, but it's 8-6-4, 8-6-6. So their kill participation at the moment is off the charts. A similar thing can be said for Rask. He might not have many kills at 2-7, but it's 2-7-7. Meaning that he is getting involved. He's just not getting the final killing blow.
Quick nade over the top. We'll see who can find some killing blows in this one. It's going to be Magic to start it off onto Evgen, though, as Madara lets shots ring through the smoke, but not able to connect just yet. Rask taken down about halfway here as well as FMX look to just be patient. Maybe a smoke going in toward VIP, and with that, things will slow down just for a moment here.
A tempered aggression. It's going to convert into good site control from Virtus Pro. And the place of contest right now is this VIP door. Respecting that, though, XPA have decided they want to try an alternative approach. Andreezy is positioned for good shots, but Moyanri, with this Piranha on that super quick TTK, is going to delete 2 people from Virtus Pro back-to-back and access that site for the plant.
Oh, Arts finding Madara there as well. The device going down at a moment here. It's just before he's able to drop it onto the point. Moyanri having to shift forward. We can see there's a prone member here in red as well. And just dancing around, trying to create some of those Audicos, seeing if they can bite out anything. There's hard. It's Moyanri to put him down.
Magic's got it on the response, though. Slow and steady, tempered, not over-aggressive. You could see that he sat there with that shotgun ready to claim it, but only for the time being, as 2 members left alive from XPA. They are going to recover this bomb. With 10 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be a pressure plant, and it's going to come down to the gunfight. Off the top red, Magic's got the cover. Second, bomb goes down and they earn themselves the time, but Rask is going to catch him in the animation, and that's going to be all said and done for us. All they need to do is defuse that bomb. 2 heavy bleeds, though. Rask might be fighting against his life. He's got enough time to get it done.
Honestly, that's a huge round here for Virtus Pro, for them to go up at halftime or just after halftime and take that lead. As you know, we take a flashback to when they met in that group stage. It was a 9-3 final on Skybridge, but right now 5-4 with Virtus Pro up on top. You talked about those tables turning and turning of the tables. So we're getting a little bit of taste of that here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we definitely said this game was going to go the distance. If it's going to be a similar matchup as to what we're going to see in the grand final, then we are going to expect this to be explosive. That being said, I think XPA have put their best foot forward with how they come out of the gates, but I think Virtus Pro have done a really good job of weathering them so far. The one thing that concerns me about these long extended matchups, especially in the best of 3, is keeping up with the tempo. It's okay being able to put 1 or 2 rounds in a row together and trading rounds back to back, but if always you're on the second half and the reactive side of that tempo, it's not necessarily as beneficial, where you'd rather be able to put 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds in a row and get that advanced cushion just in case you do make mistakes. So I'm looking to Virtus Pro to try and put some more of a buffer in here in some of these maps if they want to convince us that they have a chance of knocking XPA out of the equation here. I don't think XPA are going to give them the chance to do it. They are going to have to manufacture it themselves through some really good positional gameplay.
Yeah, honestly, I think Virtus Pro has surprised XP Academy with how much they've improved on Skybridge just in 1 week here. And so Virtus Pro very aggressive on that attacking side, able to get, at least those 4 rounds, and now already starting off that second half with taking that first round. They get to be in that driver's seat that we like to talk about. So as long as they can maintain that lead, even if they're trading rounds back and forth, as long as they can stay on that upper echelon of that, then they might be able to pull out something crazy here on Skybridge. And if they take this map pick away from XP Academy, all of a sudden you start to wonder what might happen there in map 2 when we head in toward that fort.
That's exactly what I'm looking at on my second screen right now, is how the maps are going to play out and who's attacking first and who is defending first, because this is something that plays really heavily into my mentality. Map 1 is Skybridge, where Virtus Pro is attacking. Map 2 is Fort, where Virtus Pro is attacking first. And the last map will be Bay 5, where Virtus Pro is attacking first. We've seen this in what situation, Hort? Oh, wait. The match we had earlier today, where Virtus Pro was, for the entire time, attacking first. Now, there's one way to say that you're confident about all of the matchups that you're going to play on the day, isn't there? And that's saying, well, we're going to bring what we've prepared to you. Personally, honestly, I think this is the big factor that makes this Virtus Pro team as good as they are, is how much power comes to their performance from their preparation. We saw it in the utility in their semi-final match. We're seeing it here in the map selections and how they've gone about adjusting to player versus player fights. I just feel like Virtus Pro, even though XPA are favored, they could be the team to knock them down a peg here.
I mean, they're the Arena Cup Series champions too for a reason. They certainly have the skill to chop them down a peg, And even though I've gone or chosen XP Academy, like I said, I'm good at being wrong. And honestly, this game could go either way. Right now, it is favoring Virtus Pro. They have the upper hand. They had a really great attacking half. They start out on defense with a round win. If they can find a way to get even just one more round, hopefully two, but if they find a way to get one more round before XP Academy can answer back, you start to see them put that cushion into play. And when that cushion starts happening near the very end of the game, that's when it can spell disaster for that team that's on that lower side.
There's a lot of clutch kings inside of these lineups. Both of these teams are not going to be unfamiliar with playing out of a negative scenario situation when it comes to 2v4s, 1v3s, that kind of thing, where they are consistently able to convert on them. And we've seen that proven in some of the tougher matches inside of their regions and some of the matches through ACS 3 so far. Question is, when the heat gets turned up, is the consistency still there? We've seen the likes of that Ace earlier today showing us that, as one of the more consistent players that we talk to for that level of skill, it is possible even in a losing match to still be super consistent at what you do well. What these two teams need to find right now is that consistency on every level. One player of 5 drops the ball in this match, and it is going to make a difference.
Yeah, it's tough for either team, I feel like. And for XP Academy, I feel like if they don't win Skybridge, we could see Virtus Pro take this in two. I think XP Academy needs to win Skybridge. I have a feeling that this could go all the way to 3 if that's the case, because Virtus Pro has looked so good on 4. And Dreezy, hard with these nades, often finding those early picks. We've, Raze does, or Rask, does very, very well on there as well. And so I feel like Virtus Pro does, or Fort does favor Virtus Pro a little bit. If they could find a way to sneak this map out from XP Academy, this might be that first upset that we are looking for.
I think you could be right, honestly. And although you have selected XPA as the favorites in your mind to win this one, I actually think that here is where I'm more on that line of thinking than I am for Virtus Pro being able to take this so confidently 2-0 with Fort being that map pick. I agree that Fort is definitely a strength for the Virtus Pro lineup, but I do believe, given watching both Panderic and XPA play that map previously, that they were both, as I mentioned at the end of that game, very familiar with the utility lineups that Andreezy was using, as we saw them being displayed by both teams in their bout. So I feel like that tight matchup and their preparation into Virtus Pro's preparation might suit them very well. Flip side to that is, if Virtus Pro have prepared directly for this team and not specifically, somebody else, then maybe those lineups that we saw from Andreezy yesterday are going to be thrown in the bin. I mean, we've already seen the adjustment that Hard's been throwing a lot more utility today instead of Andreezy. Maybe that's how this works. Maybe there's 2 utility kings in this lineup, and they're using them to rotate between them to keep people guessing.
Yeah, I look at the history here, Virtus Pro. I think they 9-4'd Panderic on Fort. They typically play very well on Fort. And you look at XPA, and that's the one map where they've struggled a bit. It's the one map where they have losses on, more specifically from Panderic, but it's the map that they have losses on. And VPA was able to topple Panderic on that map. So again, I just feel like Virtus Pro is very, very strong in this map. They have some great lineups. Very good situational awareness when it comes to those rotations and what their opponents are doing. So for me, I think XP Academy has to win game 1, and that would push us to a game 3. I see Virtus Pro taking Fort regardless of any of these outcomes. So, and that's not to say that XP Academy can't take the game away from them on their map pick. We know that all of these teams certainly are capable of taking their opponent's map pick. But for me, Virtus Pro has just looked like one of the best teams on Fort.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've looked like one of the best teams on a couple of maps, actually. Their record throughout this tournament at this moment in time is pretty good. And, I mean, they've looked like one of the best teams on all of the maps from Arena Cup Series Season 2. That's what the title means on the name for any of the guys at home that weren't familiar. Remember, Virtus Pro have been dominant in the scene for a reason, and even going into that Arena Cup Season Series 2 tournament, they were considered one of the top dogs, but there was a lot of competition in that one as well. I mean, the likes of Chimera, the members of which have actually come together to form some of this XPA lineup. Okay, that gave a load of people a run for the money throughout that tournament, and now back again in an even more ultimate form, you could say. We spoke to the Pandas of being able to put 4 of 5 parts of Exodia on the table. Well, it does feel like this XPA Academy is that crucial 5-piece combo that really does fuse well together. And it's part of the reason why they've not only stood the test of individual strengths, but when teams have risen up against them and done well with strategy, they've been able to repel that as well.
Yeah, and it just goes to show how deep that roster is as well. When you're playing throughout a tournament and you have that 5-player, you have that team chemistry that you're used to playing with. Well, all of a sudden there's technical difficulties or a player can't show up. And so Chords, we don't see Chords in that lineup today. But Evgen stepping in, filling that role when it's not an easy thing to do, especially in the middle of a tournament and an important game like this. So it's nice to see that XP Academy has that team chemistry, even when bringing in that substitute. But they still got some work to do if they want to get it done on Skybridge.
I mean, you got to give props to Evgen for coming in on the day and subbing in whilst Chords Disable is unable to make it, and they are 100% pulling their weight in that aspect as the teams are just quickly cooking themselves back up into that match. So take a second to apologize for the delay. We appreciate everybody's patience in getting that playing pitch perfectly flattened out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just like a good day in the office, you can't turn up with a creased suit. Well, we can't have these spectacular players playing on a creased pitch. So whilst we work out the kinks in the technology, we're going to keep you guys entertained in the booth with a bit more yapping, and then we'll slowly bring you back into that amazing gameplay where Virtus.pro and XP Academy have both fought already once today in Best of 3 series to earn their spot and a chance at a place in the grand final from today. They will get a second chance later on if not successful here, but neither of these two teams has come into today thinking about playing all of tomorrow up to the grand final. They're just thinking about sitting back in the deck chair tomorrow with the popcorn, maybe even a nice bottle of pop, whilst they watch to see who their opponents will be for that €10,000 top place price.
I mean, who doesn't love the luxury of getting that upper, that free ticket, or not the free ticket, but that first ticket into that grand finals where you're guaranteed at least second place and that 5K cash prize. But obviously we know they want that first place. They want the money, but they want the bragging rights. And for Virtus.pro, it's an opportunity to be back-to-back champs. For XP Academy, an opportunity for them to put their statement across the league and kind of put down the defending champs, send them into that lower bracket and make them struggle to get back into that final match. But either way it plays out, there is a ton of great stories to be told, both here in the upper bracket and that lower bracket, which is going to be very exciting tomorrow.
And ladies and gentlemen, speaking of the first person to take that first spot in the grand final, if you'd like to be the first person to be out there with that brand new swag, thanks to that amazing emergency drop quest that came through thanks to the participation and the interaction from the Arena Cup Series Season 3, then get yourself logged on to Arena. Okay, Escape from Tarkov Arena right now quest just dropped literally maybe 10 to 15 minutes ago on the broadcast. All right, a complete surprise. We didn't know it was coming, but if you want to earn that tiger stripe green camo that's been locked away behind a hidden quest for a long time, well, it's now active, dropped inside of the action in the tournament. Go clip the wings, the name of that quest. Get it locked in and go grab yourself. Maybe be the first person to share on social media that amazing new paint for your weaponry. We're going to crown one of these two teams hot, the title of the first team to go into the grand final. And somebody's going to crown themselves the champion of the Green Tiger Stripe.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye on the socials out there to see, who's claiming to be the first to unlock that skin there. So always exciting to see those friendly competitions, whether it's in the arena, in the actual tournament, or just out there in the base game or arena, just casually having fun. So always a good time to be had here with Hunt Premier and, of course, in partnership with Battle State Games. We're only into our first game of the best of 3 to decide who gets to go on to that grand finals, and it's already been a nail-biter, back and forth, tied games here and there, but just before that disconnect, it was Virtus.pro able to go up by 1 round, so currently sitting at 5-4. Virtus.pro, so a little something to prove here on Skybridge.
And remember, just like everything in Tarkov, ladies and gentlemen, that skin doesn't come easy. This is a quest to unlock the ability to purchase the skin. That's right. You got to throw a little bit of that hard-earned ruble in there. And speaking of purchasing, myself and Hort have purchased our tickets back into the seats in the front of the cast for our first match of the final game of the day, which is XPA versus Virtus Pro. We're continuing the action, resuming the play from 4 to 5, XPA to Virtus Pro.
I had to pay full price to get in the game, but there is a 20% discount across the site wide there for Tarkov. So if you haven't been able to pick it up now, is the perfect time to do so. Back into the action, though. XPA down by 1, pressuring toward the A site at the moment. VP has 3 over here lingering around the B side as Moyanri continues to play the game of cat and mouse and flirting with disaster. Rask on the other side, the step, the peak, and Rask will win this one.
It's an interesting one. I'm sorry, say it again for me, Hort. I'm not sure I've heard that in a little while. Moyanri been having his way with VIP. Okay, well, short-lived for Rask. Does matter if Flow has found his flow state. That's going to be 2 left in a state on the ground. XPA claim the numbers back to 3 versus 2 after some great work on site.
Hard. Andreezy, they need something here, and Andreezy's going to open it up on Dazaro, so all of a sudden, a much more manageable round. Hard catching Madara on the sprint as well. And all of a sudden, things turn in the favor of VP here as Sabiri looks to pick up that device. Unfortunately, Andreezy lurking around here will find that pick. And now we talked about putting those extra rounds on the board in succession. That's exactly what VP's doing here.
I mean, nobody, literally nobody dislikes free stuff. Especially competitive teams. When you get around that's nice and easy to close out like that, I think Virtus Pro will happily put that one in their shopping basket. Checkout complete, 6-4, 2 rounds in the lead. Now Virtus Pro looking to continue a great first map in the best of 3.
Up by 2, they have an opportunity to really extend this lead here and really apply the pressure to XPA as we see those nades falling all around here. Rask, does he look for the jump shot this time? Tucked down low at the moment, Moyanri. Again, these two have been duking it out over here in the VIP section for quite some time now.
And these shots from the MCX rattling out. Nobody just yet wanting to take that face-on engagement. The lines of scrimmage seem to shift, and Rask is finding his way with Moyanri inside of VIP now. Concept folds as 3 members of XPA get flattened. The 4th there through the smoke as Andreezy is not the one to claim the killing blow. It's Hard and FMX, and Virtus Pro have absolutely hit the Gear 7 stage.
Yeah, kicking it in overdrive here is all of a sudden XPA maybe experiencing a bit of that trouble here, and one away from match point is Virtus Pro. If they can find a way to win this map pick for XP Academy, they're really going to have to feel the weight of that pressure, I think, heading into Fort.
Don't be confused by the scorelines, folks. Obviously, due to the technical difficulties, teams have forcefully removed themselves round after round to be able to correct the scoreline so it's accurate for you. So at the top of the screen, the 4-7 scores is good, but the kill-to-death ratios, they're a little bit biased for now. A great performance out of the XPA squad up onto the interval, but coming out of the gates from that intermission, Virtus Pro have put together a couple of good rounds. Now, this is a change. Moyanri has control of VIP after Rask has taken some damage. He hasn't died, but he has had to give the space.
See just how much space they opt to take here. Pressing forward. Now looking to get onto the site. The smoke's in place. The jump shot coming from Rask this time, who's not in VIP for once, but not able to find the mark. And Sabiri again from downtown with a beautiful nade will collect one, but Magic quick to return fire.
And this is the preparation that we'd seen from Virtus Pro, but the gunplay coming through from XPA and why they're known for being so deadly hard, the last alive, and top aim Sabiri. Well, he's not called whiff aim. He's called top aim for a reason. A quick 2-piece turns the entire round into one short of the ace.
All of a sudden, you start to wonder, XPA slowly inching back toward that tie, and if they could find it before allowing VP to get to match point, it could be huge for them as Virtus Pro was able to put a few rounds in succession. It's up to XPA now to answer back and return fire and see if they can do something of the likes themselves.
Slow and steady wins the race, and XPA, I mean, they don't need to force it at this moment in time. If they can take their way back into this game one round at a time, they're going to do themselves a good job of doing so, especially bearing in mind it's on their attacking half. And have the safety now of being able to just sit back and let the other team push the tempo. Rask, however, from the defending side is deciding he wants a bit of that tempo of his own. There, a pre-fire shot from Madara actually connects, but he doesn't hit the headshot. And unknowingly so, he actually lets his foe get out of his line of sight. Hard has one onto Zarald. A three-man bomb squad is left looking at the B site, thinking that might be the most hopeful option.
Again, it slows down, but only for a moment. And then Hard finding Moyanri here. Virtus Pro stepping it up big when they need to. Sabiri, one short of an ace last time, but not able to find a single one. It's a flawless round here for Virtus Pro as they go up to match point and look to upset XP Academy on their map pick here. It was 9-3 on Skybridge the last time these two teams met here, and Virtus Pro looking to flip it down and reverse it on this one.
Yeah, I think all of the guys in the chat hitting the exclamation mark. CQC, Masker deciding to get themselves a bit of tier 4 ricochet chance due to the action that's going off on screen. I mean, I know I'd want to be dodging the bullets and the shrapnel flying off of the action right now because it's all heat inside of the arena. Virtus Pro have pushed themselves to a comfortable position with 3 map points inside of Skybridge for the first and the best of 3.
Sabiri tossing out the flash here as well. Has had a lot of success with these nades here today. Moyanri and Rask continue this 1v1 they've had in VIP quite a bit here. Moyanri being patient, though. Rask has been lurking here in slightly different off angles each and every time, which is something that's given him a little bit of an advantage in that fight here. But again, Virtus Pro just needs one more now to close it out.
That being said, a couple of mistakes from Virtus Pro, and XPA will find themselves closing that gap very quickly and the pressure being reapplied at a much more rapid pace. Notice that Rask and Moyanri not so keen to get into that fist fight inside of VIP straight off the rip anymore. More important that the numbers are played to the advantage of their team rather than potential advantageous pick. At some point, one of these two teams is going to try and push for an advantage, and it's the flank that comes in. True and hard, and Andreezy for one apiece as Moyanri does shut one down in response.
See Moyanri still in Tor, but it's FMX who pressures on fearlessly to find Madara. Hard will get Moyanri, and Virtus Pro looking to close it out. And they do. It's Sabiri to find one, but FMX the final kill, and Virtus Pro finds a way to upset XPA on their map pick of Skybridge.
One down, one to go for the Virtus Pro mindset, but given this is XPA, this is not said and done for. And seeing how quickly the XPA members left that lobby, I guarantee that it will be to get into a conversation to figure out what the battle plan is going into the second map of this series. And it's fought hot. And well, I've got a thought, and it's fear. Fear in the eyes of the Seed 1 competitors in this tournament.
Yeah, I feel like, the best thing you can do when someone takes your map pick is to give it right back to them. So they'll have to go back to the drawing board, but Virtus Pro, again, time and time again, have been playing very, very well on Fort. They come with a game plan. They execute it near flawlessly, and they don't mind making those adjustments mid-rounds or, mid-game as well. So I do tend to, even though I've got XP as that pick, I'm teetering toward Virtus Pro here on Fort. XPA is going to have to find a way to pull that rabbit out of the hat there, take this game 2, and look to push it in to that third and final map of Bay 5.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of work still to be done from the side of XPA if they've got any hopes of making their way to the grand final from this match here rather than the losers bracket. Two teams are already sitting there waiting for the chance to fight off against each other for a chance to take a shot at one of these two teams, the unsuccessful one from this bout, but that's all going to come through on tomorrow's action. Today, we're closing the games out with this final best of 3 Virtus Pro taking on XP Academy for that first slot in the grand final.
Yeah, it's nice to get that, you get to pull out the lawn chairs and watch the majority of the action tomorrow if you're able to punch that ticket into the grand final here today. And we talked about how it's a little bit of a nicer route because for some of these teams, potentially those first two that play on the day, they have an opportunity to and kind of forced to win 3 games in a row if they want to take it all. So that lower bracket, not always an easy run, but if you can find your way back into the grand final, it certainly can be a very rewarding one.
And speaking of rewarding, the gifts, the quests, and all the bits that are coming alongside the tournament production, the partnership between Hunt Premier and Battle State Games. Don't forget, folks, drops going on live. That quest now live in the game for the new paint. And also giveaways going on in the chat. Keep an eye out for when they are announced. Normally the code word is !ACS, but we'll give you a shout from the casting couch. We don't like you guys to be unprepared, so we'll make sure that we load you up with all that information for when it's ready. For now, we just have to look to the future and see what we have in store for the rest of this best of 3. We're going to be going to Fort next, where Magic, Rask, Hard, FMX, and Andreezy are going to look to convert on their first map success to a 2-0 sweep, or whether the XP Academy can do what they do best in school, Hort. They learn how to level up and take down the Polar Bears of Doom.
I mean, they only dropped 1 game in group stage. They've dropped a couple here today already, and we're going to get another look, at this one here on Skybridge as we take a quick glance at some of these highlights. Hard, Siberia, there's a lot of names we're going to see on here quite a few times.
A lot of names is right, and a lot of action is right too. This is an interesting perspective we're going to get on board with, as Moyanri has his way with VIP for the first half of the game, but the further the game got on, the more that Virtus Pro and Rask himself have managed to find a way to deal with Moyanri here. We're going to jump on board as Moyanri takes the legs of Rask again with this early dominance. But further we get through the highlights, like I say, we're going to come back to this later. Matter of Flow gets a good one onto Andreezy there. We don't see the jump shot come through this time, but we're reminded of a previous fate when it did.
We saw in this first half, I mean, it was a very close game, very tight-knit throughout the majority of it. Magic claiming those kills. It was VP who was actually fighting from behind, tying it up at halftime, taking this first round, and then more importantly, putting those rounds in bunches. It was 4 or 5 in a row for Virtus Pro before XPA begin to battle back here. Sibiri having some big rounds to help them push back into this one. But at the end of the day, Virtus Pro was able to stick true and find that dub here on Skybridge. 9-5, that final score in that one. But for XPA Academy, they're going to get another opportunity here on Fort, but they're going to have to reach deep in the pockets if they want to do what Virtus Pro did to them here on Skybridge.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure that everybody is going to be spending their time very wisely in the intermission between these games, as I'm sure everybody's probably loading up their arena client and looking into that Clip Their Wings quest to go and be the first person to claim that prize. A little bit of further information for the folks at home if they're interested on that one, seeing as how this is the first place to get the information for this right now. That quest actually entails you to eliminate 75 enemies in Checkpoint, 75 enemies in Last Hero, 35 even in Teamfight or Blast Gang, and for you to win 2 rounds, Teamfight or Blast Gang, win 2 rounds in Checkpoint mode, and to claim 4th place in Last Hero twice. So, similar to that which we had for the Twitch Drops event, very achievable and not requiring too much grind, I would say, to be able to pick that up. So, I am sure that within the next couple of hours, Horton, maybe even before we conclude this action on screen, somebody will have already earned that brand new paint, exclusively dropped here for the viewers firsthand at the Hunt Premier and Battle State Games Arena Cup Series Season 3.
Yeah, they've got an opportunity to get it done before all the pros out here as well. And so, again, keeping the eyes on the socials out there to see who's claiming to be the first to unlock that skin. But back to the matter at hand, Virtus Pro, again, taking this game away from XPA Academy. I'm a little bit surprised. I am, but I'm not, right? After how well we saw Virtus Pro play earlier on the day on Skybridge, they're a very aggressive team. Attack, attack, attack. It's all that's on their mind. It's all that happens when the map picks come to fruition. And that's all we've been seeing here from the Polar Bears. So claws are sharpened. They are ready. Can XP Academy do what they need to do to get it done here on Fort? I think that's the big question.
I'm just clearing a channel down the side of my face for the single tear that I feel might be the XP Academy emotion. I'm sorry we're tickling the tonsils at the back of my mouth as the comedy chuckles through, but it feels very much like if Virtus.pro continue this strength and dominance that they've shown in the first match, that XPA might find a little bit of an upset. I mean, we did talk about it, didn't we, Hawk? We felt like something was in the air today, that there's a little bit of electric that might just change the thought process to who really is favored to claim that title of Arena Cup Series champions. But I'm not sure either of us smelt the whiff of the ramen on the horizon. Definitely not for this kind of action in the final game on the day, but I wouldn't be any other way for it. I wouldn't have it any other way, and I definitely wouldn't be missing it, because this is exactly what we're looking for in Comp Arena.
Yeah, honestly, with the way that today has gone, I wouldn't be surprised if XP Academy finds a way to steal this game away on 4 and push us into that elusive game number 3 of Bay 5. So fingers crossed. Again, I'm here for all the action we've got to give today, and it doesn't end today as well. We've got a full packed day tomorrow. Honestly, I'm just excited, I feel like, is an understatement.
You can't have put it better, honestly. You took the words right out of my mouth, and although myself and Hawk have spent the day attesting to many an Easter egg from fond lyrics and memories of bands that we're fans of, ladies and gentlemen, the sweet chin music, or the sweet gun music we've been talking about, that has been displayed for us by the beautiful competitors from today, is going to continue to rattle on. That being said, we've got a little bit of time to cook before we do rock on into our next map. It is going to be Fort, next of all. And should we find our way to a decider, should we get that promised land, the mythical high ground, or the Jedi's advantage, we might find ourselves sliding on into a Bay 5. I'm here for it. I'm going to be honest with you, Hawk. We're just trying to light that anticipation fire, let it build and just cook in the background. I'm stoking the campfire. My marshmallows, my s'mores are sat ready to steam away, and I'm just looking for a good old time.
That's right. We got the hot dogs out for the hot sauce here. I'm all for it. I'd love to see a Bay 5, but we know Virtus.pro is chomping at the bit to really put a statement here on the league. They struggled a little bit early on, but they are the returning champions for a reason. So if they could find a way to turn it around late in this upper playoff bracket run, what a huge confidence boost that could be for them. And then again, we talked about it earlier. They get to pull out the lawn chairs. They get to relax for a little bit tomorrow and see exactly how that day unfolds and who they're going to be playing against.
Yep, I mean, we're going to get to see the first metaphor that I'm going to be absolutely enthused with. As a fan of Crash Bandicoot and a child, we're either going to see XPA crash out of map number 2, or they're going to infuse the power of the Aku Aku, become invincible, and fight their way on to a game 3. We'll soon see. And mask or not, we know Rask is going to be up to the task when it comes to the damage being dealt. And this is something that's going to be a crucial point when we come to this Fort matchup now, and I want everybody to lock in on. We've talked about X-player versus X-player, X-kit versus X-kit, X-kit versus scenario and environment. Well, honestly, for me, the two titans in this matchup are Rask and Moyanri. Fort is built for corners and CQB gameplay. These two shotgun powerhouses are going to be duking it out. Now, I want to remind everybody of one thing. Hawk, what have we not seen today? What one particular kit is really noisy and really oppressive that hasn't hit the table just yet?
I think you're thinking about the PKP, but I could be wrong. And
So,
maybe I am wrong, judging by that reaction, but...
no, you are absolutely right, sir.
Okay,
The thunder from down under is what I am scared of. We've not seen an M60. We've not seen a rat-a-tat-tat from the PKP or PKM. And I wonder if that's the wrench to throw in the works, is bring noise and force to the table. I don't know. Maybe I'm dreaming. Maybe I'm cooked.
I don't think it is. And the only reason because is in this tournament so far, when I've seen people use the PKP, they have had some success, but it's 50-50. It seems to be very inconsistent. The hip fire is, to put it politely. So, it just... it's just I think we've seen a lot of success, but we have seen moments where teammates are struggling, and they probably would have got that kill if they had that saga with Piranha or Flechette. And so I think that's why we've seen that. The PK. It was fun to hear the gun out there. The choppers on deck, the Arnold Schwarzenegger. Just brrr, but. I think at the end of the day, there's just a little bit more value to be had from that saga. And honestly, we've seen it all day from Moyanri, from Kakao, from Rask. I mean, the list goes on and on. And so there's been a lot of great fights with that. So I don't know if we're going to see that PKP, but it's a very good and interesting point because it is something that we haven't seen today. So maybe that is that little wrench to just give you that little bit of an advantage.
Curious. I'm not saying that it's going to be successful. Curiosity did kill the cat for one of its 9 lives, but the curiosity might just be the key to unlocking the cipher that is this Virtus Pro dominance. Maybe throw them something a little off meta. Maybe give them something that's not as predictable to prepare into, because Virtus Pro have shown that given information, they can absolutely adjust and adapt with the best of them, if not as the best of them. I wonder if a little bit of lacking information or something a little bit off the cuff might be the way to set them off the tempo here. So that's why I'm exploring that possibility. And I mean, like all the best questions, Hawk, instead of leaving them with a guesstimation of an answer, we leave them unanswered and we let the question speak for itself.
Well said, my friend. Well said as we get into game number 2 of this potential best of 3. Virtus Pro up by 1 in the series. It's up to XPA to respond, and it's Moyanri with the first one, but Rask, Magic able to answer back, and Virtus Pro back to Polar Bear things.
And crucially, in the rivalry matchup, Rask is 1-0 up into Moyanri on the middle. Difference being, Moyanri's running an MCX this time, so shotgun versus assault weapon. This time around, it goes in the favor of the beefcake. But that boss battle is going to go down every round after this one. And it's definitely not going to be the underlying feature of the entirety of this, where we're left in a 4v3. And Smoke literally consuming the majority of the XPA positioning right now.
Just completely smoked off. No sight lines to see as FMX does find Evgen on the backside. Sabiri beginning to linger through. Tries to find the planner and eventually does, but Andreezy, FMX will deny that. And with that, Virtus Pro off to an early but good start.
Yeah, I think Sabiri there on the site actually feeling a little bit robbed, only slightly so, as those shots don't quite manage to kill that member as quickly as they'd have thought they would there. Interesting push onto site. Looks to try and get the quick kill and then adjust to the con member, but I think with how well that the pressure had been taken around site there, Virtus Pro have definitely unlocked a good B control. Note to mention, Fort extremely mid-control favored, so that first kill from Rask after the trade from Moyanri does stabilize what could have been a bad round. It's a good flash from Hard.
You can hear that shotgun certainly ringing out as Rask and Hard combine for 2, and Virtus Pro seems to be firing on all cylinders at the moment here from Skybridge now to Fort. They continue to assert that dominance. Evgen will find Magic. Madara looks to bring it back, finds the pick on toward Hard, and interesting enough, we've got Rask with the Piranha, but on the other side of things, we are rocking that Flechette.
Yeah, Virtus Pro seem to have been set a status quo of 2-0. They've not got time for 3 maps today in any of the matches. They are here to play with aggression and authority. And yet again, this shotgun is just ringing out throughout the entire arena and claiming lives like he's catching flies in the wind.
You can hear those nades ringing out. XPA a bit of a disadvantage. They line up almost a collateral as Rask finds one. Madara, FMX finds the trade back, and Virtus Pro 2 in a row.
Well, they have a shotgun to match it with, but it's matter of flow on that shotgun this time around. Also one that was running it the first map of the 3. Rask at 4-2. FMX at 3-0, unkilled so far. I mean, it's hard to argue with the proof in the pudding. The shotgun is just extremely hard to kill.
Yeah, we talked about, the TRG being something that could potentially do that, but we haven't seen a ton of that here between these two teams, more specifically, as we do see Zero, though, starting off this round nicely with that spear, finding a nice 2K, and now Sabiri getting one as well. So XPA doing what they need to do to slowly reel this round back here, but FMX on the backside will find Madara.
It just goes to show the difference in opinion on the meta and the way that the different regions approach things. This is a CIS region mentality right here, right now, where the EU region is very strongly believing in the Balti. Speaking of strong, those shots through the smoke are insane.
This goes back to that situational awareness we often talk about, but Zerald able to find this final kill onto Andreezy. So XPA making sure they don't allow Virtus.pro to get that big cushion and get out in front early. They reel it back by 1. They cut that lead in half, and they look to tie it up here in round 4.
Could you believe this is an underlying tone for the tournament as well? Fort is the most picked map out of all of them so far at 13 total picks, and that is a wild statement, bearing in mind the last time we saw Arena Cup Series, how fresh Fort was to the environment. Teams were almost scared to touch it because they hadn't prepared and played around it as much as an unknown factor. Now, we see how much many a team has cooked in this map, and boy, does it bring some entertaining gameplay.
Fort's certainly my favorite map. I've been enjoying it. Look forward to seeing maybe some new maps coming out in the future, but I'll have to wait patiently to see if that day does come. Rask now pressing forward here. Magic. Both of them just trying to methodically make their way out onto site to work together to find that pick. We can see Madara prone there as well, and one lingering on the back of this site here. Now, Andreezy has found these big nade kills. He's mixing it up this time. If he would have gone to that original spot, we saw him getting those kills in the first place, but Hard Moyanri able to find a couple picks of their own to open up the round.
Interesting that Andreezy almost adjusted to react to the fact that they would read that grenade, thinking that he's thrown that one first, he's going to throw the other one over the second time, and actually the big game plan goes the distance.
Andreezy, so good at it. Becoming the nade master at this point. FMX finding Zerald, and all of a sudden XPA feeling this pressure. Moyanri is all alone, and there's a lot of Juggernaut standing on the other side. Doesn't quite catch the bullets as Andreezy and the rest of the crew continue to put him downfield, but with only 30 seconds on the clock and 3 members to get through, it's a very tough position to be in here for Moyanri.
Yeah, I'm going to steal one out of your cookbook. I almost feel like the master of disaster has an eye in the sky, as it seems like Andreezy is just able to see everything from a top-down view with the way his grenades are thrown with such accuracy. A great closeout at the end there sees FMX picking up 2 in the round, but Virtus.pro moved to a 3-1 score.
3-1. We talk about how important that 2-point cushion can be, and if Virtus.pro can continue to build off of the back of that, it could be some early trouble here for XPA. So they've got to find a way to tread that water, to weather that storm, and see if they can come out on the other side. But as we always say, it's much easier said than done when we're sitting in the comfortable booth up here.
He did that shotgun again, just blasting its way through the scenery and immediately being removed. Moyanri, one of these crucial picks, gets the better of the shotgun, then the second, then the third. Moyanri! Oh my word, he's going to run. Remember, it's not got his magazine in, and the only thing stopping him killing people is not having his gun ready. Oh my days.
I was wondering if by some grace of the Tarkov Arena gods, he was going to be able to get that mag back in time. He was dancing around with the moves like Jagger, but Sabiri tucked in a very good spot here. If he finds his first pick, he doesn't. Eventually does, though, and now he can hear that device going down. Plenty of time for the reload, plenty of time to work with to bring this round back.
You're not wrong as well, and Top Aim Sabiri is the one to do it. We've seen how ridiculously sick their reactions have been in the clutch, and he's going to prove the pressure across. Still has 35 seconds on the clock. There's more than enough time to make this work. He's going to find the shots onto FMX as well, and XPA are going to claw one back from the clutches.
What a shot from Sabiri. We've seen some crazy double nades. The shots, the razzle-dazzle. Sabiri really showcasing all the talent and skills out here today as XP Academy looks to work their way back into this one now. Only down by 1. We're going to take another look. It was Moyanri who went insane at the opening here to find these first 3 picks to set his teammate up for success, who honestly Sabiri could have pressed forward at any point during that fight, but he opted to just kind of stay tucked in at mid there. And so that trigger discipline, allowing VP to walk by, finding that pick, isolating those ones, and winning them. Very crucial round there for XPA. See Hard up top here, beginning to linger out off to Andreezy and back toward Rask we go. And now with Magic on board with all the players there, Zarold will bait out that pre-fire there as well and continues to dance around. Look at the Magic to expend all those rounds in the mag. Moyanri on the backside, able to find Hard. Madara finds Rask, and all of a sudden things beginning to click here for XPA.
And the only thing that's not going to click for them right now is the bullets at the bottom end of the gun. We might have seen Sabiri finding the click being a little bit unfortunate at the back end of that round, but it's going to come through in strength as Moyanri is now playing into the eyesight of Magic with death in his eyes. FMX has the response to shut him down, but Sabiri is there to close out any thoughts of a counter-attack. And Dreezy, the last member left, solo for Virtus.pro. Give it his best shot. Matter of Flow forced to retreat. Going to wait for support from Evgen. That bomb is going to get collected. Does he get out? Nearly misses the door frame. Andreezy has to reposition the feet and the shoes. Oh no, look at the position from Zarold. In the shadows from the Nightmare Realm.
He was just hanging out in the background, and unfortunately, you know, you don't really expect someone to be in that position, especially that late in the round, really. And so we saw Andreezy. He was able to grab that device. He was trying to leg it to the other side, but unfortunately ran right into the waiting and maybe not so loving arms of Zarold there. But a great job for XP Academy. It was looking just a little bit grim to start things off. They found a way to take a deep breath reset, and they find themselves all tied up once more.
I mean, this is what we expect at the top level of competition, though. Teams will not be folded by 2 to 3 rounds in a row with the Persuasion. It's going to take more than that to be able to stifle the power of the champions, especially the previous Season 2 champions coming back for another claim on the title. Rask looking to assert his dominance in this middle section again as Virtus.pro are actually going to find nobody's home. This could be a very interesting play because they push up through the mid section here and take spawn rotation control. XP are going to be split in half on the defense.
See that nade coming out here from Hard. The smoke in the way, and it won't collect any damage just yet. The spray up top here. Spear won't find that one. Rask goes down to Zarold. Does he know there's another one close? No, it's Magic, who does find that trade back onto Zarold. So a 4v4 we go, and right now that device is lingering slowly toward that A site.
And you can see the XPA are cautious that that's just a probe and probe to try and bait people off at the site. The pick from 90, though, is going to confirm that action is coming towards the A site, and now the rotation starts to come in. The second from Sabiri, those finally get shut down as the push comes through into 90. Hard's the one to claim that, and as the utility comes out over the site, Virtus.pro are trying to force the tempo on this one before support gets round. Shots almost from Andreezy through the cover, find headshot. It's going to settle with the bomb being planted.
So much free fire coming out through the smokes, through the walls, the boxes, you name it. But they're on the hunt for Moyanri. Hard is able to find it. Evgen, though, did pick up Andreezy in that mix. Madara, the shotty, continues to rain down. It's Hard who will fall victim again to the Enforcer class. And XPA Academy, they stumbled just a little bit in those opening rounds, but now maybe seeming to find their stride here late in this one. They've guaranteed that tied half once more, but this is a similar situation, the exact same situation that we saw in Game 1 where Virtus.pro was able to bring it back.
Love listening to the announcer cheering these guys out of the spawn. It can be slightly more frustrating when he's yapping at you mid-gameplay, but he definitely does make you feel like you're in a gladiatorial arena when he's shouting at you on the way out. And also some of the English lines are rather hilarious. Top aim Sabir, he's got himself a top-down view onto Magic's head with that grenade. That's going to be the first blood for the round. And Dreezy, you can see, has also taken half of his health, so close to a 2k there, Hort, but not quite close enough for both.
And we haven't seen as many of these nades from Andreezy like we saw the first time earlier today when Virtus.pro was on fort. But Sabiri having a little bit more of that success here as well. And now they begin to push toward that A site. The plant looks to go down. That smoke beginning to dissipate, but it's FMX who finds Sabiri, and that's a huge pick here for VP, excuse me.
Ooh, good shots out of the spear.
He got that nade kill right before that as well.
Just concentrated distractions, honestly, for the majority of this game right now. It has me thinking. Zarold hits a belter of a shot onto the top of Hard's head, though, from the 90. This headshot cover is going to be really hard to remove, Hort, but they need to get themselves on site to defuse.
Yeah, 15 seconds left here, and time just ticking away. Three members still standing here for VP. Shots ringing out. Rask knows he's coming to the side, and there's the peek, but
Oh,
Rask puts him in the dirt. Zerold finds one. FMX the trade, and VP will find themselves at a tied half, just like game number one.
I found myself pausing for commentary because I'm watching the time ticking down and seeing that Virtus Pro have just got that strong a hold. It's like a boa constrictor grip on this A site once that bomb is planted. It's just so hard to retake from XPA's perspective. And looking at Fort as a map overall, this is a lot of the reason why teams tend to move towards that A site more consecutively than B, because both short and long are really tough angles to retake from without utility. And the use of that grenade, like you talked about, from Andreezy, one which is thrown from deep in long, so you are protected from an aggressive push to counter that nade.
Certainly has
Four
been working out
apiece.
for him.
Yeah. Do we see a swap in the tied half, Hot?
Yeah, I mean, it was just like in game one, XP Academy up 4-3. It was VP who tied it up, came out,
It
and then put
was.
3 or 4 rounds in a row on the board here. So XPA can't suffer that same type of issue that they dealt with there as well. But it's
Oh.
Andreezy again with an early nade, this time onto Madara.
It's like we call these adjustments out that's needed from each team, but the teams at the top of their game are actually, they respond almost as if they can hear the commentary booth. Shots come out from hard as Evgen's taken out along the angle. 90 now still standing in strength as Zarold has the better of Magic. 3 versus 4. Top aim Sabiri with the bomb on his back right now. Moyanri and Zarold in support over to this A site, but current dispersal from XPA has a member sat lying in wait, and that is hard. Andreezy gets the cross onto Zarold as one goes down.
Henry, Sabiri, 2v4 is that situation here as they begin to work together toward that A site. They can hear the audio cue of Hard on the other side here again, and just I think that's kind of keeping Sabiri in check at the moment. Moyanri not able to quite thread the needle there, and so still in a 4v2, but still have plenty of time to work with at the moment. Unfortunately, Sabiri goes down with a device, and it's in an awkward position now.
Yeah, the ticking of the bomb like the heartbeat for the end of the round as XPA goes down. Rask with that shotgun's going to close this one out for Virtus Pro, and they take the lead again, only by 1, but up 5-4. 2K from Andreezy, 2K from Hard, and that shotgun, it's like a foregone conclusion, Hort. If the shotgun picks up 1 or 2 kills in the round, that team is very heavily favored for it.
Yeah, I mean, you toss in the fact that Andreezy often finds early picks with nade kills as well, and it's just VP setting themselves up for that big player advantage here. So we will see XPA maybe think about heading toward the B site this time. VP's put 3 in this direction, though, and it seems like they've guessed correctly as Moyanri will find the first, but Hard quick to get the trade.
Shots on either, and Hard there, not just for the trade, but he's there to be the equalizer and then the advantage gainer. He has a double down for it. Both FMX and Hard have traded a bit of health, but as the spray from the spear goes down to the ramp, FMX is going to need to back off and deal with some of that damage, as that heavy bleed's going to take his head off shortly.
Yeah,
Is he really going to try and plant this like this?
I think so. Oh, and he was looking for him. Didn't guess correctly, so eventually able to find that pick as Zerold does get Andreezy here, but very close to getting that down.
I mean, that's some solid steel stones to be trying to attempt to plant like that. That is one heck of a confidence play if I've ever seen it, but these things work, and that's the kind of thing you're going to use to catch a team like this on the advantage. Oh, FMX Pixel Perfect doesn't cover it. Paint me a Picasso and sell it for thousands of dollars, because you could with that kind of gameplay.
And all of a sudden, XP Academy, who has been playing phenomenal throughout both of these weekends, finding themselves having a bit of a tough time here today, and more specifically against Virtus Pro, a team that they 2-0'd in group stage. And so now it's just, it's back to that drawing board there. VP has had a lot of early nade kills. You talk about those shotgun kills, and it's just been those little different moment makers here that has set them apart from XPA, both on Skybridge and now on Fort.
Look at this. Andreezy's set up for a call out on information. That nade, he's going to let go of it because he's not too fussed anymore. Rask and FMX have picked up a killer piece each, so he doesn't need to take that utility with him. He just needs to rotate quickly. He doesn't even need to rotate. Hard says this is a lot more difficult than you conceived originally, XPA. But 1 member left alive, and top aim Sabiri is going to be standing down there hoping that his top aim can claim him out of a 1v5.
We talk about any given Sunday, and that's why, because all of these teams have so much talent littered across them that certainly any of the teams can topple another here. And that's what we've seen a bit today. But Virtus Pro, a team that has struggled against XP Academy more recently in the past, now having a dominating performance here today, and more specifically on a day where it really does matter. They've got an opportunity to punch their ticket into the grand finals, to have that easier route here, and now they're just 2 rounds away from doing so.
So close to the precipice of success. It is only a step into the grand final. Don't get me wrong, this is absolutely the way you want to go about it. If you're not successful here, there's a long day's worth of stressful games to make it to the grand final. And Evgen, as well as Magic and Hard, and Madara Flow now, all taking a seat at around number 12. Sabiri's on site with this bomb, with good cover from his teammates, and good smoke protection. But realistically, Andrezi's not in the greatest spot either. That health bar is extremely low.
Every moment mattering here now as we begin to wind down on day number 5. Evgen trying to hold these other angles here as well. Zerald there for the help, and timing's going to play out here. FMX, Rask, and FMX finds the second as Ev turns away, thinking Zerald had that angle. Virtus Pro finds a way to get to match point. They've got 4 opportunities to close it out, and a chance to send XP Academy down into the doom in the depths of the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, we want to talk about winding down. I think Virtus Pro took that as the key to wind up and unleash hell and fury over the point, because boy, oh boy, did that one end quickly. Like you said, slight maybe miscommunication or mispositioning across the XPA lineup, and 2 members are caught with angles open. Virtus Pro make quick and easy work of it. 1 round now, worth of success, separates them between this match and a step into the grand final, and well, they've got 4 chances to convert on it.
Yeah, you certainly feel like it favors them at this point. It might just be XPA looking for their own little Cinderella story in that lower bracket. If Virtus Pro can find a way to close things out hard, the nade over the top, and it's looking like it's going the distance, but maybe a bit too far as Sabiri finds hard with a nade. Magic, Madara, Plant Stripes in the kill feed once more, but Zerald taking out a teammate. It's minor mistakes like that that can come back to haunt you here in a very important round that could be the final one.
Yeah, a bit of blue on blue. Scooby-Doo, I see you, but that's a teammate, you fool. We can't be shooting that guy down. Call him a sinner. 3 members left alive on XPA, though, is going to give them a good position to get this bomb plant down.
Oh! No way. And Dreezy barely missing the first time, but the shot through the smoke will claim 1, but does he know there's another tucked over here as well? It's a crossfire play here from XPA. Stepping into the crosshair, though, FMX finds Evgen, and now a chance here for VP to close it out.
It's all but over. It's Sabiri, but it's FMX, and the last member of Virtus Pro stands strong. The numbers come through clutching the king again. And as that device is deactivated, Virtus Pro move themselves to a successful 2-0 in the best of 3 and 9-4 on Fort.
You talk about revenge. In Group Stage A, it was, you know, XPA that really kind of put it to this squad here, and now all of a sudden they fight back. They find their way into it. They do it in dominating fashion here as well. 9-5 on Skybridge, which was XP's map pick. 9-4 here on Fort, and they are one of the better teams on Fort, like Pandaric as well. And honestly, you know, you hate to call it a bit of an upset, but it was that #1 seed, and Virtus Pro finds a way to do it. They punch their ticket on into the grand finals.
I think the thing that Virtus Pro has found the most painful throughout the entirety of this process is being considered the underdogs in the equation for the first time in a very long time. And well, I think we're going to think twice about considering it from that perspective again after the performance they put on the table today. Dominant, confident, and assertive across 2 maps with the strength is a phenomenal way to play your way into the first slot in the grand final. For XP Academy, it is not goodbye. That is the first of their 2 lives that they will now have to lose to be ejected from the tournament. But we're going to get to see how that plays out tomorrow with 3 more phenomenal games for you guys to play, to watch being played on screen. Series, actually, I was going to say 3 more best of 3s, but it's not. It is 2 best of 3s, and then the grand final is a blockbuster marathon series in a best of 5, which is going to set the stands alight. And I cannot wait to get into that action from tomorrow. I can't wait to see some of the highlights from this game, because it was also sensational to watch, as was the majority, if not all of the action from today, because we had 3 phenomenal barn burners.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at that lower bracket, and to start off the day tomorrow, it's going to be Sicario taking on the likes of Pandaric Apex. And again, we talk about not envying these teams, because whoever wins that has to go on to face XP Academy. And then, of course, the winner of that will get a second chance opportunity to topple the former champions of Virtus Pro as they look to go back to back in the Arena Cup series from 2 to 3.
Yeah, we've got a lot of things to decide tomorrow. Lower bracket semi-final, lower brackets final, and given the matchups today, Sicario, they're going to play Pandaric Apex for the chance to take on XPA, for a chance to step up into the grand final, and for one of these teams to claim revenge against Virtus Pro, or whether Virtus Pro are just going to declare themselves undisputed champions. I mean, the two-time.
Hey, I mean, what better way to let everybody know that you are the champs and you deserve to be the champs? 2-time champions would be a phenomenal thing. And again, I mean, it speaks volumes here for Virtus Pro, the way they were able to bounce back through this. We talked about the struggles they had in those group stage. It was a 9-3 on Skybridge versus XP. It was a 9-7, and they pretty much just reverse them and give them a taste of their own medicine. So with that being said, I mean, Virtus Pro, we talked about it. They guarantee at least second place. They've punched their ticket in. They've get, a minimum of 5K in that prize pool. For XPA, the same. They've guaranteed at least third. It's going to be up to both Sicario and Pandaric Apex, to see if they can knock off some of these giants. But honestly, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if we see XP Academy and Virtus Pro run it back in that grand final.
And a really cool stat for the guys at home here, looking at the reference table from the teams that have taken part in the tournament so far. Virtus Pro, the only team at this point in time in the tournament to still be holding a positive round difference overall, with plus 31 being an astronomical round difference to be holding. A total of 54 rounds won and 23 lost is an exceptional performance. That, inclusive of the fact that we need to let the guys at home know that a couple of the teams now have locked themselves into the places for prizes. So Virtus Pro, with that performance today, have guaranteed second place minimum and at least 5,000 euros. XPA, with their performance today, have guaranteed at least third place minimum, and therefore also a shot at that 5,000 euro prize pool, maybe even a shot at the 10K, depending on how it plays out on the day. But in addition to that, Virtus Pro have a chance at that 10K slot, as well as one other team that may find their way through that lower bracket semi-final and final tomorrow for their chance at an upset.
Yeah, I mean, Sicario will definitely want to come out swinging after they had struggled a little bit here today. But for Pandaric Apex, honestly, they've been playing very, very well. And this is a team that, I don't know, they're just exciting to watch. If you feel like someone could pull off some of the craziest upsets of ACS, that might be your Cinderella story there. But I can assure you, it is no easy task for both Sicario and Pandaric Apex. If they want to get into the grand final, they have a very tough run in front of them. But as we talked about earlier, it might be a tough one, but if you get there, it's certainly a very rewarding one.
As we roll on into the highlights, you're going to get to see what the top tier of gameplay looks like for Escape from Tarkov Arena at this moment in time. And the shots from Top Aim, Sabiri, Andreezy, Rask, Hard, and every other member that's flooded this pitch in their own moment, including Evgen here with shots onto Magic, FMX putting that spear to work. It's just, literally both of these games were a highlight reel from both sides. It just ended up being that Virtus Pro have been just that dominant. I mean, look at the nade from Hard there. Not only damaging one, with Zarald's health being halved, but picking up the kill as two try to push for aggressive defensive positions.
More highlights here from Oyanri, who had a couple really shining star moments here, but it was all VP after that second half. Sabiri, good pick on to FMX, clutching up that round as well. And honestly, XPA did a good job of keeping it close in this first half. Some solid shots from Zarald as we see that trade coming in. Sabiri putting in work throughout the entirety of that day, both behind the weaponry and the nades there as well. But again, as you see these highlights begin to shift past halftime, you'll see that Virtus Pro really started to run away with it.
You notice that both teams have good flexibility when it comes to the utility. Both teams have exceptional gun-skilled players. We see that both teams are trying to catch each other off guard. This was disgusting. That one's probably my highlight set pick for the day when it comes to kills. When you're holding a static position, we definitely cannot forget that amazing shot out of Moyanri earlier on in the first of the two matches that they played. But when it comes to holding down a zone and lining your crosshair in the perfect position and then the reaction time to be on point, that was just skull-crushing beauty.
Yeah, that jump shot on Bull from Moyanri onto that ace was just chef's kiss. But unfortunately, they need to get back to that drawing board because it wasn't quite the case in Skybridge, but on Fort, they didn't win a single round on that attacking side. And for Skybridge, they only were able to put one round on from that attacking side as well. So Virtus Pro, very comfortable on the attacking side. I think it does make that defensive side a little bit smoother sailing when you can kind of get that early dominance from the attacking side. So all things to consider from a lot of these teams going forward. But man, what a phenomenal day of arena action.
And I think the underlying tone to bring up alongside the rest of the strength in the teams today is Tarkov Help, Ancient Fighters, and Pandemic Apex all end up on a relatively similar round difference when it comes to where they've leveled out at the end. Sorry, Tarkov Help, XP Academy, and Pandemic Apex, my apologies, not the Ancient Fighters, end up at a -4, -3, and -2 round difference overall, respectively. So pretty even. And also, I mean, that's a big shout from the EU scene for the Pandas there to be able to hold their own up against the likes of Tarkov Help and XP Academy, which, I mean, maybe not successful today, given the results that are shown by the schedule and the brackets on screen, but it's still a good showing of strength when it comes to this EU versus CIS rivalry.
And honestly, round differential is fun and all, but in this playoff bracket, it doesn't even matter. It just matters about getting those wins, getting into that championship, and closing it out, claiming that first prize. So they are fun stats to look at, certainly, but you know, if you're Sicario or any of these teams that might have that negative round differential, at the end of the day here at this point, it's not going to matter. As long as you can win out, win your games, you can certainly have a lot of success there. But again, I'm just interested to see how it all starts to play out tomorrow. We've had so many exciting series throughout the weekend, and I can't wait to topple that excitement as we get ready for Sunday.
So as we are locked in with this graphic on screen, Mr. Hawk, can I get your predictions tomorrow for you? Will be joining me on the booth for the final day of action, and I wouldn't have it any other day. So before we get into that, what do you think? Looking from today's matches, we're going to see fill that graphic out. I'll even prompt you with a preemptive suggestion of my own. I feel like Virtus Pro taking on XP Academy is what I think the world wants to see. I think that's where the community is at right now in a rematch scenario. But me personally, I'm actually in the mindset, if we're going to see that big upset that I think we're going to see, the one that's really going to shake the roots of the scene, it would be if Pandemic Apex were able to make their way not only through Sicario, but through XP Academy and then through Virtus Pro to win it all.
Okay. He's living in my head, chat. He's living in my head. So this is, and that isn't what I think's going to happen, but that's what I want to happen. I would love, nobody's been able in the HPL to upset Sicario. I think if Pandemic Apex could find a way to upset Sicario in their opening day, they play very well against XP Academy, and it's going to be a tough match, but there's a possibility that they take that away from XP Academy, move on to Virtus Pro. If they're able to do that, I would love to see them beat the Polar Bears and take it all, but I feel like that first match is a toss-up. I think maybe Sicario slightly takes that. I do think that we are going to see XP Academy going up against Virtus Pro. I honestly, after today's performance, I feel like Virtus Pro wins it all, but I can't go back on my day one, so I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that XP Academy can work back in toward that revenge match, clutch it up, and claim that championship.
Yeah, and the one thing that is on the table right now, folks, the one matchup that we have not seen between these teams as of yet is Sicario versus XP Academy. Virtus.pro played Panderic in the group stages, so on and so forth for the rest. But XP Academy Sicario, they've managed to avoid each other so far.
Yeah.
What kind of an upset would that be if Sicario, that theoretically performed the weakest today, knocked out Panderic Apex, then knocked out XP Academy and found themselves stood up against Virtus.pro? I would only fear myself a little bit as Sicario going into that match after a weaker day today, but you would argue that getting through Panderic and XPA would be a good enough turnaround to consider trying to take off the Titans that is Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I think the only thing that worries me a little bit, if there's one team that has struggled with Virtus.pro time and time again, it's been Sicario. I'm sure they would love their chance at that redemption, but we saw it last season when Virtus.pro knocked them out in the opening round. We saw it this season where they 2-0'd them on the start of the day here as well. So I would love to see that play out in the cards. Again, honestly, all of these teams are very deserving of that championship. We talk about the talent, the hard work, and all the stuff that goes in behind the scenes. So they're all very deserving of that grand final spot. But for me, I see it playing out back toward that XP Academy Virtus.pro matchup where it could go either way. But again, if Virtus.pro plays the way they played today, I mean, all day they were just on it. Attack, aggressive, aggressive, aggressive. That W key was just stuck down. And so, I think some teams have trouble matching that aggression. Back to the drawing board. Where's the utility? Where can we slow them down a bit? Rask is always in VIP. They should I'll probably have that mental note already. So there's certain things that you can try to deal with. But again, once that action pops off, it's all about hitting those shots.
Hey, look, I guess that's one of the benefits of being able to have spare keys for replacement when you overuse that key and wear it down. It's called having all the W's. And metaphorically for the keyboard and on the day, some of these teams have walked away with all the W's through that W key pressure. Shift W might see you to some storming gameplay, but not always success. But when you put the W in winning, you certainly will find yourself with a good title against your name at the end of a tournament. And that's what Virtus.pro has set out with as their mentality coming through this one. They are not going to give a single team a chance at a thought of an upset. We've not gone to 3 games. Virtus.pro, they don't do it like that. Ain't nobody got time for that in the Virtus.pro lineup. It's not about a 3-game barn burner. We're not here to entertain the masses unless it's us absolutely steamrolling our way through the competitors. So, I mean, it might be the close of day 3, day 4, day 5, hot. But I'll tell you the one thing. Nothing up to this point in time is going to match the entertainment that we're going to get to feature tomorrow. So, ladies and gentlemen, do not miss the action. If you want more gameplay, more prizes, more giveaways, more drops, and more crazy banter from the casting bench, then make sure you've got yourself with that follow button hit from below on the Hunt Premier channel on Twitch. Partnered up here live with Battlestate Games.
Yeah, speaking of winners, we got another one in chat, though. It's the Aki way. Aki_ has won an EFT Arena standard key. So we will remind you, be sure to head on over to that Discord. Make that support ticket so we can get you that arena key. We'd love to see you out here in the action. That battle pass is free. Go get your free rewards. You know that you want them, but man, none of this is possible without everybody behind the scenes here. There is a ton of people working behind the scenes to make our job that much easier. So a big shout out again to everybody behind the scenes. Damien, Preppy, Sergeant Raging Snake, Gandalf, Steffi, Cynthia, Grassy, my man Boosh, Klish as well. We cannot forget about the man, the myth, the legend, the eye in the sky, our all-seeing producer Connor, and of course Philbo for his continued hard work here to make this scene grow. Hunt Premier has been doing phenomenal things in this scene. And of course, in partnership with Battlestate Games, baby, all things are possible here.
And outside in the arena, where the guns sing and the puppeteers make their plays on strings, we're going to send you all home at the end of the day to clip their wings. That's right, brand new quest dropped for you guys live midway through the tournament today. Go get yourself that Tiger Green Stripe paint and cover up your guns so you're back ready, prepared for tomorrow's gameplay. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're a fan of Winnie the Pooh and Tigger 2, it's ta-ta for now. From me, Cracked Wisdom, Hot Sauce in the booth, and all of you beautiful ladies, gentlemen, and everything else in the chat. It's been amazing, and we'll look forward to catching you same time, same place, ready for the grand finals tomorrow.